Yo, what is up? Hello, everybody. Quite a day. We have had a crazy week. We still keep getting stuff. We still keeping news. I always need to adjust this a little bit for work, because for whatever reason, the sort of like angle and what's viewable on when I go into like Google Meets is like slightly different. Anyway, what is up, everybody? It has been, like I said, crazy week. We keep getting more FF7 news and predictably even like more drama, because I feel like every time you talk about this game and like anything that the fucking developers say, it turns into a huge drama. And it's just like, Jesus Christ. It's not even like that bad. It's just like tiring. Hey, Max commented on Remake haters. Who are these dudes? Where are they coming from? Where coming from like roaches? I mean, there's always been a pretty like loud minority of people who disliked Remake, even back from like 2020, like back after Remake came out, right? It was like what the fuck is this? This is not FF7. So it's always been a thing. And there've always been like articles and videos sort of against FF7 Remake ever since it dropped. Like, that's not really a new thing. You can maybe say that Sebi is a new sort of like voice or element, but the element's always been there. I think there's maybe now a rallying personality or personalities that bring those people together more and even influence some people to see it that way. I think there's a few more of those than maybe there were before. But it's fine. Even in my remake, in my rebirth video, like there's like during this segment, I could just pull it up. During this segment, the very, very beginning, I'm pretty sure that all of these references were actually about Remake, not even Rebirth. Hold on. It's the beginning here. Let's talk about people hating on FF7. We go over to here. And then working professionally. Oh. Like what you'll see here on creative projects, I've come to appreciate all of the thinking that goes in the monologue that comes from a critic toward the end of Ratatouille.
In many ways, the work of a critic is easy. We risk very little, yet enjoy a position over those who offer up their work and themselves to our judgment. We thrive on negative criticism, which is
FF7 Remake took a dump on my childhood. July 1st, 2027.
fun to write.
FF7 Rebirth fails its most important moment. This was actually a Rebirth one, but that was March 2024.
But the
Rebirth's biggest changes. Okay, so only one of them was Remake, but these were there were more ones. It just seemed more relevant to reference the Rebirth response. But there's always been this sort of like element when it comes to FF7, and it makes sense. Like, look, like they did it to themselves in a lot of ways. Like Square Enix did it to themselves by choosing to take this path. And Hamaguchi talked about that this week. Especially when it came to. He was specifically talking about the Rebirth ending, but he's talked about it in relation to like what they're doing with Revelation. Like, we have to have the resolve as developers to sort of like see our vision through, even if it's sort of scary, right? Like, even if we know, back in the office that people are probably not going to react super positively to something like Rebirth's ending. That is sort of the vision that we're building to, and that's the story that we're writing. So it is what it is. So even Remake had a lot of like backlash, especially toward the ending. So it's always been a thing, and if they played it safe and they just made a more like a pretty much one-to-one, almost like Resident Evil style of Remake, I think it would have gone down a lot smoother, and you probably wouldn't have as many voices speaking out against it. But it is what it is. The voice reviews for FF7 Remake audiobook. Screener and a Kotaku are a joke. I mean, yeah, they tend to like bend toward that direction anyway. One of those was IGN though. But IGN also is, they gave Alien Isolation a 5.7, most famously. And now Alien Isolation 2 is like one of the biggest announcements at SGF, because that game was actually pretty great. It had some issues at launch, to be fair, so that probably may have affected their review score, but they famously really shitted on it, and that game is like a cult classic now. I'm all for healthy, good faith critique and encourage its interesting conversations, debate, but hating it for the fact that it's not what you want, it's just exhausting, it doesn't add anything. Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, I've had complaints too. I talked about them here in like even this video. I love the way the remake series does things much more than how the original does them. It's healthy to take the nostalgia glasses off sometimes. Yeah. What's his deal? I don't know. I do think he genuinely probably has like a dislike for, you know, what FF7 Remake has done. It's just that a lot of the things that he points out are just like not things that bother me as much. Some of the things, you know, I can agree on, you know, I can't even think of exactly what they are, but I do have a cognizant memory of like seeing some things that he said and being like, yeah, there's a point there. You know what I mean? But the way he delivers it and sort of the motivation behind it and just how full-heartedly it is like almost his brand, is where the grifting comes into it. Like if I didn't like something, I wouldn't continually for months make content around it. But there's an audience for that, and there's revenue for that. So, oh, Ricky Dickey, what's going on? $5 super chat. I don't even think the haters can deny the remakes have a much better characterization than the original. Well, I mean, they would probably push back on a few things, right? They'd probably push back on like their understanding and interpretation of Naoki and Red 13, and you know, it's helped that you don't hear a voice in the OG, or like Sid and like his depiction. Granted, we haven't even seen Sid in the context that we saw Sid in the original, right? Like we've seen Sid as pilot of the Tiny Bronco, being effectively a service provider, doing customer service in a way, compared to how we meet him in the OG, where we meet him in his domain, on his rocket ship, on a pretty like tension-filled day. And that's something they talked about in one of the interviews that I'm going to talk about today, is like how much a lot of moments and decisions are going to be sort of like filled with tension, and I'm really excited about it. And yes, happy Father's Day to everyone. Happy Father's Day to Glenn. Yeah, they know the whole story before know what the payoff is. We don't know it yet. I'm like reading old chats at this point. Thank you. Oh my god, this is an active chat very early on these streams. Holy, I gotta keep catch up. Sign of the times that dissenting is so popular and gathers using clicks. Yeah, I mean, Max talked about this too the other night, where he's like, this has always been a thing. There have always been like haters of things. Like an outrage has always sold, you know what I mean? Like, if you look at local news, right? Like local news has always like veered toward, oh shit, what's the recent crime that happened? What's the, you know, major drama that's happening in politics or whatever? Like it's always bent around like the negative things, because those do get views, those do get engagement. Like even old media ran by the same logic and the same rules. You watch something like Nightcrawler, that movie, which is a very good, very fucked up movie, but Jake Gyllenhaal is like hired as someone to like run around and sort of get footage of high conflict things, right? Like car accidents and crime scenes and murders, and like it's always been the sort of like moneymaker in media, you know? Like fucking true crime is massive. Like even forgetting about that, like true crime is massive, and the core sort of like concept of true crime is like covering terrible shit and awful people. And like we're thirsty for it. There's something about it that was like we rush to, you know? It's interesting, like how the fuck do people do this? Oh my god, that's a thing that can happen in this world. Holy shit, you know? I think it's fun to just like it. Star Wars fan episode 8, but I found quite a dialogue insincere. Yeah, I do like some of the criticisms around Remake and Rebirth. I also find like a bit insincere. Ocarina of Time remake, dude. I have to play Ocarina. I've never played Ocarina, like even the OG. I was a PlayStation kid, so I didn't have an N64. Like I watched a cousin play Ocarina like a bit. You know what I mean? But I don't really have like. The only thing I remember from Ocarina is the little voice, because it kind of became like a pop culture thing of the that's the little fairy that talks. Like I know that. Navi, yeah. Listen, hold on. Ocarina of Time. Hey, listen.
Hello, look. Hey, listen. Watch out. Hello,
It's so fucking cute.
look. Hey, listen.
It's so cute. I do get a kick out of that sound. What was I gonna say? But yeah, so we have a lot. It was your text notification for a while. Yeah, I forgot where I'd seen it. I saw somebody use it as a notification type thing too, I think. It's good. Oh shit, I gotta add one thing and then we'll get into it. So somebody asked earlier in chat about when's the next time we might see something major. I do think it is most likely, what am I looking for? It's most likely, so there's a few events that Hamaguchi mentioned one point pretty recently. So essentially, what makes the most sense as like a next thing, I think the next big thing will be Tokyo Game Show, because that's even how like Rebirth worked with its marketing. But there may be, he's even talked about like PAX West as a possibility. He's talked about Gamescom as like, and I think they're really in the marketing push. How to Dismantle and Adam with a $20 super chat. Oh my God, thank you so much. Well, I understand being critical of something you love. It's sad to think people can even entertain the things Square are trying. I'm hopeful that as creatives, they want to tell the same story, but a little different. People can't entertain this. Yeah. Sorry, I misread that for a second. So people can't entertain the things Square are trying. I'm hopeful that as creatives, they want to tell the same story, but a little different. I mean, that was probably the biggest motivation for my video, right? Like that's why I had that that part where I pulled that clip from Ratatouille about the critic and like it's easy to criticize things, but like my whole thing with it was trying to understand potentially what they're trying to do as creatives. Like that was the premise of like the video that I made. It wasn't like to sort of answer exactly what will come next. In fact, the very first like idea that I had for the video was just up to pretty much the thesis, antithesis, synthesis thing. Like that was really what I was going to focus on. And then when I was like writing the actual script and like writing the video, so I built all the way to there, like in my outline. And then I was like, well, it feels like it's going to be a little disappointing if I don't at least pitch what a potential synthesis could be. So my initial like idea for my video was I wasn't even going to have like a theory for like what comes next, because you know it just didn't like that wasn't really the focus. I wanted to explain like the possible like creative reasoning for like why the middle played out the way that it did. And like I said, my intention wasn't even to like have a theory, but like I said, as I wrote it and like I got to that point in the outline of like what I was gonna write, I was like, it feels a little flat if I just ended here, right? Like almost like the traditional sort of needs of a narrative arc demanded that I like at least give some example of what I mean. Like try to put to practice like what it is that I just explained and like just like kind of intellectually sort of explained, you know what I mean? So it was like, all right, so if that's the case, like if this is sort of the middle point and the reason for the middle point, and it's all about the sort of like primary theme of the game, then what is possibly the primary sort of like theme slash central dramatic argument that the remake trilogy could be making? And so it's like, all right, so what are the themes? And then that's how the rest of the video sort of like came together. That's how I got to a like theory of sorts as to like what might happen at the end of it all. But yeah. Did you guys see Hamaguchi talked a bit about having children? Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. That's a big topic for today. Playable demo on January 30th. That would be cool. It'd probably be too early for like a spring 2027 release. They will do like an anniversary thing though. I think they'll do like some kind of anniversary event, some kind of like drop of content or something. People don't know how to be respectful and think deeper. And that was the other thing that I mentioned also. And like at the literal beginning of my video was like, I hate that it's this sort of like, everything is just so binary, right? It's like either you fucking love something, you fucking hate something. And like that's Twitter, right? Like that's social media in particular, but like especially Twitter. Sorry, I think my but especially Twitter, where it's like, do you see it on there? It's like people who like fucking love something or fucking hate something, where it's like this theory fucking stupid, this theory fucking great. You know what I mean? Very rarely is there in between. Very rarely is there like, oh, I kind of see what you're saying, or you know, like it's just so rare. And like that's why my video is structured the way it is, right? It's how it's like, it's why I'm like, here's what this side thinks, like here's what I kind of think is another way at it. It's like, you know, people think, oh, everything is just like gonna be like the original, and here's all the reasons why that sort of makes sense, but then here's the reasons why it also kind of doesn't make sense. And so at the end of it, like, here's what I think. That's why it's a 2-hour goddamn video. I tried to be as fair to like all the different interpretations and takes and different perspectives on the theory as possible. And then you know, you still get nuts who, you know, respond to my stuff as if I'm like pushing a particular thing, or if I'm like, you know, really trying to force feed something, or if I'm completely like ignoring counter evidence, like the fucking quote, the Hamaguchi quote I shared yesterday, where it's like, oh yeah, sure, I highlighted the part where it was like, you know, where he talked about the canon thing, but they acted as if like I completely removed like the quote underneath it, as if I cropped out the bottom part where it said like, because we haven't reached the end of the compilation. It's there, motherfucker. Like it's in the screenshot. You can still read it for yourself. I, of course, highlighted the part that I found most interesting and I think is most telling, and we'll talk about why. But don't act as if I'm like, if I completely removed all the context. Like of all people, accusing me of that type of shit, when I feel like I'm the most open, or at least directly address a lot of like counter theories. I literally include counter theories in my actual theory video. People who care too much about being right, I'll be happy for any theories, but I've been proven wrong, especially if it's executed well. Yeah, the extreme, it's just extreme take culture. Character limit on Twitter is an excuse to be deliberately mean-spirited and omit all nuance for the sake of dunking. Yeah, 100%. All right, so let's get into it. Oh wait, Elias. All right, cool. So let me. I was called out as a good theory, bro. That's funny. Yeah, but the thing is, like that audience, he sort of like cloud air shippers too. Like, I think that they see my content as like some kind of validation of their ship, which is not, which it isn't, and is not the intention of it either. Like, it's that community is fractured between like change means you're pro cloud and earth, and No change means you are pro Cloud and Tifa. I don't understand why. I think if fucking Advent Children were averted and there weren't a Geostigma world and like that whole thing, like Cloud and Tifa could still be together. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like none of that stuff is really affected by change. I don't want to get into it. Like I don't get it. I don't understand how they react to my stuff. It is perplexing and I don't even want to engage with it. But that's why I said like it was less and less fun to share it, because then I saw people like retweeting it and like sharing it around for those reasons. And I'm like, those aren't the conversations I want to be having. Like, so that's why it's less fun. It's fun to talk about with you guys because we don't deal with all that. But yeah, Twitter it just feels like it's become more and more of that is happening on there for sure. All right, cool. So let's go into, let's get into the actual main show. Oh, before we start, actually, the one thing I do want to pull up is in terms of the next big thing. So again, Hamaguchi has talked about several events. He's talked about Summer Games Fest. I mean, he's talked about Gamescom, even PAX West he mentioned at one point. And then he mentioned TGS. And TGS, Tokyo Game Show 2023, FF7 Rebirth, was where they had this, if you don't remember. They had a big event for FF7 Rebirth at Tokyo Game Show. Did a whole big stage show.
Special guest who loves Final Fantasy a game, and it makes become a crystal by himself. His name is Mr. Noda Crystal from the comedian Magical Lovely.
Ooh, this king with the Buster Sword.
Thank you for joining us.
But they had a whole, like, Hamaguchi was here. I'm pretty sure Katase was here. They talked about sort of the general whatever. They like, as they do in a lot of these Japanese events, they have like grids and graphs and they explain everything. They basically build Google Slides like I do for these streams. And then it was funny because I was I was talking with some of the other creators yesterday about it's like my Google Slides. And I'm like, first of all, I do it because it was like, I know a lot of you watch on mobile, right? So it's easier for you to take in, for you to like visibly see a quote like this, where I pull out the text and I make it bigger for you guys. Because I know, like, I've seen the analytics. Like, I know people, like a lot of people, at least like 60% are like watching on their phones, maybe just listening, but also maybe actually watching on their phone. So I try to make it easier because like, if I just pull up an article, like it's harder to see the text. So that's a big reason why I do it. And so obviously this is very like my friend was like, so another content creator was like, oh, you're very, it's so corporate. I'm like, dude, well, I do work a corporate job. So, but I use the corporal experience for good. I'm like IRL Reeve. I'm basically IRL Reeve. And then they jumped back. SubTXT is a furry confirmed. And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. But yeah, they did they did this Tokyo Game Show where they had these Google Slides. But then they also ran around the grasslands. Like, this is the first like demonstration of the grasslands.
Walking in that direction. So I'd like to give some explanation.
Like, we hadn't seen grasslands gameplay, like transferable skills. Yeah.
We'd like to explain battle system.
And then I remember like watching Max's reactions to this TGS stuff, and he had played Rebirth before. He had played, I think, like that little Junon demo that eventually got released to the public. So this is his first time like really seeing the open world, or maybe he had just played the Nibelheim stuff at that point. This is the first time we saw any kind of open world combat and whatnot and exploration. And he was like losing his mind because even he hadn't seen the game do this kind of stuff yet. So that's what I'm looking forward to on Tokyo Game Show. We're gonna get the first real demonstration of how a lot of things work, probably most likely right like the high wind. I would assume they're gonna like show the high wind. Maybe they'll do a demonstration of like the branching paths that they talked about in terms of like side content and side quests. They could do a lot of that type of stuff where it's like they can demonstrate this is what we mean by like you make a choice and here's how it affects. Or maybe they say that for labor, maybe they say that for like a state of play, but they will show like jumping out of the high wind, how you sort of like maybe choose where you land, or how you use Pico, or some of the things that Pico will learn and then be able to do. Like there's a lot of things they could demonstrate in that TGS stream whenever they do that, when they do that later in the year when TGS comes around. I assume they'll do something similar. Would it be like new stuff that we haven't seen in action? Maybe things that they've described to us in interviews but haven't yet shown. They'll be able to like actually show it. So I'm super excited for that. So let's get started. Let's see. Haven't posted the middle manager. Double checking chat. Okay. Shenra middle manager subtext Kanchan. God damn it. You are correct. You are very correct. So, even deeper secrets. So we're gonna be doing both, obviously, like Revelation stuff. We're gonna play. I'll do like a little brief recap too of what happened so far in Path B of NieR. I was planning on putting together like a little supercut of like the major moments, but I just didn't have time before stream. So we'll just have to do that. We'll have to do that live because it has been practically a month since we played NieR on stream. But getting into it. So again, shout out. This is like such a low tempo song. I feel like I need some other vibes. Here we go. So patrons on Patreon, thank you so much. I forgot to check if there's anybody new. I doubt it though, but let me just double check. No, it's all the same. But thank you to Stalic, Spartan, the Rayleigh Criterion, Oz, Sephiroth, Ben Bolton, and the last Belgian, who I saw earlier in chat and I believe couldn't stick around because of Father's Day, which makes a ton of sense. But if you want to join and be included in the scroll on the side, it is patreon.com/subtext_, because somehow the regular subtext was taken. But let's get into it. Also, if you're watching on YouTube and if you throw a like on the stream, there are 151 people watching right now. I don't know how many likes that there are, but if we can get that number to sort of like match or get close to how many people are watching, that obviously helps more people find the stream and all of that. So, and the VOD too. There's somehow more FF7 news. So first, missed details. So I went back and there were like a few interviews. As best as I tried to like cover everything last week, there were just things that I missed. So I went back to interviews that I maybe missed and tried to like bring out some things that I found interesting. There are a few that actually do help sort of like clarify some stuff that we read last week. Actually, we're 40 minutes into stream already. I was just curious how long we've been streaming. 40 fucking minutes? There's no way. So missed details. So going back to the press release that was on the Square Enix site, this is what they said. Cloud Strife and his loyal companions face a world that teeters on the brink of annihilation. Grieving a beloved ally and their nemesis Sephiroth nearing godhood, the party takes to the skies aboard the airship High Winds in a race against time to stop NieR, the ultimate destructive magic, and the total obliteration of the planet. Final Fantasy VII delivers the unforgettable, breathtaking finale of one of the most ambitious projects in video game history and the culmination of 30 years of Final Fantasy VII storytelling. I thought this was interesting. I missed this language. It's kind of similar to what Nomura said in his like statement with the announcement, but it's like culmination of 30 years of FF7 storytelling. And we'll talk about it in the Gamer interview that came up, but where they talked about the compilation and that the remake trilogy as a whole is meant to like sort of remake the compilation as well. which is a fascinating thought if you really think about what that means, because a lot of people just see it as it's a seamless integration of this version of FF7 into the broader compilation. Like the compilation exists, but the OG existed before it, and now Remake sort of like slots in very neatly. I don't think that's the intention. I think it is to bring all of that to a culmination of 30 years of Final Fantasy VII storytelling, where the next step isn't just going back and revisiting the compilation with new context. It is that sort of like full context and culmination coming within this project. So I don't think that should be a controversial take. It seems like exactly what they're saying. But Twitter exists. So to step forward, in the reveal trailer, the party sets off across a world without boundaries. The entire planet is freely explorable via the iconic Highwind airship. Players can drop in by a parachute anywhere, seamlessly transition from air to land. With meteor descending and enormous weapons unleashing terror, the planet's conflicts are many, and the party will need to divide and conquer. Choose where to go, who to help, and in what order as the planet itself fights for survival. Make one last stand beside a beloved cast of legendary heroes, making decisions along the journey that can impact aspects of their stories. Customize combat by switching between real-time, tactical, etc. I think this has been the most clear. Weirdly, it's like, should have just read the goddamn press release, but this is even more clear, or more clarity on a lot of the things the developer said last week, where it's like that we're gonna have one singular endpoint, but there are gonna be these like choices in between the game, like during the journey of the game and course of the game, that impact sort of the character stories that you experience, and sort of like how, you know, and that there will be sort of like moments where you have to make choices that will close off other paths. And so you can't literally experience everything in one shot, in one playthrough. And so things like choosing where to, like the party having to divide and conquer. I think that's also why you see like Yuffie as a party leader at some point. You know, you're going to see more of the party sort of like branch off and split off and do different things, because as they also said in those interviews last week, they like the first two games were heavily centered around Cloud for obvious reasons, but this one, they want to make sure they do justice to like all the characters, and especially considering the inclusion of people like Sid and Vincent. Like, we're gonna have to see more of them. So how do you handle a cast of like 9 characters or 8 characters? How many are there total again? I think it might be 8. I think it's 8, especially if you remove Aerith, but then you have to include, you know, the whatever they do with Zack and Aerith too. So it could be like 10 characters. But either way, they have a lot of characters to juggle. And so like, how do you do that if they're all just like traveling together and all together at the same time? It's kind of hard to like manage all those storylines. I think there'll be a lot of like jumping between parallel stories, similar to how they did, for example, in Nibelheim in FF7 Rebirth, where you have Cloud's party who go off and try to get the sort of like the pass, the ID card or whatever. You get the ID card from the dude, and then also Kate Sith and Barrett and I think Aerith like have that other mission that's happening at the same time. So I think you're gonna see moments where it's like that, like Sid and Vincent are off doing something, Yuffie and Red 13 are doing something, Cloud and Tifa are doing something. Like, everyone's gonna be sort of like split up, and you're gonna be tackling multiple things at once. And there may be moments, obviously, as I say here, where it's like where they have to make choices, where it's like choose where to go, who to help, and in what order as the planet itself fights for survival. We're gonna have to make choices. If we're gonna go here, deal with this, we might not have time to go over there and deal with it. And it's actually a much more fun and interesting implementation of like what they tried to do in the OG, where it's like you have to run around and deal with the huge materia and these different episodes of huge materia conflicts. I just think it could be really cool. This actually, reading it this way made it all that more, like, maybe even more excited about the possibilities. And there's more quotes that we'll read that talk about this, but this idea of like having to like tackle multiple things all happening at one time and like different parties being split up, oh, it's gonna be so good. And like getting quality time with different characters and different moments of the story, fuck, I cannot wait. Let me read, let me catch up a chat. I was 12 when I played OG. Boggles my mind. It's been 30 years. It's crazy, Jade. It's crazy. I was younger, but yeah. It's nuts. That's been the consistent point from the devs since day one. It's a total reimagining. AC not being canon makes perfect sense. I think the creative challenge would be to go into AC and Dirge, but show us things in Remake Trilogy that make us realize things about AC and Dirge, basically give it more context than we imagine with the trilogy. I understand that perspective. I just don't think that adds up even now. And I'll play something specifically. I'll show an example of that later in stream. 60 years. It's like all the events are going to happen regardless if we interact with them or not. Or depending on when we choose to do them, they'll be at different stages. Yeah, some of these do, like when I reread this, it's like choose where to go and like the what order. It does seem like some things will be just like what order that you do them, but in another interview I'm pretty sure I pulled, it does seem to be like there are like branching moments where it's like you have to do either this or do this. But we'll get to that quote for sure. Was still in my dad's sack when the OG came out. My God. All right. So Hamaguchi in FF7 Rebirth, the world map. So this is an automaton interview, and I missed a couple of details that were in this that were actually really helpful and really interesting. This is actually where I think he gets into that sort of like choice, right? That branching path choice concept, or it could be later, I'm not sure. In FF7 Rebirth, the world map was packed with content, and no matter what order players tackled it in, there were no disadvantages. You could simply start from whatever interested you first, and eventually you'd clear everything. We designed it to give players a sense of security. And that was true, right? Like as you play Rebirth, you could sort of like do everything in the world, and really the only cost is like your own pacing and like when you do it. But eventually you could do everything. You could even like beat the game, chapter select, go to chapter 13, and then sort of like do all the extra side stuff that you missed, right? Like there was nothing that was ever closed off from like a side content perspective. Everything was you could eventually do everything, to the point that, like, as Automaton said, true, it felt a bit like popping bubble wrap. Like the sort of like checklist dynamic of it, where it feels like you're just like popping bubble wrap. Okay, did this one, did this one, did this one. That's what like Johnny's wall felt like, right? It's like 88 fucking tasks, and like, you know, now you gotta pop each of those 88. You gotta do all these things. Gotta do this chocobo race. Oh shit, gotta do gears and gambits. Like those are all sort of, it was just a big, the entire game was a checklist. There was literal checklist, but also like you felt that feeling of like just stepping through and doing everything. Fat music. Hey, you guys like Final Fantasy? The bubble wrap simile was good. It was so good. Like that's why I literally had to like do a like reveal of that line, of that response, because it was like such a good analogy. But yeah, that is what Rebirth felt like, and I think that's been the primary complaint about the world mechanics and like how the world sort of played out in Rebirth. It's just like that bubble wrap feeling, and that is something they're trying to deal with, the Ubisoft thing. So then he responds, right? So Hamaguchi did laugh to that. He's like, exactly. But I don't think that was a bad thing in itself. I think it worked really well for Rebirth. However, when developing FF7 Revelation, we wanted to change things. So this time, we're asking players to make more choices of their own. We've included far more sections in this game where players' choices are so crucial that they can alter not only how they progress through the game, but even the direction of the storytelling itself. In that sense, players will need to make decisions under a certain amount of tension, and I think that's one of the biggest differences from FF7 Rebirth. This is a game where your experience changes based on your choices, yet things ultimately converge toward a single conclusion. And so he talked about that too, right? Monotonous, yes, yet satisfying. Yeah, Jade, that was kind of the Rebirth experience to some extent. But it's like, this is actually really, this is what really got me excited. Specifically this line, right? Of like, in that sense, players will need to make decisions under a certain amount of tension. And I think that's one of the biggest differences from FF7 Rebirth. Like you should have that feeling at this point in the story. You should have that feeling in Disc 2 of FF7, where it just feels like everything is falling to shit, everything is happening, and oh my god, how do we deal with this? Oh my god, this weapon is attacking over here. Holy shit, we have to stop this like submarine, you know, that has a huge materia. Oh my god, now they're going to space. We need to stop that. Like, there is so much of a feeling of like, oh fuck, like everything is happening all at once. How do we deal with this? And that being a reason for you to have to make some choices under tension is interesting. This will hit different. Yeah, I think a choice to decide if Fifi steals our materia or not. If we let Wutai, if we put off Wutai for too long, she'll grow impatient enough to do it. Holy shit, Let's Mosey. That's a really cool idea. So let me reread that for chat in case anybody missed it. Let's Mosey 777 says, I think our choices will decide if Yuffie steals our materia or not. If we put off Wutai for too long, she'll grow impatient enough to do it. That is such a cool way to do that, right? And could you imagine after, like, you know, playing through the game, we're all gonna have our individual playthroughs, and it's like, we're gonna be like, oh shit, they didn't do the Yuffie stealing our materia thing. And then you say that to somebody else, and then somebody else is like, wait, no, she stole my materia. And then you're like, wait, how the fuck, why did she steal your materia? Like, that would be really fucking cool. That would be really, really cool. And that is the way that I think you do that sort of like, that thing that they talked about in interviews last week, where it's like, feeling of the path and the journey and the character stories will be different. Fuck, that's a really cool, that's a great example. That's a really cool example. Fuck. Yeah, I like that a lot. That would be insanely dynamic and awesome. Yeah, now it's almost like, now I'm like, damn it, Let's Mosey, that was too good of an idea. Mosey, you fucking cooked too hard. Now our expectations are like here. Now our expectations are here. Why did you do that to us? That is a really cool idea. Stop the stream and answer my thread, I dare you. Why are you avoiding me? What are you talking about, Steed? First of all, I replied to you twice on Twitter, like while I was prepping for stream. And then you're coming into stream and being antagonistic? What the fuck is that? Oh, I'm teasing, bro. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? I was like, where's this energy coming from? But okay. Implying that answering me is better than streaming. I would have to respectfully disagree, Steve. Respectfully disagree. I'll read it after stream. The fact that different paths converge toward this conclusion has me worried. No, I don't think that's the case. So I had a thought about this too. Hey, what's going on, Luis? What was I gonna say? Oh, it's later. Okay. I had a thought about that, but I'll maybe save it for where did I bring it up? It is here. So let's read a couple of these other quotes and then I'll get to that point in terms of like why things converge into a singular ending, which I'm very happy about. I want a singular ending. Like, Lord knows we debate shit way too much already. Like we all we do is debate in this fucking fandom, and it's tiring and exhausting. So give us one conclusive ending and make us all sit with it and stare at it and understand it. Like, please, for the love of God. If it just ends as the OG, just end as the OG. If it ends as something more than that, end as something more than that. Like, fuck, dude, I can't. I can't do it. I do not want multiple endings, because the other implication, right, is like multiple endings where then everyone has their own version of how the story ends. That would be awful. That would be terrible. Give us an ending so we can't debate how it ended. Only debate is whether you or not you liked it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that'll work out that way. I'm sure people will still debate, you know, what is actually truth or not. That feels inevitable with this particular fandom, but I mean, it happens in other games too, to be honest. So continuing, speaking of choices, you mentioned being a fan of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, where the player decisions can dramatically affect NPCs, like causing them to disappear or meet a happy or tragic fate. Is FF7 Rebirth or Revelation going to go that far? Hamaguchi said, I wouldn't say we're directly following what The Witcher does, so how are we expressing those consequences instead? I'd like to keep that under wraps for now, and he laughs. FF7 is a series where fans feel strong affection towards the characters, so we're aiming for an experience where the player's actions determine what they'll see more deeply through the characters. So this is a great, like, that, where the actions determine what they'll see more deeply through the characters. That Yuffie example is a great example of that, right? In terms of it'll affect sort of like how her story goes and how she interacts with us, how she interacts with the party. That could be a really cool example of like that very idea. And then Automaton said, I noticed the trailer says something along the lines of, how you play is up to you, suggesting a higher degree of freedom in gameplay. What kind of freedom are we talking about? And Hamaguchi says, fundamentally, player involvement in the game, the choices we discussed earlier, can directly affect both gameplay progression and storytelling to the point of the narrative branching. Though, if I put it that way, it might end up coming off as a multi-ending game. And that is where Hamaguchi then said, it's going to be one ending. Don't worry, it's going to be one ending. But the idea of like narrative branching, I think is very interesting. Hey, what's going on Evra? Vastly different journeys, all converging on the same ending. Yeah. I mean, FF16 has a singular ending too, technically, but lots of room for interpretation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hope it won't be that open-ended either, you know, because you could have a singular ending that's fairly open-ended. All the vibes of their responses have been, it's gonna tell you the goddamn ending. Did I play 16? Yeah, I played through 16. I did everything in 16. I finished all the side quests in 16. I did everything in 16. It was okay. There are moments I like about it more than others. I mean, my take on it isn't tremendously different from a lot of other takes, like crazy highs, crazy lows. Not a fan of like the MMO sort of like structure of things, and that's coming from someone who played 14. But anyway, that's a whole other Pandora's box to open. But this idea of the narrative branching, right? And we see this in the Ultimania. In fact, like I mentioned this to Steed on Twitter, like right before the stream, where you have this element, right? I've shown this before, but where is it? Like in Remake, it depicts this as the flow of events, right? Where, in fact, now that I look at it, I didn't even notice this before, but it's showing both the original version of the intro and then the remake version of the intro, right? And so it's basically saying that both of these events follow along this stream, and this stream sort of like branches out. Sometimes it sort of like seems, maybe this can even indicate like some level of deviation, but ultimately it like coalesces back down into the one singular flow, right? But then we hit the Nexus event of the Whisper Harbinger fight, where we defeat the Whisper Harbinger, and then this is how the live stream is depicted in the Rebirth Ultimania, where suddenly the singular flow branches off, right? And so it, you know, suddenly it branches off to, you know, him going to the Shinra building to speak to Hojo. Here he's sitting outside of the church and he's not sure what the fuck to do. Here we have the Aerith and Cloud Dream. Here there's a whole different branch. Like all these things branch in different ways and different paths and different directions. And so I don't know if it's going to branch in that like multi-world way, but I also think about this quote from last week where, so Zach's going to feature in this game too. And he says, I'm glad you brought that up. Zach's the topic of a lot of conversation. Really, he serves as a character through which we convey the world and the workings of the FF7 Remake series and how they slightly differ from the OGs. You've got these elements that differ a little between the original game and the Remake series, right? With the last game, we illustrated this concept that there are multiple timelines, but if we were to communicate that directly through worlds, it would take away a lot of the allure, right? With this game, Zach continues to carry out that role. He'll have more screen time than before, and we've at least made him an even more important part of the game experience. So really what I want to focus on though is this concept of like the workings of the world and whatnot. Now again, I don't think I don't know if like I don't think these branches are meant to be in a multi-world sense. But like when you think back on what happened in Rebirth, at the end, let me pull it up. When he's making his choices, we see these like branches form, right? Is it? No, the tunnel one's the best one. Here we go. Zach tunnel. Ironic that 14 music was playing when we were just talking about 16 and 14. But you know, here he makes a choice, right? He's like, what do I do?
Hang in there, Cloud.
He makes a decision, right? And so for him, in his playthrough, he's choosing like this path. Like this is what he's gonna do. And effectively, at least in this iteration of the world, this path then becomes cut off, right? Like this eventuality where he goes and helps Big is like a different world sort of thing. So there's sort of like, that's kind of the vibe that I get from how they talk about the side missions. Again, I don't think it means that they're gonna like these events or these side things are gonna split off and make new worlds. I don't think, but it's going to be a similar thing where like I make a choice. I am Zach. I am riding to the Shinra building. And so like that is the path of this playthrough. Right. And so it's going to cut me off from that other sort of way things could turn out in the path toward the end. And if I want to see that version, then I need to play, you know, I need to do a second playthrough that's in the Dashandi verse effectively. Like in my own, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's literally the worlds, but it's that that concept of like I make a choice and then I follow that path of choices, right? And I think the similar thing is going to play out in terms of like how you play through each of your playthroughs, right? Like you do certain things that have an effect. Eventually, it all comes back together in the middle and like in the final conclusion. But there are different sort of like paths. There are all these different, you know, playthrough 1 can sort of like work like this. Playthrough 2 could sort of work like this. Playthrough 3 can kind of work like this. Even if they ultimately converge, you know? Let me catch up with chat, sorry. This song from Endwalker getting me emotional. I'm sorry. Fuck, I love it though. Endwalker is so goddamn good. Zach is going to be the key to bridging these stray worlds back together in a healthy way, I think. As the worlds unite, so too do they part. But what's to say they don't unite again? Yeah. It's actually that sort of like, that's that quote sort of in action. But in Rebirth, he is going to actually cut off. Yes, like because they show the different multiple sort of things. I'm thinking of replaying the whole 14 before the next expansion because I want to play through it. Dude, I've been wanting to replay Shadowbringers and Endwalker so fucking bad. I just need the time. They really created a great plot device with multiple worlds. In hindsight, if they're going to be multiple story options in gameplay way, yeah. How many different playthrough possibilities do you think there will be? Ooh, that's a good question. I do wonder if they'll even like say something like that. That would be a great question for one of these interviews to ask, right? Like if one of these interviews asked, so you've talked about how the narrative can sort of branch and you can't do everything in one single playthrough. Like how many potential combinations of things could there be? Like how many potential playthroughs could there be that a player can go through to like see everything? That would actually be a hell of a goddamn question. That might be one of the #1 questions I would ask if I had a chance to ask him anything. They gave us 5 worlds, so yeah. Give me 1 second. Why is this cooling down? Sorry, my AC is like not cooling the apartment. I'm like hot. I think there's a reason. Usually if it happens like right now, the temperature is like set to be like 72 and it's 76 in here. So it wasn't cooling the way it was supposed to. And usually you just need to like turn it off and turn it on, you know? Yeah, opening a window, I would, but it's also hot in New York right now. Like, fuck, what is the weather right now? That's why it feels like 76 in here. It's 80 degrees outside. It's 80 degrees and New York is humid as fuck. So if I just open the window, it'll just make it hotter in here. I feel like. This is from lived experience. So hopefully the AC starts working the way it should. Oh yeah, the right side of the weapon. So this is a little bit of a detraction or a divergence. But somebody asked, or D-Sphere asked, the weapons that saves Tifa in Rebirth is a massive cut on its right side from when Rebirth attacked it. If you see a weapon with a cut in the open world of Revelation, do not kill it. But I'm actually curious, because we kind of do see the right side of it, right? I'm going to bring that up. I have the full trailer like downloaded in like 4K, so let's take a look at it. Like when you see, where do you see the damn thing? Is it in this trailer? Oh, it's in the gameplay. Oh no, it's here. So we do see the right side of it because somebody asked about if there was a scar, and I forgot to check. You see the side of it here. Ugh, it's very fast. Very low res. Maybe YouTube might even be better. Hold on. FF7. I think even the color of it felt different though. Somebody was mentioning FF7 Revelation trailer. This AC is not kicked on, which is not good. Is there a message from the building it? No. Fuck. Okay. Actually, you know what? I have a fan I could use too. Oof. Hot. Hopefully you can't hear the fan. But it will help me. Can you hear the fans to the side of me when I turned it on? Hopefully not. But at least that way I can get some air. Because yeah, it feels like it might not. It might be a hot stream. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get the AC working apparently. But I'll have to hit up the people. Sure. So you don't hear it. Okay, good. Okay. I might have to let that. I might, because if I might have to reach out to. Give me 1 second, chat. To like, give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna go BRB and I'm gonna like contact them to potentially fix it. Because if it's not working tonight, I got to do it while they're here, like while any of the maintenance people are here. 1 second. This is a very good fan. Everyone's still there? Sorry. I really needed to make sure that at least gets looked at hopefully today. Because yeah, it would be a very miserable night if I don't have any cooling. This fan is very helpful though. So very powerful fan. Yeah, it's a real, like, it's just like a spinning fan. It's like one of those, like, I think it's called like a tornado or something like that. And it's just like a rotating fan. It's like a vertical rotating fan. It's very good. It's very fucking cool. Like shockingly cool. I use it at night, especially like I'll have the AC, but I'll also have that like blowing sort of like toward the bed. I sort of like just like a nice like cooling breeze that's like directly hitting me. Mostly like my feet. Let's see if we could find. Actually, it is a regular trailer. That's right. A tornado. I don't know if it's a tornado. What brand is it? Looks like the brand is called Drio. I'm sure I just got it off of Amazon or something or somewhere, but it's good. Let's look at the weapon moment. Sorry, this is like a little bit of a distraction, but I am curious if you could see the right side of it.
Far as I
think you can for sure.
don't distinguish.
I just don't know if you can see it clearly enough.
Friend and foe.
Save the
Is there a gash? Because that's the right side, and then Sephiroth did attack the right side. It might even be a different one. You know, like there were two of them. It's impossible to tell. It's impossible. Like he has like craggy shit all over him. It's kind of impossible to tell. So who knows? Who knows if this is the one he attacked? Who knows if it's the other one? I'm sure it's probably a different marker to sort of like tell. It's probably like a different aspect of its coloring. I can give you a hint. Fucking things evolved. We're on land now. Yeah. Let's continue. With some of these quotes. So we already went through this. So, Hamaguchi, another difference is that in FF7 Rebirth, most quests were largely self-contained within a single area. In FF7 Revelation, content difficulty and variety are no longer limited to individual regions. For example, you might pick up a quest in one location, then have to travel to another area to progress it, and then continue on to a third. Some quests will have you flying all over the world before they're completed. This is also super exciting. Like I've talked about how, well, when you think about how you experience quests in Rebirth, right? Like they're localized to like that place and that like that area wherever you are, like the chicken fucking quest, right? Like all that stuff happens in like that particular area. So I think there's something really interesting too. I've always wanted quests that sort of like span larger areas or a little more in depth, you know what I mean? Where you like all the Rebirth, a lot of the Rebirth ones were like quick little bits or like quick little hits, and you get like a little bit of character interaction, but a lot of them weren't particularly deep. There were some that had more to it, like when you one of the best ones in terms of like storytelling is, in my opinion at least, is the one in Corel where you have to go find the robe that had gotten kidnapped or whatever. So you have to go through that mine, and then you eventually get to the end of it, and you get more story of like how Cloud deals with like the prospect of being one of these robed guys, right? Like they build that story there. Let me see if I can find it real quick. But it was a very involved side quest, and I really like that aspect of like that quest. Like if it was the most fun, you know, side quest or not is another thing. But yeah, like Meridian Ocean also is like more involved. I want more quests to like feel more meaty and more like worthwhile like that. Robe, kidnapped, robe. Thank you, Lung User, for the follow. Kidnapped, robe, Corel, side quest. Of Robe the Men, and yeah, this one. I wonder if it even shows the cutscenes, because usually this power picks thing. Oh yeah, it is showing the cutscenes. So you go, right, and you like you go through this whole thing, and at the end, you realize that Lung User, it could be any of us.
Much, whatever would. Aren't you a clever?
The best part of it though is the very end.
Dog or no dog, they're never gonna be able to put.
I knew we should have. The kid's eyes. He's a soldier.
No
There's no
wonder
music
he
in
wiped
this
the floor with
recording.
that monster. But time ain't on his side. Even the strongest ones don't stay strong for long. Sooner or later, he'll wind up like all the rest, another mumbling hooded freak. Stay a while! sure you got lots to catch up on.
So it reinforces this like potential destiny for Cloud, right? That's weird. There's absolutely no music in this recording.
Glad to see our man still alive.
Chocobo Billy side quest. Yeah. Chocobo Billy side quest. That's another good example. It has a whole story to it. Exactly. That's so I want them to have more to it. And the Chocobo Billy one actually does span a couple different regions. So I would really ideally like for more of the quests to have more of that like long-term or like just like more substantive sort of things than a lot of the quests in Rebirth. Bonjour, monsieur. Comment allez-vous? I don't know. I can't speak French, but what's going on? I always got confused by that when it came to French. Like when I went to France, and it was like, from my understanding, I could be totally butchering the pronunciation, but like, you know, it's a Comment, and then when I heard people say it, it sounded like como, like in Spanish. So, and I think it means the same thing. I think it means how, right? Like I believe like como allez-vous is like how are you, is like at least how I'm probably saying a little bit more in Spanish. But it was interesting to me like how much of like the French letters seemed like they just weren't pronounced, you know what I mean? Ça va. Got it. So it's obviously a lot of similarities because they're all Latin languages, but yeah. The French like to not pronounce half the letters. Yeah, I noticed that in my time in Paris. What's next? Where was I? Oh yeah, so flying all over the world, doing like the quest kind of like spanning and like being like very, there's a lot more like also there was another comment that Hamaguchi had somewhere else where he said that the side quest would be like as like almost like as involved as like the main story, but she kind of said the same thing for Rebirth, and I didn't quite feel that, so who knows like how true that is. But there are games that do side quests really well, like God of War. I think their side quests are really good. I haven't played Witcher 3, but obviously that's sort of like the gold standard of that. I even thought like I know the game gets a lot of flack, but like Horizon Forbidden West, second Horizon game, I thought it did side quests a lot better too. Like there was more to them. The side quests in Yote too. I feel like those side quests were more involved. Cyberpunk, that has good side quests too. Like when I think of side quests in Rebirth, they were like good, but then I'm still comparing it to like games that I feel like have like great side quests, and so it's hard for me to like, you know, to I'm excited for side quests to have to be bigger and to be meatier, but I just want them to. I just hope they live up to that. There are like a couple that are pretty good. Even a couple of the smaller ones are really good. Not so much in terms of gameplay, maybe like the Tifa one in Calm, right? The Tifa card one has a really good story payoff. Like effectively the game is you go around and you play 3 different opponents in Queen's Blood, but then the end of it is like the whole thing about like the bartender recognizes the drink. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, wait, are you the bartender from the famous like Seventh Heaven? Oh shit, I would love to have a drink there, yada yada. And so like that one is very good too. Very short, very like localized and mine kind of relatively simple. That was a good side quest for like that story and for like her character story. But I'm looking for is like side quests, like if any of you have played God of War Ragnarok, there's like, for example, you go and you do the things where you free those like base, or not, like the flying sort of like flying jellyfish. You remember that side quest in God of War Ragnarok? But there's like a little story that plays out between Kratos and Atreus, like within that side quest, and it feels like it's like almost an isolated like story event, but it feels like it's given just as much care and polish as like a main story thing. That is sort of like that is how I I view really good side quests is like when they have all of that feeling to it. So I'm hoping that part 3 has that, because I think they hyped up Rebirth to be sort of like that, but I don't think it fully landed that. They were better than Remake. They still weren't like at that level. Yeah, the Tifa quest in Nibelheim is really good. The one with the cats and everything. That one is also really good. I did like that one. There's like a couple of spread out ones, you know, here and there. A bar on the Highwind, that'd be kind of cool. That would actually be kind of cool. I keep thinking about like, do you rebuild the seventh heaven in the post game, like as like part of the playable epilogue? But that would also be cool if you do a little, if there's like a little mini seventh heaven even on the ship. Matt saying, love your video, SubTXT. We think they are combining the huge materia storyline with weapon attacks with the Magnus materia. I think they kind of have to, Matt, because the huge materia now, the Magnus materia is like apparently like within the weapons. Because like and it would make the huge materia quest more interesting. Fuck, actually, you know, you're making me think of, Matt, like, like this scene that we just looked at, because in the original game the huge materia was like these randomly somewhat larger materia, but like they're still relatively small. Like you could pack them in Bugenhagen's attic, but you look at what happens in this like weapon attack, because I've been like thinking about it. I've been thinking about this as like, is this the I've been thinking about this like as, is this the weapon randomly attacking a location? But now that you mention that, I wonder if this is like the huge materia hunt, where like, is this Shinra actually being the aggressor? Like it, like when I first saw the scene, it almost looked like this weapon was randomly on the verge of attacking some kind of village, like Mediel. And then the Shinra and everyone is fighting against it. But I wonder if what's also potentially happening here is if Shinra is trying to, it's like targeting the weapons to sort of like get the huge materia from them, you know, to get the Magnus materia, because they totally would do that.
Oh my, is that a weapon I see?
As far as I can tell.
So it's like defending itself. Maybe Tifa's running to try to help it even.
These things don't distinguish between friend and foe.
Save the planet by killing her.
Huh. That would actually make some sense, right?
Protectors.
Yeah, like that could be what's happening even in that scene. It may not just be on its way to attack a city that then Shinra's fighting it off. It may be Shinra actively trying to hunt it to get the Magnus materia. I mean, they do that in fucking in Gongaga. Like they try to, like Scarlet tries to crane it, you know? The machine Yuffie is using might have originally been to extract the Magnus materia. Which machine that Yuffie's using? Oh, you mean here? Like in the...
Save the...
Like in the gameplay? Like in the gameplay trailer? When they show the weapon encounter. Where was that?
Incapable of untold destruction.
I would love to have that to actually defend the weapon. Yeah. Oh, granted, the Barrett does say we gotta like take it down. So it may not be what's happening. And like, why would Yuffie be helping, you know, attack it? If it was like Shinra's thing, you know? This may be, it may get to a point where we just have to defend Mediel.
Will be enough to stop them before it's too late.
This does seem like a construction, right? Oh, that was a healing thing.
As the world is...
There is green that pops up. Oh, it heals the party on the ground.
Will you be be enough
Oh, yeah,
to
it
stop
does.
them before it's too
It
late.
does heal the party. The party's at 1400. They have some red.
As the world is torn.
And yeah. God, there's still so many like things to dig into these fucking trailers that I hadn't even talked about or thought about. Yeah. All right. So where were we? But it is interesting, yeah. Les Mosey, I think the baby new weapons have been shown to be linked to Cloud, Tifa, and Aerie so far. Act to protect the Nebel memories, and Tifa have White Whispers, etc. The one in Mediel could be acting to get Cloud to fall into the live stream so he can snap out of it or something, but everyone interprets it as a threat because of course they would. Yeah, Les Mosey. That makes sense. It also is interesting that it's now that weapon that's attacking Mediel rather than Ultima weapon. And that could be the reason why, right? Is exactly to your point, the baby / new weapons are really definitely like helpful to the party. And like you said, they do have White Whispers. That makes sense that it would be attacking Mediel in order to like make sure that event happens. So the other thing, God, we're off track right now a little bit, but the other thing I've been trying to think about is when the fuck, we'll probably make this like a whole stream topic at some point, but when does Mediel happen? Because we know Northern Crater Whirlwind Maze happens relatively early, right? They talked about it as like, we'll get the high wind, which comes with the Junon escape within the first 5 or 6 hours. So it seems like the game starts essentially in the northern area, probably like pretty much right at the Northern Crater. Because the process of going through the Northern Crater, Sephiroth fucking with Cloud, then the real, like even on the way there, then even like Whirlwind Maze sequence itself will probably be fairly long and a lot more going on. And then the whole Black Materia scenario after that, and the conversation that happens, leading to Cloud giving Sephiroth the Black Materia. Then everyone falling in, and then you wake up in Junon, and then now there's gonna be like a whole escape sequence where you probably play as Cid and the party sort of stealing the High Wind, which is something I thought about while we were playing the original again. That alone could take up like 5 or 6 hours plus a prologue, right? So people have said like maybe we don't even do Icicle in here in like this original and like in the beginning, but we save that for later. So either way, like we're gonna have the Junon escape at about the 5-6 hour mark, right? That's when we get the High Wind. So then when does all the Mediel live stream stuff happen? Because you have the High Wind here, and then seemingly this is the first jump that you do, right? And it seems like the first jump connects to Mediel because in the Warriors of Hype video, they sort of like pointed that out. Like the land that they're aimed at looks like the Mediel area.
Set sail.
So let's watch it again.
Like,
Like
be expected to protect the whole world at once.
Like this has to be the first jump because Barrett has the dialogue that he has. They have a whole conversation about jumping. Sid explains how the parachutes work. Like this seems like to be the first jump, right?
Fast.
I am not jumping. No way, no how. Don't worry. These parachutes are top of the line. Pull the cord and pop. You'll be floating through the air like a feather.
Now there's a cut there. Actually, I didn't realize that cut before. Like there is a cut, like literally right there. So it doesn't mean that these two parts are linked. So that gives me hope because the one thing was I was like, shit, because if this is the first jump and the first jump is Mediel, I feel like that's really early to get to Mediel because I would think you would probably want the live stream sequence at about the halfway point of the game, right? Like that'd be the big turning point. Like that was the whole thing that I described in my Rebirth video, is like the middle of the story is sort of the turning point. And so the turning point in this one would be the resolution in the live stream sequence, Cloud finding himself, everything with him and Tifa and all that. All that happening at the middle of the story, and then we have real Cloud for the second half of the story. Like that makes the most sense for me. So actually now rewatching this, that actually makes me more hopeful because I also don't want, because like if you basically go from Junon to like Mediel, Then you also don't have a lot of time with Tifa as party leader. And I think there's a lot of like character growth and stuff that like happens with her. Like she's gonna be, once you get to Mideel, she will probably still stay with Cloud like she did in the OG. I would assume. And then that would give space for Sid to have his moment, sort of leading the party, for Yuffie to maybe go to Wutai. So I think you need time with Tifa as a party leader for a bit, right? So, but now this gives me a little bit more hope because I thought this scene was connected to this first jump. But when you watch it again, like literally right here, there's a cut. It's not a clean flow from this.
You'll be floating through the air like a feather.
Yeah, there's definitely a cut there. And yeah, it looks like Yuffie is party leader in the Yuffie mission, which makes sense.
Any moment in the open world, simply pilot the high wind to your destination and take a leap of faith. With the wind rushing past, destination. At any moment in the open world, simply pilot.
It did, yeah. That was, God, it goes by so fast, but yeah. That looks like the Mideel region. God, this would be so cool. Like, this should be probably closer to like 15 hours in. 12 to 15 hours in. Like, I think you want this to be like in story structure mode. Be at structure. Like, you would kind of want this to be the Act 1 break, right? Your better chart. This is probably the solid one. Very simplified, but you know, you'd want the early bit, the inciting incident will essentially be the Whirlwind Maze moment. And this will be effectively like the Whirlwind Maze Junon incident is like where this happens. Then I think this first act break would probably be finding Mideel. And then eventually, you know, you get to the midpoint, which I think is the live stream sequence. And then after that, it's probably like dealing with huge materia returns to Midgar. So you get to the sort of like ending the climax. And then they have to loop in a lot of shit in between this. They have to loop in Zack and Wutai and anything dealing with the world sort of stuff has to fit in here at some point. But yeah. Looks so cool. Like the screenshot of this also looks incredibly cool. I'm very curious how this will be. Just seeing how long this game is. I think it may even be the live stream sequence is plot point 1 in incident. And the setting is the high wind escape. I just feel like that's too soon for the live stream sequence. I feel like this is too soon for the live stream sequence. Like, the live stream sequence is such a massive moment. Like it completely changes and recontextualizes everything. It could be here, but this feels too fast. It feels too fast. Like if you were to split it into like 18 chapters, having the live stream sequence at like chapter 9 makes sense, you know? Having it at chapter 6 just doesn't feel right. There's gonna be such a revelation that happens at that moment, you know? So I think it's later. I think it's the middle. I've been thinking it's the middle for a long time. I could be wrong, you know, but hold on. We can also take things in a different order. Just catching up a chat. So much ground's covered, not to mention a game and 3 acts. Just yeah, I mean, it could be even like 4 acts. It does if they have something new planned for the midway point. I just don't know what's bigger for the midway point and the live stream sequence, though. You know, I guess we'll see. But yeah, it's like such an important point that like this is like the middle, the The midpoint is like where such a big fwah of like big shit happens in the middle of a story. I think the act 2 break is too late, possibly. It could work, but then you would have very limited time with like real Cloud. Like that's the thing I keep thinking about too, is like if you get him back at the latest in the midpoint, you at least get half the game with like half of one game in a 3-game series with like the real actual Cloud, right? And I think you want to give players time with the real Cloud. So you could rationalize that as like doing it even earlier. That way you have more. But I think you need to like Miss Cloud needs to sort of like you need some time to sit with what the fuck happened to him, especially for new players. So again, I'm still thinking like midpoint, but I also think midpoint is like the latest it'll happen, because you still want the rest of the game to have, you know, the real Cloud. The good time with real Cloud is the characterization needs it. Yeah, 100%. We had build up until now. It's time for payoff, which can only mean the majority of the story is in the final game. Yeah. But a good amount of time without Cloud, but equal amount of time lost with Cloud. Yeah. I agree, and I think the devs do too. That's one of the reasons we're getting the meteor in the sky pretty quickly in this game. Yeah. I agree that has to be halfway through the game, especially if they include the scene where Aerith and Zack die in the live stream. It's too big of a revelation to come so early in the game. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like so many big things. Like even like if you don't like include the Zack and Aerith stuff, like that seems to be teased in one of the quotes. Like Cloud's realization of who he is is like such a massive event that it feels like it fits the middle of the story, versus like just doing it as, you know, plot point 1. Like plot point 1 in OG is effectively like the Mako 5, the Reactor 5 attack, and like that twist on things, and then Cloud gets separated from the party. Plot point 1 in Rebirth is probably like Act 1 break is probably Costa del Sol-ish area, where you fight the ship on the beach, or actually Genova Emergent, right? Like the fight with Genova on the ship, and sort of the easing of like, you know, what is real and who's real and how Genova works. That's probably the Act 1 break of Rebirth. And neither of those are like they're big, but they're not the biggest thing in the story. You know what I mean? Like that's, and granted, the biggest thing is usually toward the end, but like a true turning point, you know, feels like something like live stream. If they give us an estimate of how long the main story will be, not yet. They will eventually, I'm sure. Like Hamaguchi did for Rebirth. He was like, it's about 40 hours main story, 60 hours extra content. I thought he was crazy. I was like, wait, 20 hours worth of extra content beyond the main story? That sounds like he arguably undercounted it. I wonder what triggers Cloud stirring in the hospital in the live stream sequence. Is Zack beginning to realize he's dead? Maybe he could realize, well, it's going to be Xenosaga. Maybe he could realize when another good friend dies, like sis names. Nothing better than beating up monsters on a beach with an umbrella. I do hope it's longer. I do hope the main story is a bit longer than even Rebirth was. They did say it's about the same length, a little bit longer, I think is what he has said. But he's talked usually in terms of like overall content. He said like overall content is like similar to Rebirth, a bit more. And then if you include, but he was like, if you include all the different variations of how things could go, like in terms of those branching paths, then it could be a lot more than what Rebirth had. That's the most we've heard. Chadley in the live stream. Come on, Cloud, let's collect some intel. All right. So, where was I? Oh, yeah, so here we go. Automaton, FF7 Remake had the clear... Fuck, how long? I'm such a yapper, chat. How could it be this much of a yapper? How long have we been going? An hour and 43? There's no goddamn way. We barely cracked the fucking topics for today. All right. Let me stand up also. FF7 Remake had the clear appeal of reimagining FF7 itself, while FF7 Rebirth offered the continuation of the story and the excitement of finally leaving Midgar behind. What would you say is FF7 Revelation's defining strength? Hamaguchi, well, that would have to be the fact that it concludes the story. People often ask us, will it really end this time? But this game's very purpose is to bring the story to a conclusion. I'll continue telling everyone this as much as I can, but one of this game's greatest strengths is that we are absolutely going to finish it. Like, I just found the energy of this response so funny. And the whole, like, I'll continue telling everyone this as much as I can. And trust me, we have seen that. Like, we went through a whole bunch of interviews last week. I didn't even include all of them, all the times where he talked about the ending. But he was like, it's gonna fucking end. There's like so many interviews. Is it really gonna end? It's gonna fucking end. And then here, he's like, this game's very purpose to bring it to a conclusion. I'm gonna tell everyone over and goddamn over. This is absolutely going to finish it. It's like, thank you. Okay. You better fucking live up to this now, because your energy has been very, very strong when it comes to that. So I hope so, dude. I hope so. What was the Zach clip? I forgot. I think I was gonna, that was when I was gonna talk the branches or whatever. One common criticism of open world games is that they could feel huge but sparse. How does FF7 Revelation tackle density? It's funny because I literally almost said destiny instead of density, and that is the exact fucking thing in Back to the Future, where George McFly, young George McFly, goes up to talk to a girl who ends up being, you know, Michael J. Fox's mom, and he's doing his like big speech, and he's trying to say that he's her destiny, and he says, "I'm your density." Fuck. I'm such a goddamn dork. Okay. Zach is a very focused story. You're trying to say, I'm hoping pattern. You guys are having a conversation. Honestly, I think what has been the most hyped about it is how confident their energy has been. You don't talk this much, just openly. If you aren't 100,000% certain you have gold in your hands, I hope so. Hey, what's going on, Sid? The OG devs all just want to retire after this and with a clear conscience. Tahoe, I think that is almost underappreciated by a lot of people who are talking about this and like having their takes. Is like, at the end of the day, there are human beings making this game, and the ones at the very top are the OG developers. And so yeah, they do just want to like retire after this with a clear conscience, right? They just want to end this thing. They've been living with the story for 30 years. Like, that's what Nomura talked about in his statement when the game was revealed. It was like, there's been 30 years of this, and there's been a lot of spin-offs and a lot of interpretations of it, and just like, we want to put our final stamp on it, basically. And that makes a lot of goddamn sense. It's like just boiling it down to like human motivation of these like creators. They just want to put their final touch on it, right? You remember Back to the Future older than like, oh yeah, dude, I love Back to the Future. It's one of my favorite things. Actually, I have a really cool Here's a really cool poster. It's a drive, Marty McFly drive. And so like just uses the style of the Drive movie, but with like Back to the Future. That is very cool. That I really love. Back to the Future is one of my favorites. I mean, granted, it was kind of like passed down from my uncle. Like, he really loved Back to the Future and introduced me to it, and like I got super fucking into it. I love Back to the Future. The vibe of it too. It's just like a feel good movie. You know, like it's old, not old Hollywood. Old Hollywood's like 50s shit. but it's like that feeling of just a fun story that's really entertaining, and sort of like a very casual way to even explore a crazy thing like time travel, but in like a fun popcorn sort of way. I was like, I don't even know, when did it come out? Oh, I was not alive. I was not alive when the first one came out. Oh yeah, because it's like 1955, 1985. That's right. Yeah, I was not alive. Not alive yet. So one thing that can make me feel young in being an FF7 fan, at least I wasn't alive when Back to the Future came out. So anyway, I was reading this and I said, I didn't even read his response. In Greek mythology, Gaia is one of the most ancient divine beings, while Minerva is a relatively modern one, and actually Roman rather than Greek. Yeah, they think they mix a lot of mythologies. Nemora's 55 now. Damn. Just imagine now, when the OG FF7 came out, the guy was still a young buck in his 20s. Oh yeah. If you see pictures of like young Nemora versus like him now, it's like he's definitely aged. You know? He's definitely changed. He's been through a lot. We've all been through a lot. Hamaguchi, honestly, I don't think people need to worry about that at all. For my own playtesting, every region feels densely packed with content. So, with so many continents to work with, our biggest challenge for this project was to make sure all of them were tightly packed with content. We began designing content from a very early stage, and each area contains its own unique activities, gameplay mechanics, and interactive elements. Depending on where players choose to go first, their experiences can end up being quite different. So that's interesting in terms of like each area have its own like unique activities, because currently in Rebirth, all of the areas kind of had similar stuff. Like there was maybe a slight difference in like the type of baby chocobo that you followed, but otherwise all of the activities were pretty much the same, right? Like you had the chocobo benches and you got to like restore the chocobo spots, and you have to, there was like the live stream springs in each of them. Like all of the actual like things that you did were all relatively the same, but like with a bit of a different skin, or delivered like a bit of a different lore. Like you finish all the live stream springs, and then you get the little, chapter that gets added to your notes about like the lore of that region. But all the like core gameplay mechanics and activities are pretty much the same. So I'm hopeful that they do have more exclusive things. Yeah, I guess you have like Fort Condor. That was a general exclusive. Gears and Gambit was only in Cosmo. But in terms of a lot of world activities, they were very like copy and paste. And so I'm hopeful. I do wonder how they do that, because there are a lot of regions and a lot of different places. So I wonder how they truly provide this kind of variety. But that's what they're trying to do, at least. Then he also says, but even then, players might still go, this feels kind of similar. So we've experimented with changing the flow of exploration itself. In FF7 Rebirth, each region featured different types of chocobos that altered how exploration felt. In FF7 Revelation, you'll travel alongside your companion chocobo named Pico. As Pico grows, the way you explore the world changes as well. Meaning players can have different experiences even within the same area. So this is like, the way that I read this is effectively like kind of Metroidvania type world exploration stuff, which I personally love. I love it in stuff like, for example, God of War Ragnarok did this pretty well, where I'm going to avoid like spoilers, but this is the final weapon that you get in Ragnarok, and it unlocks a different mechanic. So as you're going throughout the world, you see these like kind of like puffs of wind, like kind of like smoke, or kind of like wind like gushing out of like these like rocks as you're like playing through the game. And there are different ones of these. There are like several things within the environment that are like, you'll notice them, but you have no way to interact with them. Again, so kind of like Metroidvania type. And then when you finally do get the spear, which is the final weapon, you're able to finally interact with that thing that you've been seeing in the environment. So you throw the spear into it, and suddenly you get to like get up to, a ledge and a path that you didn't have access to before. So that's effectively what it sounds like they're doing with Pico, right? Where, you it feels like you'll be able to, like, as Pico grows, the way you explore the world changes as well, meaning players can have different experiences even within the same area. So you go back to that place, suddenly Pico can fly, suddenly Pico can, go into the water, suddenly Pico can do whatever. And like those different ways of like accessing places in the grasslands change, right? Same thing with like all the territories. That seems to be the ambition. I'm super fucking excited for that. Love that shit, Data Boy. Yeah, the question is, will Pico get a golden skin? Dude, they have to do a golden chocobo. They have to make Pico, either Pico becomes a golden chocobo or you find a golden chocobo somewhere. Like but there has to be a golden chocobo. The offside decision. Are you guys talking about World Cup even? But yeah. At the end of the game, Pico will be getting his Mac on and start his own chocobo breeding journey. So yeah, I'm really hyped for it. They need to do fucking something with it. They have to have the golden chocobo. Real quick, let's talk post-completion exploration. So I talked about this before. So I talked about this last week, but I talked about it in a way that felt like I had some bootleg ass shit, because I talked about this GameSpark interview, but the interview, like, I couldn't find it. It had been like seemingly deleted. And so all that existed, and some of you even in chat, like, shared these screenshots of the interview from before. And like I said, it felt like this ghetto bootleg fucking interview that I was like, is this even real? Like, hopefully this is real. But in one part, like, it was like so, like even things like the way the text wrapped was like this will, the second L was moved to the second line. Like it was formatted all weird and yada yada. I was like, God damn it sucks that it feels like I'm sharing something fake. I did even share this particular screenshot with Max, and he talked about it on stream a bit. But I was going back through the links of all the interviews, and it's actually back. It's live. You can go to GameSpark whatever it is, and you could read this interview for yourself. It is back on the internet. It is no longer banished to the Shadow Realm. It is here, and it has this quote that we were talking about last week. If it's impossible to experience everything in one playthrough, will there be a new game plus or a similar feature for a second playthrough from the start? And then he talks about chapter select. It was like a big thing in Remake and Rebirth, etc. But the thing I really want to focus on is this part of it. It's like, I haven't told anyone this yet, but in previous games, including Remake and Rebirth, you could reach the level cap relatively easily after clearing the game, and it was designed with the intention of please play through it thoroughly with the intention of starting over. But this time, we've prepared a lot of content that is much stronger than the final boss, such as the weapons and Knights of the Round, which I'm sure you all have been looking forward to. We have. But for me, what I got more excited about was, therefore, rather than assuming that players will restart the game using chapter select, we focus even more on how to encourage further exploration of the post-completion world. And I talked last week about, some examples, but I figured it'd be helpful to even show them. And I'll try to keep this like relatively spoiler free. RDR2 is pretty safe, I think, when it comes to that. A lot of like the post exploration stuff you can do in God of War Ragnarok, which is another good example. It's actually like if I were to show one of the scenes from that, it would be like kind of a heavy spoiler. But you should be a little careful maybe with the subtitles in this one. But after RDR2, and I'll even like mute it. But after RDR2, like you get to the end of the credits. The credits are like, so it's the end of the credit sequence, right? And then it transitions back into the scene of like where you left off, right? And you are with the characters, and you can continue exploring the world, which is very cool. And like as you do that, right, like as you continue to explore, you can even run into like old, gang members who you knew earlier in the game. Like probably the safest one is like this dude, is like running a shop, and it's very cool. Like this is my goddamn dream, Likey. This is my dream as well, where it's like being able to go around and like see what everyone's up to, right? Like see Barrett and Marlene and Gongaga, like he talks about when he's in Gongaga, right? Like he has that moment where he's like, could you imagine, you know, it's like, oh man, I would love to be, fuck it, let's even find it. Let's just find it. Rather than me just like talk. I think I might even have it clipped. Like in my files. I'm sure I have it. Here it is. Where's the Barrett one? The Barrett one's probably the best one for like this example. Oh, reading the new book? Yeah.
Down, I could see myself moving out here, living off the land. Be a nice change of pace. Just me, Marlene, and our little piece of paradise. Wonder what kind of stuff we'd end up growing.
How cool would this be? How cool would it be to see that shit, chat? And that is the thing that gets me excited about like a future that diverts from Advent Children. Is that rather than Barrett running off and becoming a goddamn oil baron and stranding Marlene with, you know, Cloud and Tifa, like, how about a future where he's in Gongaga with Marlene growing fucking mushrooms and shit? Like, that would be amazing, right? Like, that's what excites me about diverting from AC, is like a different future for like all these characters and being able to like see these like this world that isn't just like fucking dripping in depression. Granted, there's thematic reasons for the dripping in depression. I think it explores things that are interesting. Even the oil baron thing, like when you actually read it in the book, when you see it, when you hear it in AC, you're like, well, what the fuck? But when you read it in the book, it actually makes some sense, right? Like it's what President Shinra asked Barrett in the Shinra building. He's like, what do you think, what's going to happen without Mako? And like, that is literally why he goes out in search of like oil, and even throws out the idea of like using a little bit of Mako again, because the world now is like dealing with like, well, shit, how do we get medicine to people? How do we get food to people? Like, those are really legitimate, like, what do we do in a world without Mako questions and conundrums that I think are interesting. So I understand how On the Way to a Smile got to that. But maybe there could be a better solution to all that. And Horatio saying more windmills and green energy, less crude oil. Like, an example of that is like they have started to talk more about the Republic of Junon, their approach to energy, the windmills and how that worked. You actually even help fix a windmill. So I think On the Way to a Smile may have even talked about wind energy a little bit and how it wasn't quite enough. So I don't know if that completely hangs together, but like, either way, there's like other opportunities for like, how do we deal with, you know, restarting this world and getting this world going. Even a fucking Rufus Shinra could help sort out what that is, you know, if he survives. So I don't know, right? Like, but I'm intrigued by what are the other possibilities for like how, you know, the rest of everything can play out. It'd be cool to get a side quest to figure out. That would be cool, Amano. Imagine a post completion world side quest where you then have to go out and need to figure out new energy sources, right? Like something to sort of like at least piece together the path toward whatever the new remade world is and like how it'll work. That could be cool. Solar wasn't as big in 2006. I could see that being built in. Yeah, that's true. They could explore that. Now that like the devs are sort of aware of that technology and how it works, they could. Was there a solar side quest at some point in Rebirth? I have like a vague memory right now. Now that you guys are talking about solar, I feel like there might have been something about solar in Rebirth, but I'm like fucking blanking. I have like this vague recollection that there was something about it. We helped the windmill. Yeah. It's cool how our ideas compare and contrast. They come from our experience with the game 7, other fiction we've related to in our own lives and outlook on the real world. Yeah. I do have like a vague recollection of something solar. Like, wasn't there something with like Kyrie solar panels? I could be wrong. I don't know. I remember you doing something. I don't know. Maybe I'm there was so many side quests and I don't remember most of them. Maybe from the post game, you can make the city of Edge and build that up, or you could, dude, rebuild the bar. We talked about that last week. Like, imagine getting to rebuild the 7th Heaven. Fuck. Was that talked about in the Calm side quest? I think that was talked about in the side quest, right? Or was it in Costa del Sol when you're talking to Tifa in her, like, you know, side conversation? Was it Remake? Yeah, I forgot where the... Oh yeah, Barrett says it, but I feel like there was another moment in Rebirth that they talked about it. So yeah, that would be cool. It was Costa. Yeah. Hold on, let's find it. FF7 Rebirth, Costa del Sol, all Tifa. Shits.
Watch out!
Couldn't find the bartender, so I, helped myself. Costa del Sol. Used to make him back at the bar. And here I am, drinking one in its namesake. Feels like it's been ages since I mixed a drink. Since 7th Heaven.
Yeah. Lots happened since then.
A lot. Good and bad. Ever wish you could just...
I think it's the other option, right? That
snap your fingers
he mentions
and
it,
forget
maybe?
the worst stuff.
Hate to say it. That
Wait. Oh, it's only showing the top answers, I guess.
Fear weak.
All conversation outcomes. Here we go.
If you want. It was...
Nah. Sometimes.
That was not the one.
What's happened?
That's the one we just saw.
Like? Next time I ask for
Yeah. You too, if you...
new 7th Heaven. Nah.
Oh, right here.
You like
Yeah.
it or not.
And forget the worst stuff.
It's a part of who we are. Whether we like it or not.
Yeah. The deepest wounds never
The AIDS
really
is so
heal.
good.
Hey, I can make one for you too, if you want.
Nah, I'm good. Next time I ask for a cocktail, it'll be at the new 7th Heaven.
Chat. How fucking sick would that be? How cool would that be? That's what I get excited about. Like, when I think about going beyond Advent Children and having a different outcome other than it, like, this is the stuff I think about. And when I think about them, like, talking about, you know, making players happy and, you know, creating, you know, people being satisfied with it, this is something that isn't discussed, right? Like, people don't tend to, when they talk about the potential outcomes, like, if you were to divert or revert from Advent Children, a lot of times people don't think about or don't talk about things like rebuilding the bar and what that could make you feel like, right? And they keep saying, like, we feel like we're going to give an ending that gives people, you know, these feelings that they want. And I think stuff like this, stuff like Barrett and Marlene and Gaga, like living a happy life and finding new forms of energy, like all that stuff is like, those are ways to deliver happy endings, even if character fates like Zack or Aerith, you know, don't, you know, get revived, you know what I mean? Which I do think might detract from those core like themes of the OG FF7. You could still have these like moments afterward that provide that sort of like new happiness, that new sense of like satisfaction that Katase talked about at one point. So that's my 2 cents. I think people are relatively short-sighted when it comes to the possibilities of like this whole thing of changing fate or not. Everything gets funneled into, will characters get revived? Will Advent Children still have all of its emotional, you know, resonance and whatnot? And it just becomes these crazy binaries, and we don't even talk about all these other possibilities, which I would personally be a lot more satisfied with than either of those sorts of, you know, conversations. Maybe that's good. Maybe it's good that the community as a whole doesn't talk about these things or doesn't think about these things, because if we get them, we'll be pleasantly surprised. If we don't get them, then we won't have that expectation that, you know, doesn't live up in our heads. So, because also did talk about giving characters happy endings. Yeah, I included it in my video. But he also said everything's not going to be happiness and rainbows. So there is also that.
But the bitter...
It was here. Actually, I included it in my slides last week. All the quotes. Or was it? Or was it? Shoot. It was helpful because I just had screenshots. I may have... Oh, here they were. So these are all the things Kazowski said. The more I work on it, the more I start to feel like I want to make all these characters happy. I want to give them a happy ending. The rest of and by the way, I don't think happy ending is purely being alive, but the rest of the team also have to be taken into account, into consideration. So it won't be all happiness and rainbows, but I just want to make them happy. On account of my age, this next game will probably be the last FF7 related work I'll be directly involved with. Of course, there's always a chance the world of FF7 will continue on in the future, but for now, this is the end of it. With that in mind, I hope Cloud and all of the other characters will finally find happiness. Though we won't know how the story ends until it's actually finished, I'm personally wishing that it would conclude without any unresolved feelings remaining. We've always kept the original in mind, and I don't think it's going to be a storyline that will betray the fans of the original game. But also at the same time, it's been 27 years since the release of the original FF7. There are these things that we can feel, that we feel we can only do now in the remake project that can bring a new happiness, a new sort of feeling of satisfaction to the players playing this game now 27 years later. What this will entail exactly is something we hope players will experience soon. So yeah, I think closure, I think, other, for example, seeing Barrett and Marlene, happy and living life in Gongaga or rebuilding the bar. Like those are all ways of having like a new happiness, a new feeling of satisfaction. I'm not saying it's totally impossible that like characters get revived. They've definitely hinted at it. They played with it. They had a 2019 commercial where like some old FF7 fan in Japan was telling young FF7 fans like, hey, don't talk about her death because that was the 1997 version. This is the 2020 version. Maybe things can be different. Like they've been talking about that for a long time. So I'm not completely discounting that as a possibility. I just don't think that is how they're going to do it because thematically it would be a pretty big deviation. But I do think we'll have new moments with her and Zach and new sort of like ways of reaching closure with all of that maybe remake the feelings that you got at the end of Advent Children, right? Like they talked about, we'll talk about that quote later, but they talked about this is like a remake of the entire compilation. And they're giving some of that closure that you got in Advent Children in a new form, in a new way within this story is a way for them to sort of like do that, possibly. And even Aerith herself, like, talks about like, it's not about me. It's about saving the world, So moving forward, so there's a few other interviews. So now we're getting closer to a lot of those, and I'm sure you guys will still drop things in chat, and I'll catch up as we get to them. But there was a couple articles in TheGamer. This is a hilarious Photoshop from them. But they talked about, all this stuff, diversity and LGBT rights and everything. And there was like depictions of that, right? So there was a reference to it here of like, as such, it feels closer to say that, because they noticed that these NPCs throughout the game, and there's a couple. There's these. There's also the pianist guy and his boyfriend in the like you know that he canceled his concert, and then you see them in Cosmic Canyon. So there's a couple of these like couples throughout the game, but they talk more specifically about this one, which I think you see in Calm at first. But anyway, you see them all around. So as such, it feels closer to say that even these two characters, our goal wasn't to add same-sex couples just for the sake of adding it, but to portray the stories of those inhabiting this world with sincerity and care and truth. That made us incredibly happy as a development team to see players paying close attention even to those subtle interactions and shifts in relationships. And we saw that in the NPC video, right? The NPC video showed a lot of these like subtle interactions and like shifts in relationships between like these characters, like other NPCs. If you remember when we watched that video, it's like we tracked, there were like multiple like storylines that caught across the game, and you saw conversations between NPCs evolve over the course of the game. And that video did a great job of like showcasing that stuff. So, they definitely like lived up to this intent. TheGamer, while they represent a various as like shifting to a different thing, the Easter eggs, this was also really cool. While they represent a very different sort of realism, the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy allowed Hamaguchi, thank you so much, Spidey Gamer, for the follow. While they represent a very different sort of realism, the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy allowed Hamaguchi and his team to fill the world with subtle details and Easter eggs that aren't just easy opportunities for fan service, but make the world feel more alive. I ask how the developers decide what things should be included and how tasteful it needs to be for fans to appreciate them. What's going on, Matt? Hello, has Hamaguchi talked about the war Rufus got tricked into causing? I'm curious how that would affect the world. There hasn't been a conversation about that in interviews, at least. It's like Inception. We did live a happy life. We just forgot. Yeah, it's interesting you bring up Inception, because that may be relevant to something I'm talking about later. Not today, but eventually. So the FF7 series truly has a long history, including not only the original game, but also the various spin-offs. Within those, there are fans who feel attachments towards different entries. For some, Crisis Core is special. For others, Advent Children was memorable. There are even those who've never forgotten small moments from the original game. This is absolutely true. Because of this, whenever we make Easter eggs and small details, there's an abundance of options for which memory from which game might delight players. I viewed this as one of the unique strengths of the series. What's also interesting is how many members of the current development team are, quite simply, fans of FF7 themselves. Someone will definitely notice this, or I want to include this Easter egg, or truly routine conversations. So yeah, this is really interesting, because like this just happens all the time. Like I'm sure like it's just fun. You could see this. This is just like dripping and oozing from the game itself. Like you can tell they've had a lot of these conversations. People are like, the F14 in Bone Village. Dude, what if they put the F14 somewhere, right? It's like, even if they don't recreate Bone Village, what if they have like some, sort of like Easter egg or nod to it? I almost guarantee there would be some sort of like little visual representation of Bone Village somewhere, somehow, somewhere in the world in part 3. They would probably do something. I know we talked about this in chat before. I think like when I went on my Bone Village rant last week, because I don't really care about it, but somebody brought up that possibility, right? Like some kind of like visual reference to it. They could totally have that. The giant skull would just be in the field. Give up on your Bone Village agenda. I don't care about Bone Village. I can never see Bone Village again and be happy. But like I said, you could definitely feel this. I thought your theory was Key Village was kind of replacing. Yeah, I mean, you kind of, it's visually it's similar, It's obviously not a direct replacement, but it's like, it's a village with bones around it Like, and there's actually an interesting lore to it. Like, it's, in my opinion, it's the better version of it. An old photo of Shinra excavation in Northwood searching for the promised land. Yeah, that could be another way to do it. Also, hey, what's going on, Hayes? So yeah. Next, so speaking of like Easter eggs, so the gamer then brought up specifically the weapon posters, and also the Scarlet Tifa thing. So I bring up a few specific examples, namely posters that depict the weapons set to feature heavily in Final Fantasy 7 Revelation, and NPCs paying homage to Tifa and Scarlet's now infamous slap fight, which Hamaguchi confirmed will be coming in the third game. He's talked about that a lot. But when it comes to the weapons, he had some interesting things to say. He said this remake series was designed to be a single cohesive work spanning the overall trilogy from the outset. So he put considerable and detailed thought into how much to show right now versus we shouldn't show just yet. In particular, I believe the more a player is familiar with the original game, the more likely they'll infer the future based on small details. That's why in Rebirth, we intentionally left the room for people to speculate. Does this maybe mean, you know, blank, right? They definitely did accomplish that, right? Like we've all, that's why there's such a heavy theory community, is like all of us looking at things and seeing things in the game and being like, does this mean this or that? That is the core, like, essence of like the whole theory shit. Then specifically with the weapon posters is one such example of this. From the early stages of development, our aim regarding weapons was to leave a lingering presence of earth-shattering entities within the world itself. That said, we didn't want it to be straightforward, ominous foreshadowing either. If anything, because this was a world that's lost its reverence towards the planet, images of once feared entities are instead consumed as pop culture motifs. We wanted to capture that subtle air of irony. I didn't pick up on that, but that is such a cool idea. Like, given that people in this planet, like in the planet, they have lost reverence for it, right? Like they don't respect it. We just use Mako. It's like no big deal. Like, so then these things that represent sort of like protecting the planet and stopping that sort of thing, just treated as like pop culture things, is like a cool concept for sure. Like, it's like really cool, like social commentary on like how we as people just like get so, you know, just take things that are maybe really important and have a lot of weight to it, and we just sort of like turn it into entertainment, like nothingness, right? Like we literally have like summer blockbusters about stuff like, you know, global warming and the potential impacts of it, you know, like these like apocalyptic scenarios like Day After Tomorrow, or like other things that deal with like, what if we fuck up the earth? In reality, we don't do as much as we should to actually like fix it, but we'll create drama out of it and we'll consume stuff out of it, which is interesting, right? I really like that. TheGamer. So here's another bit that might be surprising to you guys. I also had to ask whether the scene in which Elena from the Turks indulges in sea salt ice cream was a deliberate reference to Kingdom Hearts. Bad news. It isn't. At least according to Hamaguchi. You might be disappointed to hear this, but Elena's ice cream isn't an homage to Kingdom Hearts. Hamaguchi laughs. In Japan, there's a very popular soda-flavored popsicle called Karagari-kun, which I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of, which we've actually referenced quite a bit during development. As such, it's closer to say we were envisioning a slightly nostalgic popsicle reminiscent of the summer. Damn, everyone was so certain this is Kingdom Hearts, a little Kingdom Hearts reference. Hamaguchi saying no, but that's why headcanon is not always a bad thing. That's why headcanon is not always a bad thing. Look, you want that to be the Kingdom Hearts sea salt ice cream, I say view it as the Kingdom Hearts sea salt ice cream. Go ahead. It doesn't hurt anybody, you know? And if it looks similar, hey, if that's what it looks like to you, I say go with it. Go with God. It's a flop now. It's over. No fun allowed. Partial coincidence. I wonder if they ask Nomura about it. Nomura's like, What the fuck is he talking about? It's definitely my goddamn ice cream. But either way, very funny. Very funny. It's not a big deal. It's what it is. Like I said, if you want it to be the Kingdom Hearts ice cream, let it be the Kingdom Hearts ice cream. Be like Cloud. You can be delusional. It's okay. You can see the world how you want to see it. All right, on a very fun note, let me run to the bathroom. Give me 1 second. All right. Apparently there is building-wide AC issues, because I got an email about it about an hour ago. So hopefully that gets resolved, because that's not fun. I'll tell you, it is not fun. All right. Speaking of not fun, time to get into the shit. Which, yeah, I was just gonna, so what I'm gonna do is, since talking about this shit apparently causes drama, and apparently I'm an asshole who like excludes information even though I don't, we are going to, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna walk through this gamer article word for word. I'm gonna do it in this layout because we could probably see it even better. I just need to adjust this. Here we go. Make it fill the whole screen, or at least more of the screen. Make it nice and big and clear for everybody. All right, this is the Gamer's article that kind of went off and kind of went around yesterday, especially literally from yesterday. What's going on, Cutest Ghost? Final Fantasy 7 Revelation didn't jump to Unreal Engine 5, so development could be finished faster. That's like such a, there's so much more to this article than just this title would make you think. This is the one, right? Maybe it's not. This isn't the one. Hold on. Let me find the right one. They dropped multiple articles yesterday. Yesterday on TheGamer was apparently FF7 day. So they went through a bunch of things. I guess they posted a bunch of stuff. Let me find the exact one. Hold on. Oh, you know where I could find it? Sky. Shinra. There it is. On the ambiguous world design of FF7 Revelation. So, we explore Final Fantasy VII Remake, yada yada. Nostalgia. Hold on. Close that. It's blocking my view. Nostalgia is one of. Hold on. Chat's getting fucked up on my side. Nostalgia is one of the driving forces behind FF7 Remake Trilogy, a fact that its development team is abundantly aware of. Some of them worked on the beloved classic back in 1987, while others played it as children and watched as it became a seminal part of their identity. Game director Naoki Hamaguchi lands in the latter camp, who combines his admiration for the original masterpiece with a renewed perspective of its world and characters to deliver a bold reimagining across 3 games none of us could have expected. Now, the final entry in the trilogy has been revealed in the form of Final Fantasy VII Revelation. I touched on myriad different things with Hamaguchi as part of an extensive interview. Let's start with nostalgia and the immovable role it plays in our collective relationship with a game like this, exploring the changing world of Final Fantasy VII. One of my first questions was about how the Remake trilogy hoped to bring this world to new and old players alike without losing its original meaning, but also never being constrained by the legacy it so clearly commands. As we developed and expanded the story of FF7 as a trilogy, the biggest challenge we were constantly mindful of was how to strike a balance between nostalgia and innovation, Hamaguchi tells me. How far should we take things and what should we leave intact? I believe we have continued to carefully discern that line. For players familiar with the original, I think what matters goes beyond the story arc itself. It's the relationships between the characters, the emotions they feel upon discovering this world. These are elements we can't afford to treat lightly. At the same time, for players discovering FF7 today, we needed to update the presentation and design to align well with modern sensibilities. Otherwise, the experience itself would simply wouldn't resonate. I do think this is very true in particular. Like, that is what has made the games so special, even dating back to the OG, but then also inclusive of seeing new fans who are like first engaging with FF7 Remake and Rebirth and don't have history of the OG. Like, it's really the characters that like keep them locked in even when the story is kind of going crazy and kind of doesn't make sense. It's like really how well drawn these characters are, how funny they are, how, you know, caring they are, how like everything about just how the vibe of like the world and the characters and like that's the dialogue, how it's just so much like that was the fear, right, that a lot of people had coming from Compilation. Like, if anything, Compilation's biggest challenge is like just dialogue writing. Some of that may have even been localization things, I don't know. Like in terms of like how much they rewrote or didn't, especially when they had to deal with like voice acting for the first time. I don't know, but whatever it is, it came out kind of like clunky in English, especially everything from Crisis Core to Advent Children to Dirge, like all that stuff. Like the dialogue that you experience with these characters just felt relatively off. But I think they've really captured all the characters super goddamn well in Remake and Rebirth. Exactly, that was my main gripe with Rebirth. I wanted more of the characters actually interacting, communicating with each other. I mean, in theory, that was what they were trying to do with their whole like Bonds theme. But a lot of times, and there was space for that, right? Like Gold Saucer and the all the fun stuff like Costa del Sol. There are like moments where the characters do interact for sure. I do think it is structured though, so it's mostly like Cloud going on side quests with like Red 13, or Cloud with Tifa, or Cloud with Barrett, or Cloud with Aerie. Like you have like these like a little bit more like one-to-one moments in a lot of the side content at least. But either way, I think the characters are really good, and I think they've done that pretty well. I think they focus on exploration, interactivity, and all that was great, but I think the character interactions can be better. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier with like the side content. I want the side content to be more meaningful and like have more weight and like meaning to them, because sometimes they were just like little fun little whatevers with the characters and not as rich as they could be. But I do think they're also trying to make FF7 feel just like a fun. They wanted Rebirth to feel like a fun experience. The AC might be working. I'm not sure. It wasn't an easy task for the team, but I feel that as a result, we've created a world map that feels truly substantial. That's like a pulled out quote from like somewhere else in the article. Instead of considering nostalgia as something that would inevitably hold Remake, Rebirth, and Revelation back, Hamaguchi and his team turned its inevitable presence into something fresh and foundational. And this has, at least judging from the first two games, worked wonders. Rather than framing this as a simple binary of whether to preserve or change something, we've continuously reevaluated how to interpret such notions of nostalgia and innovation and how to express them. At times, we've avoided playing it safe and deliberately ventured into bold expressions and designs. So they definitely have played with a lot of these elements, or like what they've held back on certain things. That they're saying it themselves. Like some things we held back on, some things we kept more the same. And they've been trying to do this balancing act of like keeping things the same or having differences. There was a whole interview, like I feel like even before Revelation, that also caused trauma, as they all do, where he was talking about like what we really tried to do was like strike that balance between things being new and things being different, because we don't have that balance and it tips too much one way or the other, then it sort of like shows our hand as to like what we're trying to do with this whole trilogy. So they've constantly been focused on balance, right? Like even Rebirth itself is a balancing from Remake. Like Remake is like you could change, like things can change, and then Rebirth is like trying to balance that out with like, no, maybe it can't really change. And so a lot of core things stay the same. And so it is literally that dance between thesis, antithesis, change, not change, that they've had to keep up throughout these games. The original Final Fantasy VII has a huge open world, the size of which being what made the idea of a remake feel impossible for so many years. In order to do it justice, the decision was made to split this project into 3 individual games. Remake took place entirely within the dystopian confines of Midgar. Rebirth introduced us to a number of iconic locations ranging from Cosmo Canyon to Junon Harbor, while Revelation will bring forth the likes of Rocketown and Wutai. But it will also allow us to return to many of the locations found in the first 2 games, courtesy of the Highwind. Actually, I realized I could just pull chat over here. Shouldn't block it. There we go. As for the layout of regions in Rebirth, it wasn't so much a matter of splitting things up with the idea of saving some for the next game, since this is a trilogy, but rather the results of prioritizing how to make the quality of the experience as a sequel work. Hamaguchi tells me when thinking back on Rebirth's development. And this was interesting to actually get some thoughts from them on like how and why they handled Rocketown in particular the way they did. So Rocketown and Wutai are certainly memorable in the original game, but when we looked at the plot and the overall gameplay experience of Rebirth, we felt that they contained a very high density of information, and that including them at this stage would actually hinder the flow and pacing of the main story. Therefore, we made the decision to exclude them from Rebirth from the outset. So, you could basically assume this, right? Like this is pretty intuitive in my opinion, but it is true that Rocketown has a lot to it. Wutai is going to have way more to it than the OG did, because obviously it's like so much more wrapped up into the war that they're building now, and into the core main story of the FF7 Remake trilogy compared to just being a side thing. They did need to carve space for like Rocketown and Wutai to have their place, rather than trying to force it just because like that's the way the OG did it. They clearly have this. They clearly give this a lot of thought, even if you don't agree with some choices. They really are giving it their all. This is why I like the Proto Relic quests. They feel like mini stories. Learning Wedge's fate, flashbacks to Jesse and Biggs, Chadley still stuck to Hojo, Broden's fate. Yeah, I think the Proto Relic quests are probably the best example of side quests. Because of that, because I do think they do have like these, they do have mini stories, and like that's what I'm hoping that they have more of this, more of the story. Like Helter are like side quest lines, right? Rather than just side quests. There's like a difference between side quest lines and side quests. Side quest lines could, like they talked about in that quote that we read earlier, take you to different locations. Like you have to step through several things in order to get to the conclusion of that side quest line, versus just a side quest, which can kind of be like a little one-off sort of quick little thing where you get like a bit of character interaction, but not that depth, you know? Annoyingly, you can't replay the Proto Relic quests, really. If you reset your world info though, because I think you, like, because you know in chapter select, you could be like, maintain my side content or clear the world content. If you do that, do they open back up? At least it's like the Proto Relic story qualities. You could reset side quest completions, but this doesn't reset the Proto Relic. Really? Oh shit. That does suck. Only with a new playthrough. Damn. Damn. That is a bummer. I mean, luckily I haven't done them really on my PC playthrough. Although I inherited a save to unlock hard mode, but when I was playing it the other day, I did notice I still had a couple Proto Relics and Corel to do. So I hope that my copy, the save file that I inherit, basically I downloaded a friend's save file because they cleared to get to hard mode. Because when I didn't want to replay the entire game on normal just to unlock hard mode. And I think they did like some side content. So I'm hoping that save file left a lot of the Proto Relics. Because I want to be able to do that. Shit. Interesting. As a result, this created room for Rocketown and Wutai to be treated as locations of significant importance in the third installment, both in terms of story and gameplay experience. Looking back now, I believe it was the right decision in that it maintained the experiential depth of each individual title. I mean, yeah, we just basically saying what we talked about, but it's the same for Gilgamesh. You need to save before you want to do it again. Damn. There is a lot in part 3, Blakey. There's definitely a lot in part 3. We've talked about this before on stream. There's a fuckload. You have all of this too. You have any kind of new multi-world shit that's happening with Zack and Aerith, which, I mean, they've said Zack is going to be an even bigger part. So definitely Zack. We're going to get way more Zack. The live stream sequence is massive. I think it'll probably be even like longer and more involved in some ways, because it is like the big like emotional of the whole story. So it's gonna be a lot. There's a lot to cover. There's that, there's Return to Forgotten Capital, there's the Midgard, there's Wutai War, there's the Magnus Materia hunt, aka the Huge Materia, and how they re-envision that. There's Sid's entire character arc. There's Vincent's entire character arc. There's a lot. We're gonna need the bubble wrap content. Fuck. The ocean, space. There's a lot. It's my biggest worry. It's been my biggest worry since they announced, like even before we played it, since they announced that the middle of the game was gonna be Forgotten Capital. That was the first moment I was like, ooh, fuck, that leaves a lot. That leaves a lot left after that. That's always been my biggest concern. Yeah, Yeah, I did a thing where we broke down the chapters and we broke them down by like story movements. Let's see if I could find that. We broke down potential chapters. It felt like maybe a little more manageable after doing it than I thought it might be. We did this a while back. It was back in April we did this. Let me go to a different view to see it better. But I was trying to figure out like how the fuck do how you structure all of this. So like I said, I kind of like broke it down more like story movements or like moments, and but actually some of these are probably going to shift now. So Icicle Inn probably won't be 1. You'll probably start at 2, possibly even 3. So these 2 move up. Then you have the Mediel and the Hunt for Cloud, the Search for Cloud. You have like Corel, like Mount Corel. That's for the saving Mount Corel and stuff. I just took the original plot beats, like put them into chapters. And in total, there were technically like 14 chapters if you broke things down. Although even I think Return to one of these had to be we decided we could just merge. I forgot what it was. Then either way, the thing I was trying to figure out was like, where do you fit in Wutai? Thank you so much, Zalafrex, for the 1,000 jewels goat trophy. Thank you so much. So we're just trying to figure this out months ago. You could have a Wutai thing, maybe like after Mediel, and then Tifa and Cloud are they're left, and like Sid and Yuffie needs to figure out some shit that's maybe going on in the world. So maybe you have a Wutai thing there. Maybe do another Wutai thing even before returning to Mediel. It was like if they get crazy, there might be like an Advent Children closer, like epilogue thing. Or you could break it out into like even 2 chapters and you still have like 16 chapters. And so we kind of like, if they went full crazy, in theory, you could have like 18-ish chapters. So it didn't seem too outrageous in terms of like how much to cover. But again, all this stuff is changing, right? Like even these first 2 chapters are probably moving. So we'll see. It's really hard to predict, obviously. And yes, Nightbot just reminded me. So if you're on YouTube, I know we have a lot of people watching on YouTube, actually. We have, what do we have? 204 people watching on YouTube. If you could drop a like, I would very much appreciate it. Helps people find the stream and the content and the VOD afterward, because these are long streams, so people need to watch them afterward. So any likes on the video would be greatly appreciated. Bigger isn't always better in Final Fantasy VII. With Revelation poised to let players loose into the open world just a handful of hours into the main story, I was eager to hear Hamaguchi's perspective on the modern reality of open world game design. Is it more effective from a narrative and gameplay perspective to slowly unfurl a world and its many curiosities to the player, or simply let them loose into a limitless landmass as they fend for themselves? Throughout its history, the Remake trilogy has taken on both approaches. Also, it's a really good fucking article, by the way. Like, they're asking really good questions. They're looking at it in a really smart way. So, the response. There is often ongoing debate about game design approaches such as story-driven versus open-world games, action versus turn-based, or multiple endings versus singular endings, Hamaguchi explains. From a business perspective, it's true that each approach attracts different numbers of players and therefore results in differences in market size. However, I do not believe there is a correct answer in terms of which is superior as a gameplay experience. This is like, it just shows all the thinking that they are going through, right? And I think honestly, they're kind of straddling. It is kind of, they have been pretty have your cake, eat it too in this trilogy, right? Like, even if it ends up working out in a smart way and there's all the emotional resonance possible, they usually go for like not making a choice in these moments, right? At the ending of Rebirth, you have both she is dead, and then there's also weird shit happening, right? So it's like they tend to sort of like do both things when given these options. And even in terms of like game design, it's kind of both these things. FF7 Remake trilogy so far, especially Rebirth, is both story driven and open world. You know, in terms of the combat system, it is both action and turn-based. And even how they talked about Revelation and how it's going to play out, it is both multiple and singular, right? Like you can take these branching paths, you can, you know, the side quests and how you tackle the world can sort of branch and differ, but there will be a singular ending. It seems like usually their body language is to like almost not choose between these two things. I give them a lot of grace with it, right? Like in terms of how that'll work out, because I need to see how it all comes together. But it is risky. And my initial gut feeling to some of these choices, like killing her and quote unquote saving her at the end of Rebirth, was like, well, fuck, dude, you just did both. You didn't make a choice. And so my initial gut reaction to that was it kind of just felt unsatisfying, right? Like, are you gonna make a choice? Like, what story are you trying to tell me? And then obviously I made a whole 2-hour video unpacking maybe why they did it that way. But this also shows that there's kind of an aversion to just choosing one or the other. And they have tried to often like satisfy multiple things. And it's a risky thing because, you know, will that pay off? Well, you can't please everyone. It's fucking impossible. So, I don't think he's quite necessarily saying that here, but it is like a little peek into the philosophy and the psychology of how they've seemingly approached all this. We need something solid and definitive for the end, yeah. Elias said something. Also a party argument in Great Glacier. Party freaked out for Cloud enjoying manhandling Elena, plus being callous to Tifa and the era denial, death denial. If he gets upset with how cruel he is to them, he says something mean in response, and Red, the teenagers. Then stops the escalation, foreshadowing leadership. Was this like a continuation? I feel like Elias, a lot of times, like, I want to read your chats because I know you're putting a lot of thought into your chats, but it seems like you're having like a continuous conversation that I'm only jumping into bits of. Yeah, interesting. Hamaguchi expands on this point, saying that it all comes down to the story you want to tell. In the case of Rebirth, this relied upon gradually exposing the player to new regions, while both combat and exploration grew in relative complexity. To give us access to all of these places without the appropriate context would have been a misguided idea. Oh, I gotta read this again. Hamaguchi expands at this point, saying that it all comes down to the story you want to tell. In the case of Rebirth, this relied upon gradually exposing the player to new regions, while both combat and exploration grew in relative complexity, to give us access to all of these places without the... Oh yeah, so this makes sense. We talked about this last stream, actually, last Sunday, where it's like, they took you through the regions like step by step. So it's a very linear progression through an open world. And so a big difference with Revelation is that it'll effectively be an open world from the jump, and you can just jump to things right from getting the Highwind. I can run off to grasslands, I can run off to Corel, I can run off to Gongaga area. Like seemingly it's going to be the world is your oyster. Obviously there will be story things like pointing you to what you have to do next. Because Cloud's gonna be missing, so that's gonna be a big point of focus. But that is like a difference of design, and that's actually one of the strengths of the trilogy format, is like it's given them the opportunity to sort of explore everything. They can do a singular, like a very like clear, like story driven narrative experience with Remake. They can kind of go halfway with Rebirth, and then with Revelation they can do like a full open world thing, like the more proper typical open world thing. He talked about it in another interview too, where it's like we kind of didn't talk about it as open world like Rebirth because it kind of wasn't fully an open world, but this one's more of an open world, because technically in an open world you should have everything available and then be able to like do whatever you want, versus that like sort of like linear progression through different regions that unlock, and you eventually unlock the whole world. So it's all just like a it's like different like perspectives on this shit. I take you guys in Seal safe for guidance, but go off on tangents. It's all good. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess finding Cloud is a story motivation for the open world. That's actually a good point. It's like, oh, that's actually a really good point, Amano. I just clicked for you and it just clicked for me. Because yeah, you know, you're gonna have to find Cloud. You're gonna be like, where the fuck is, and oh my god. So they've also talked about how the weapons, when they emerge from the, you know, from the planet, it causes the world to sort of like change, and there are like these almost like gushers of Mako kind of everywhere. Like you see it in the grasslands. It was in the grasslands here in this picture, right? Or was it? It was here. Fuck, you just unlocked the thought. So this is the grasslands normally. Like here's the grasslands in Rebirth. Then here's the grasslands in Revelation, where the terrain has changed. You're kind of seeing like planetary shit. Like there may even be like gushes of Mako and like the live stream like in different parts of the world now, rather than just Mediel being like the central. Because remember in the OG, it's like, oh yeah, there's an island that has a lot of like naturally occurring live stream, and you go up. That's what points you toward Mediel. But if the entire world changes and there are more places where the, you know, inside of the planet is exposed and you see more live stream here and there, that would give you more reason to then search through all the continents to try to find Cloud, right? That's actually an interesting thought. Yeah, I think doing certain things will actually trigger Cloud to finally appear in Mediel. I don't think he'll be there first time you go there. And they kind of need to make that happen, right, Sephiroth? But they kind of need to make it so you can't just, because OG players will be like, let's just run to Mediel. You know what I mean? They'll just be on the hunt for Mediel if they want to get to the next story thing. But I do think you probably want to spread that out a little bit. Like not make it the thing that you do is getting to Mediel and like hour fucking you get the high wind in hour 6 and then suddenly hour 7 you're in Mediel. Because like, I know the game, I'm just gonna go to Mediel, that's what's next, and then you just sort of skip a lot of shit. They're gonna have to force you in some way and somehow to just not go straight to Mediel. And so getting some way to get all of us to explore the world, that's interesting. Yeah, they're definitely gonna contrive some reason to avoid Mediel, or not avoid, but like not have that be the obvious thing, you know? Fuck. God, there's so much. God, the more we talk about it, the more like possibilities for like how they're gonna tell the story. It gets exciting. Like you get excited again about like, oh man, yeah, like you think you know it's gonna come and how it's gonna come and when it's gonna come, and then like a lot of use of that word. But you just like, you can see now as we talk about it, like there's just so many different ways this can go. Fuck, it's exciting. That's such a cool point. Let's go back to the article. Subtext. It's possible they will subvert you thinking it's Mediel and it will happen there, but since there's more gushers of live stream Mako around the world, Cloud might end up somewhere. Also, if Sephiroth knows Cloud awakens in Mediel, why isn't he doing anything? Is he stupid? Fuck, that's a good point. I'm so dry. That's another good point. Yeah, what if Cloud surfaces somewhere else? You know? It's possible that Wutai helped save Tifa and Barrett, which leads them to go to Wutai. Oh, Valentine. God damn. Chat is cooking. Chat is cooking. It's possible that Wutai helped save Tifa and Barrett, which leads them to go to Wutai first before Mediel. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that they're like Sid and Vincent are definitely getting the high wind. But in terms of like how to save, Jesus, like what if Kate Sith and Reeve coordinate with Wutai to sort of like break him out, you know what I mean? Or Yuffie, you know, gets her ninjas from Wutai to like do something. There's so many different possibilities for how even the escape from Junon can play out. Damn. Chat's cooking. I'm excited for Revelation because it's the old devs wrapping their work with new devs who love the game. But the real hype for me is this is Katase, Nojima, and Nomura, and what they really want to do is show the fuck off and say, hey, look what we can do, and that means they will do whatever they want. I 100% agree, Elias. It's always, like I said, it's always like a crapshoot when I read one of your long chats of like if it's going to be just a build on one of your like side conversations or if it's a new thought, but that's a great point. I think maybe the high one will have to park far from a deal because the Shinra presence might have an anti-aircraft weaponry. God, that's another good point, Espresso. Yeah, because you don't want to just go straight to Medeal. You want to like, I think you want a little bit of resistance before getting into there. That's another good point. Like, how do you, I've always wondered like why and where they drop in that scene where they're dropping down to Medeal. That's a good point. I think my AC is working because now I feel a little bit chilly and I don't think it's just the fan doing it. Let me turn down my AC. Yeah, it's working. Thank God. I gotta actually turn this off. Bro, I'm bucking my ass in Medeal and I bet it's bait and we don't find Cloud there. That's very possible. All right, so he continues. In Rebirth, our goal was for players to strongly feel the world gradually opening up around them. For that reason, rather than an open world where you can go anywhere from the beginning, we chose a structure in which the areas you access expand in phases alongside your story progression. In the original game, there was a sense of the player's view suddenly expanding when you stepped onto the world map as well, and this is essentially a world reimagining of that idea. Yeah, they definitely accomplished that. You feel chilly? Sure you don't feel pizza instead, dude? Maybe I should get a pineapple pizza. Remember that? This presents Revelation with an especially interesting challenge, given it wants to slowly progress the narrative and associated locations in a similar fashion, but also afford us the freedom of only traveling via airship can provide. It's the final act in the open world wants to feel grandiose as a reflection of the stakes Cloud and their company find themselves against. Our approach will shift slightly for the third installment because players will be able to travel via the high wind from an early stage. We believe a game design where players can choose their own order of approaching the world map, even more so than in Rebirth, would be a better fit. In that sense, rather than repeating the same experience across the trilogy, each title will change the very way of engaging with the world. We've talked about this a lot. Hamaguchi's talked about this a lot. I fucking love this. I really do like the fact that each game will feel fresh and different and new. There is like such a sameness with sequels, especially in like modern game development, because it is so hard to develop games. It's like, let's reuse a lot of assets. Let's reuse, the main Hyrule and, Tears of the Kingdom. Obviously you add the second layer. And I think even technically a lot of the sky stuff is somewhat new, but like using a lot of the base area, everything sort of like feels the same a little bit. Spider-Man 2, you have like the extended Queens area, which is very cool for me because I saw places that I literally walked by in my life in Spider-Man 2 that weren't in Spider-Man 1. But in terms of like expanded stuff, it's relatively limited. Like finding whole new ways to engage with the world and do things, the stuff that we talked about with like Metroidvania type things where you unlock new abilities with the Chocobo and then suddenly you're doing new things in the grassland that you weren't doing early in the game. Like all that stuff is good. So Hamaguchi also confirmed that the player can return to existing locations in Revelation, but the team also wanted them to be present if they could offer up compelling reasons for us to pay another visit. Oh, my alerts don't show up here. I think that was Nick. Thank you for the goat trophy, 1,000 jewels. I don't know what the jewels are. I don't know how the alert box. Oh, the alert box is under. Hold on. Just move that up. Thank you so much, Nick. I don't think we're gonna have predetermined chapters in the way that we did in the other games. We're gonna write them as we choose where to go. Oh fuck, let's mosey. Holy shit. Let's Mosey has been just ripping in this stream. Who knows anything? Thank you for the sub. That's kind of cool. I don't know if they'll do that, but that's a kind of a cool idea. Like, not set chapters and the chapters kind of being reflective of like the choices that you make. It's kind of cool. I mean, there's still certain things you have to have, right? Like, you have to have the live stream sequence. You have to have the Whirlwind Maze. You have to have the Return to Forgotten Capital. You have to have the raid on Midgar. Like, all those things are, I think they're set. So I still think the chapter thing is legitimate, but it is a cool idea to like imagine my chapter 10 is slightly different from your chapter 10. Or I end up with 20 chapters and you had 18, you know? I don't think it'll go that far, but then it was a cool idea. What was I saying? Hamaguchi, oh shit. Hamaguchi also confirmed that the player can return to existing locations in the Revelation, but the team only wanted them to be present if they could offer up compelling reasons for us to pay another visit. I'm told there will be a strong narrative incentive to not only revisit locations we know and love, but they will offer a greater sense of scale that is truly substantial in its execution. Yeah, this is important. Like, you got to make sure it's worthwhile to go back. To have everything be the same wouldn't be engaging, and I would love to pay a visit. Let me just move this. To have everything be the same wouldn't be engaging, and I would love to pay a visit to familiar characters and see how the presence of NieR has changed our outlook. This is what TheGamer said, and Hamaguchi said, it wasn't an easy task for the team, but I feel that as a result, we've created a world map that truly feels substantial. Which is good. Would love that the chapter select is more nuanced, where you can select different branches in one. Oh, that's kind of cool. They can expand the map regions from Rebirth, opening areas that were previously blocked off. Yeah, in the trailers, we can see them skydiving above the grasslands, and it does feel different. Knowing what we know now, Hamaguchi playing through the game 40 times hits different. He might have been attempting to get all the... Oh, that's true, Silly Dabbit. Yeah, that's a good point. So Silly Dabbit brings up a great point, because he talked a lot about how there are choices that you make that branch kind of the way the story plays out, even if it comes to a similar to one ending. And Silly Dabbit's mentioning, knowing what we know now, Hamaguchi playing through the game 40 times, it's different. He might have been attempting to get all the different branches. And that makes a lot of sense. Hamaguchi said that not everything will be able to be done in a single playthrough. Imagine if NieR is an actual time limiter and you can only choose to go after so many things before the finale. Oh, Crash Test Gremlin. That's a good point too. I mean, kind of the fun of FF7 though is like, yeah, the meteor is coming, but I'm going to spend 30 fucking hours chocobo racing. That is sort of the joy of like JRPGs in general, but also FF7 is like looming threat. And then just like, I'm going to do a fucking, I'm going to do some Fort Condor. I'm going to do some Queen's Blood. Like, it is sort of like a common thing that's almost expected. I'm going to breed some chocobos. So I don't know if they'll put it as a time limiter, but that also does kind of make sense. I wouldn't be against it, but I know it would be against a lot of people's expectations of how you play a JRPG. Hold up, Ganon. I'm going to do 150 hours of side quests first. Yeah. You can also just have Diamond Weapon chilling on the OG world map forever. But they did talk about, like, there's going to be tension. You're going to have to make choices under tension. I don't think it's going to be, like, one set clock, but there will probably be limits on what you can do, for sure. Like, you'll be forced to make a choice in some way, even if it's not time limited, you know? How Revelation is bringing this legendary story to a close. Oh, shit, chat. This is dangerous. When I asked about the narrative changes to come in Revelation, Hamaguchi was coy, but was also able to expand on the roles that Advent Children and Dirge of Cerberus. Thanks so much, Rye Guy, for the follow. Let me make this a little bit bigger, actually. You can see what you guys' names are. Hamaguchi was coy, but was able to expand on the roles that Advent Children and Dirge of Cerberus have come to play in the Remake universe. The Remake trilogy was always intended to become a complete retelling of Final Fantasy VII Compilation, a project that includes not only the original game, but Advent Children and all of its spin-offs. So once the credits start to roll on Revelation, I guess you consider all of them canon, here's what Hamaguchi has to say. So before we get into what Hamaguchi actually says here, just tackling what's being said here. And granted, these aren't exact words from Hamaguchi. This is TheGamer sort of editorializing it a bit, right? But this whole concept of like the remake trilogy was always intended to become a complete retelling of the FF7 compilation. That feels different from my understanding of what they've said before, right? Like what they've typically said is like incorporating the compilation, or like how some people have talked about it as like tying better into the compilation, so that in theory you play Crisis Core, you play the remake trilogy, and suddenly you watch Advent Children, you have all new context, and you play Dirge and Cerberus, things make more sense, right? Like that has generally been one of the ongoing theories that people have had, especially people who don't believe it's going to change at the end of everything. Like the ones who do take the words that have been said and say, yeah, it leads into Advent Children, and this is all just a continuous line, and this is the original now with compilation elements, right? But the wording of like a complete retelling of the Final Fantasy VII compilation isn't exactly how I've been thinking of Remake. So it's a but we'll see what Hamaguchi actually says, right? It's more accurate to consider Final Fantasy VII Advent Children to be part of the original FF7's canon rather than the remake series canon. This is because the remake series has not yet been completed, and since we have not revealed how it will conclude at this stage, we don't believe it'd be appropriate to share whether it's canon or not. So, this is the big one, right? This is the one that, like, everyone's talking about. I tweeted out and became people's villain yesterday. But effectively, there's two parts of this, right? There's the first part of the statement where he says, like, it's more accurate to consider Final Fantasy VII Advent Children to be a part of the original FF7's canon rather than the remake series canon. And then he says this is because the remake series has not been completed, and since we have not revealed how it will conclude at this stage, we don't believe it'd be appropriate to share whether it's canon or not. So fair enough, right? It's not over. It ain't over till it's over. And so we don't, like, he can't confirm whether canon or not. Yes, he does say that. I just find it curious that he would also say it's more accurate to consider FF7 Advent Children to be part of the original FF7's canon rather than the remake series canon. Like the classic Rorschach test of all these interview quotes. Because what he could just say is he could just say what he has always said, which is whenever he's been asked this stuff, he's been asked, will it change? Like, will the ending be different, etc.? Typically what he says is, hey, there's an ending to play. I really want everyone to play the game. Like, he doesn't provide any kind of like, any sort of articulations similar to this, right? Any kind of like caveats or context of like, why say it's like, just why even say this first sentence? You know, just like, why even say this first sentence if it doesn't potentially have some relevance? So to say it's more accurate to consider Final Fantasy VII Advent Children to be part of the original FF7's canon rather than the remake series canon, to me, and yes, we are all lensing this through our own personal perspectives and our own biases and our own beliefs of like where all this is going. So guilty as charged. But this seems to add up to what we have been saying for a long time when it comes to this quote unquote sequel theory. And like, sequel's not even the best word. We've talked about that before. Requel might be a better word. Fucking even retelling is a perfectly fine word. Like, remake is a very specific thing, but even that in the minds of these developers doesn't just mean remake, right? Anyway. But in terms of this, it still makes sense. It makes a lot of sense to what we've been talking about, where it's like, there's the OG continuity and like all the events that happen within the OG story and the way it connects to everything in the compilation. And so Advent Children connects most strongly to that, like it's directly the sequel to that original continuity. It has now been in form of the remake series, in my opinion. It seems like that is the inspiration for the events that happen in the remake series, right? It's like, because of that future, Aerith and Sephiroth are aware of those events and have basically been able to access that consciousness through the live stream and then make different choices at this point in the narrative and create effectively a new branch, right? And so that has been what was happening all throughout Remake, was that these characters who clearly know more than they should, which is confirmed in the Ultimania. Sephiroth knows shit that he shouldn't know. Aerith knows shit that she shouldn't know. Those are literally even stated in the Ultimania. So these characters know shit, and they're starting to move and make choices that diverge from the original path. And then you reach the long Twitter posts. Yeah, laid it out pretty well. I should just read that. But like, you then reach the point of no return at the end of the highway, where a choice has to be made. Do you breach fate? Do you break fate? Do you stop the Whisperers from just like coalescing everything in the same way they did here? Do you stop this system of the way things work and create this possibility or not? That was her warning, right? And it seems like that's the choice. So you defeat the Whisper Harbinger. Now the Whisper Harbinger can no longer make sure all the Whisperers are acting in that way. So now the Whisperers are kind of free agents. You have ones that are working for Sephiroth. You have ones that I'm still not sure who they're working for, possibly Aerith, but you have the white and you have the black, and they work differently and they have different motivations and intentions and actions and rebirth, right? So there's no longer just some entity in the live stream making sure everything plays this way. But the inspiration for that was Advent Children. Advent Children had to exist in order to do that, right? Like in the Whisper, the enemy intel, or Whisper Rebrum and Vedrum and whatever the hell their names were, the Advent Children in Remake, it says that they've manifested from a future timeline in order to protect the future that comes, right? And so you as the party, characters, are actively choosing to fight against those future events. And then once that's gone, once those events are no longer like the set outcome, I think that's a big reason why you get dialogue like you get in Calm, where when Tifa and Aerith are talking, and you get this.
Hey, Aerith? You awake?
Barely. Why?
Was wondering, what's Cloud been doing these past 5 years? Where's he been?
And you're asking me this?
Just had a feeling you'd know.
Probably did at one point. All that stuff was taken from me, though. Or maybe erased?
So, or maybe erased, right? Because like they showed this, right? Because we see this in Remake, where the Whisperers sort of attack and start to take her memory. She talks about like, the more I interact with them, the more it feels like they're taking this information from me. So that's what she says here. All this stuff was taken from me. But then there's also, or maybe erased. And we checked the Japanese for this too. In the Japanese, she says, or maybe deleted. So the same concept, right? Like the future just doesn't exist anymore. Like that future existing in the live stream, like as the, like, you know, the future knowledge and the future memories, or the memories of the future. Fuck, it's such goddamn fucking lines that they use to explain this shit. But those memories of the future just no longer exist within the live stream anymore because they're just gone. We defeated the Whisper Harbinger. He can, like, it doesn't still hew just to that. Aerie gets to play FF7 for the first time now. Very lucky. Hey, what's going on, NSP? I mean, if future events exist in the live stream, it doesn't mean AC has to have happened yet. Kiddo just happens to the knowledge that it will happen if the events play out a certain way. It can differentiate between what's really happened or not. Yeah. And they've, you know, they've already said multiple times, chapter 18, like this is the probably the biggest example or the best example from this like blog post. This is from 2022, where they did a replay where they talk through all the different chapters of Remake. And at one point in the interview, they say this, right? Oh shit, this Aerith is blocking you guys. But it says, Whisper Rebrum, Viridi, and Chrysia seem to represent Kadaj, Laz, and Yazoo from FF7 Advent Children trying to save their own future, referencing the entries that appear after using the assessment series on each. Is this true? The Whispers are capable of forming monsters from all memories in the flow of time, and I think that includes characters who exist or will exist in the timeline as well. So it's exactly to Sephiroth's point, not Sephiroth's point, but exactly to Sephiroth's point, kind of Sephiroth's point. The live stream has access to everything that has happened and will happen, right? That's how it knows what capital D Destiny is and how it makes choices on like, hey, no, you can't, this thing can't happen. Cloud can't not go on this on the Mako Reactor 5 mission. He has to go on the Mako Reactor 5 mission. So we're gonna fuck up Jesse's foot to make sure that happens. Like all that stuff, like it's just following in some ways the blueprint, the will of the planet, as it was said in the OG game. And that is always kind of the challenge that sort of makes it so good in some ways, is like there's always some way that you can kind of contextualize some of these things back to the OG. You can say, well, the will of the planet was always a concept in the OG, and it always was. So they've taken a lot of things from the original, and I feel like they've expanded it, right? It's like the will of the planet, we sort of heard some about it in the OG, but it was never explained in great detail. But now they could say, well, that version of the will of the planet is like even the way the Whisper Harbinger like affects the timeline, the way the Whispers sort of like maintain order, essentially. Like that is basically a new version of the will of the planet. Or stuff like the live stream has access to all knowledge and memories, right? And at least as far as I understood it, and if there's somebody out there who understood it differently, if you could point me to when you believe that and how you came to that conclusion, I'll take it. But like the way that I always understood the information in the live stream was that it was information from the past, right? Like even when Sephiroth does his big speech at the Temple of the Ancients, he's like, I explored the live stream, I learned all about the Ancients and even those who like died after the Ancients. So it's like, it was like, he's like, I got the knowledge of ages past is like the retranslated version of what he said in Japanese. So it was always like backward facing, right? It was always like I know more than the Ancients, I surpassed them, even the people like past them, like I understood that stuff. That's a 2,000 year gap of time, right? So he absorbed all that knowledge and then he's going to make the future. But there was never any conversation about like diverting future events and like the actual future that should be coming. All that stuff is like new to the Remake trilogy, but they've been able to expand the lore of the live stream so that it sort of makes some sense with the OG in some way, right? So the OG established the live stream has all knowledge and memories, and then the Remake series is like, yes, it has all knowledge and memories, including knowledge and memories of the future, which I don't think the concept of like memories of the future is, which is stated here in the next question. Granted were there granted memories of the future, and said here in the question too, memories of the future, all of this preordained by Square Enix to like be in this, to be published here. This concept was not something that I feel like was explored or talked about or part of the lore in the OG, right? So that in and of itself feels new. Weapon dodged. So Sephiroth's plan probably has a wider, different scope now. He might have controlled the weapons this time. I mean, there's even lore that you could find of like Sephiroth. There was like a statement from like some Ultimania or some interview or something from back in the day where it's like Sephiroth apparently had control over the weapons. That there even is that technically, but this Sephiroth that controls the weapons also has knowledge that he didn't have in the original. Hence, he can dodge the weapons. You know, so either way, it still works. What if we technically get a Genesis fight, but it's just a Genesis style Whisper, like the AC Whispers in Remake? Maybe, I don't know. For me, once the planet started being able to do this time shit, I kind of stopped feeling bad for a little. So yeah, I feel like they've changed how the live stream works in order to facilitate this new telling of the story, but also what was I saying? But they changed the way life, but it also still technically works with the way the live stream was always defined, you know? Horatio, it's because all who have died are housed in the live stream, regardless of when the future memories, as it were, mixing with those of the past, is covered by that, in my opinion. 100% retcon. It feels like it for sure. Go back to the interview. The Tifa comment at Cosmo gives that impression too. What was it? Which Tifa? Oh, the yeah. Her when she questions Bugenhagen, and she's like, Bugenhagen is like, the energy returns to the planet, and then she's like, or it goes away. The energy goes away, and then this is that's another. It's not 100% connected to exactly what we're talking about, but it's another example, right? So let's just show that part too, where Tifa questions it. It's actually one of my favorite scenes to talk about. So you do the whole planetarium scene, and then afterward, Bugenhagen drops his thing. And Tifa questions it.
Of course. These are but basic principles of planetology.
So you're saying that Mako is spiritual energy, which we're using up?
Just so. Siphoned from the planet and processed for industry, that energy can no longer fulfill its true purpose. It is fated to fuel man's machinery, then fade away.
Okay.
So,
it is fated to fuel man's machinery, then fade away.
This is how we understand the live stream and the use of Mako in the original. This is 100% tracks with the way that we understand it from the original. No reason to question it. This all tracks. This all adds up. But then, Tifa says this.
Okay, but does it actually fade away? I mean, what if it doesn't? What if it just returns to the live stream in a different form? Is that possible?
New thought. This is a new thought. Espresso Beast puts it perfectly. Bugenhagen only played the OG. But this is a new thought. This is not a concept that was discussed or explored or entertained in any way in the OG. If it was, I'm more than happy to take in that piece of evidence. I'm more than happy to take the example, the line of dialogue, the Ultimania entry, whatever it is, right? Wait, are we trying to say Shinra isn't doing damage to the planet? I think the way that what kind of makes some sense to me is I wonder if that is kind of what makes the Whispers a possibility in a way, in that in Shinra extracting this live stream energy and tainting it, corrupting it effectively, and then releasing it back into the world, it goes back into the stream, but not as the way it should be. So it doesn't just like, or it doesn't fade and it doesn't sort of like go away, but it stays behind as sort of like in pain, right? Which could explain how, like, why the Whispers are like crying and feeling in torment, and like at the end of Remake when it says that, and in Rebirth when Sephiroth is like, listen to their rapture, and Cloud is like, no, they're screaming. You know what I mean? Like, Shinra, by processing Mako, has corrupted and doomed these sort of like souls to sort of like be used in a new way, possibly. I don't know. That's just like one way I've thought about it. Which would be an interesting sort of like way to take the whole thing with like how, with these sort of like after effects of like what Shinra is doing and how the Mako works. I haven't fully cooked that thought, but it's just a thought. So anyway, all that stuff I feel is like very interesting. They keep, I feel is very clear. They keep building on and somewhat changing lore as we know it from the OG. And there are several moments where that feels very clear to me. I wanted to create a sense of tension, that uncertainty of whether what comes next would change or remain the same. They definitely accomplished that. Just read Twitter. So that sure sounds like it's the only matter. Oh, so this is going in. So again, going from that canon comment, right? There's more. That sure sounds like it's only a matter of time until all these universes collide, or at least or we at least learn if the events that followed Revelation align with the canon, align at all with the canon. We already know. Just moving chat. Then Hamaguchi continued. Why does it scroll up? There we go. Hamaguchi continues, the original visual direction of the remake series was inspired by the idea of bringing the graphics of Advent Children to life as a gameplay experience. It's true this is one of the starting points for the remake project. Furthermore, from the outset, this series has been built on the concept of comprehensively recreating the entire FF7 compilation, including Advent Children and Dirge of Cerberus. For that reason, the details scattered throughout the remake series have that evoke connections to the compilation are intentional. In the final installment, there may be even more elements derived from spin-off works that were not depicted in Rebirth. So this is kind of like where he gets into the where like the article said earlier, you know, from the beginning the remake trilogy was supposed to be a complete retelling. This is presumably where Hamaguchi actually says that, right? So he says, furthermore, from the outset of the series has been built on the concept of comprehensively recreating the entire FF7 compilation, including Advent Children and Dirge of Cerberus. That is also new information to me, right? Like we talked about this before a little bit, but the impression that we always had wasn't that they're recreating Advent and Dirge. They even said otherwise, right? They asked about like, was there going to be a remake of Dirge, and they kind of sidestepped it and said effectively no, and technically that would spoil the ending and yada yada. So that hasn't been my understanding of how their intentions with the compilation. What they have said before is that it's more of an inclusion of compilation elements so that it all hangs together more neatly. And I know that is the like general sort of theory that a lot of people do have, right? That there are a lot of people who believe it's not going to change from the OG, or it's not going to contradict the compilation, overwrite the compilation, any of that. Instead, it's just integrating the compilation so that it makes more sense. That is like a very common, counter argument that I've heard. Except, and you can say that that's what they've said, but I believe in the scientific process, even though I'm more of a creative. So I like to put these things to the test. That's how I get to the concept that I've made, where it's like, well, you say this and the game says this, and these two things don't really make sense. How do I like make sense of this, right? And so if you were to say that the intention is simply to make Remake and Rebirth and the Remake trilogy just slot into the compilation cleanly and recontextualize everything so that Advent Children makes more sense, so that Dirge of Cerberus makes more sense, then that should be a testable thesis by this point, right? Like we are 2 games in, we've gotten enough information to sort of like test that theory. So we're going to do that live here on stream. And the best example is actually Dirge, because we've all argued about fucking Advent Children enough. So let's have a new conversation. Let's talk about how and if this shit actually makes sense with Dirge of Cerberus, right? So let's watch Yuffie scenes in Dirge of Cerberus. This is everything like involving Yuffie and NieR, right? Because as we know, in Remake and Rebirth, she has history. She should now have some history with NieR. Actually, we could watch that first.
Subjects on site. It's time. Initiate the Tviet field test.
Sir.
Prepping for the Dirge streams. She sees Nero, sees his weird shit.
What are you doing? Aren't you all on the same team?
Team? Fool. There are no teams in deep ground.
Deep ground?
He's getting introduced to the concept.
I like to play.
Cool. Now mind moving aside.
And she has her typical Yuffie response to it, right? Like very bubbly, funny, jokey.
Let's take a different tack.
Well, can't blame a girl for trying.
Now, let the games begin.
What's with this company? Freaks only policy?
What's with this company? They have a freaks only policy. Then you finish the fight with Nero.
Sonon?
Her partner's dead body is in front of her, and Nero's behind him, and all this weird darkness shit is interacting with him.
No way.
Please.
Sonon?
Yuffie, you gotta keep going. For us.
No. Stop it. Sonon.
Quite dramatic. Very sad. But you know what, at this point, it's also like, well, she didn't really learn Nero's name. Maybe she didn't interact enough with Nero to really remember him that much. Then we have her trial in the temple.
Boss.
Sonon?
And who shows up in her dream, in her like terrible like trial scene, is this motherfucker and Sonon. He dangles Sonon's body in front of her, and then he talks to her directly, face to face.
If you won't come and claim him, I can always keep him for myself.
This is like a core trauma now. Defining trauma. So the last thing she sees in her trial is this motherfucker's face. So, let's see how that hangs together with Dirge of Cerberus and her interactions with Nero.
Even in a world where fear and despair reign over the heavens, you must never forget, where there is shadow, there is always light. That's right! Bask in my rays, evildoers! Feel the radiance of Wutai Super Ninja, Yuffie Kisaragi, back and ready for action!
She's doing her cutesy intro thing.
My brother calls.
Unexpected way to interact with the dude who is responsible for killing one of your comrades in the past.
Hey! Over here, guys!
By the way, this whole costume, this whole like introduction is recreated in the DLC. And later.
Okay, now, let me see if I've got this. You keep going, find Nero and Vice, and smack them into next Tuesday. And while you're cleaning house, I sneak into the reactor and shut her down. Haha, sounds like a plan. So, see you around, Vince.
Very lighthearted, very lighthearted reference to Nero and Vice. It's like, yeah, you take care of those guys, I'll do my own thing. Sounds like a plan. See you, let's have fun. Like, she's very spunky, very energetic, very happy, go lucky, considering all this.
It's dead?
But not for long.
Not for long.
A new life breathes inside him, just as one does in you, Valentine.
Huh?
That's what you're doing.
What's he doing? What's he doing? What's going on? I don't get it.
What's he doing? What's going on? Like, she has no, no context for like what this dude is up to, who he is, this whole thing.
Soon, my
That's even further expanded in what's about to come next.
It seems like an eternity since I was granted the knowledge.
Rebirth?
Rebirth.
Granted.
By who?
There's a good Dirge Cerberus song. This kind of makes me want to play after this, by the way. The thing is, I don't fully remember the entire storyline of Dirge, so I can't even comment on like if the entire story hangs together or not. But I do know there's Yuffie stuff.
You all right?
What the heck was that?
She's like, what the heck was that? Right? Like her last impression, she experiences the weird darkness bullshit that NieR does, and it's her first time experiencing this. Like, she's like, what the heck was that? Still a lot more.
Oblivion, perhaps. My darkness, it can absorb as well as extract almost anything. However, some things remain. Things as black as the heart of a demon. Ah, the essence of death. Its ululations are like a lullaby.
How can you?
She's treating him like a pure stranger, obviously, that she's having like weird interactions with now. There's no sense of any of the experiences that she's had or that they've created in the remake trilogy connects to this. And the last thing that happens when you interact with her, anything surrounding Nero,
Sorry.
is just her being like, sorry to Vincent. So none of this really hangs together anymore. And then contrast how she interacts with Nero, the weird purple shit that he creates. Contrast that to when she experiences it even in Rebirth.
Look at the dead guys.
The weird purpley shit that probably reminds her of Nero and what happened with Sonon causes this then to happen. This reaction.
What is that? Keep it away from me!
The trauma of the DLC stirring up. She doesn't even wait to see what it is. She just recognizes this is some weird looking shit that reminds me of the shit that I ran into in the Shinra building. I'm leaving. Granted, she does do that in OG too. She runs away in OG also. But like, the reason, what she's specifically reacting to is that Nero looking shit, right? So it just doesn't hang together anymore. Like, it doesn't make Dirge make more sense. It doesn't make the characters make more sense when you look at their stuff in Dirge. Like, it just doesn't. So that's where I get hung up on even that concept of like, this is just integrating more neatly into compilation. Now the compilation will just make more sense. That's not an adequate explanation yet. You know, like, is it possible they surprise me and that's what they do and they make it work? Hey, I'll never say never, right? But so far, It doesn't add up to me. Speaking of the Dirge music though, because yeah, I also agree. I'm not a big fan of a lot of the Dirge music, but Sleep Easy put me onto one Dirge song that I ended up using in the video. Dirge Cerberus OST. See if I can find the exact track. Was it this one? Yeah. This is the song that I used at one point in my video. This shit is so good. The title of this track is Calm Before the Storm. Probably the most FF7-like music in the entire game. Hamazu at times is very good. Yeah, I hear that Horatio. Kind of 13 coded. I've actually never, I still haven't played 13. It is like a thought that I probably will play 13 before Revelation comes out, because I know it's a lot of the similar devs. I probably won't stream it, but I will probably play it on Xbox. It's a very lovely song though. I fucks with the song. I do fucks with the song. Okay, let's go back to finishing this article. Something more specifically FF7. FF7 Lo-Fi. Let's continue reading. We don't have too much left. When I ask about the ending of Rebirth, in which Aerith once again meets her end at the hands of Sephiroth, but a number of other things also happen regarding Zack Fair and an unexpected clashing of different dimensions, Hamaguchi is frank about the expectations which come from retelling such an iconic and emotional story, describing such a departure from the source material as not an easy decision. We made oh shoot. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Yeah. We made this choice fully aware that the ending of Rebirth could leave fans familiar with the original feeling unsettled or uncertain, and for that very reason, I believe it was a decision that required a great deal of resolve. So they're already like feeling that need of just like sticking with their guns and, you know, being clear in their intentions and just sticking by their choices. As we were developing this remake series as a trilogy, I felt it was necessary to not only retrace the original, but also to consider the meaning of experiencing FF7 Remake today. Because the original is so deeply ingrained in people's memories, I wanted to create a sense of tension, that uncertainty of whether what comes next would change or remain the same. I mean, this tracks with everything we've talked about, everything I've talked about, especially with in my big rebirth video, of like, they had to be aware that like it was going to not land positively with some people. And they've said other things like this, right? They've said that, you know, we expected good and bad reactions, like positive and negative reactions to the end of Rebirth. So they've said versions of this before. But again, it was in that conversation of like, well, did they, you know, were they course correcting for fan feedback after, you know, people didn't like the way Remake ended? And I said, no, I don't think so. And I think they're pretty open to getting negative reception, which, you know, they were open to. They knew that Rebirth was going to be a controversial ending, and they still stuck by it and still made it, you know? It's the same for Red, seeing him and his kids in a barren wasteland. He knows he has an extended life and sees nothing around him. Without context that he's running towards a Midgar that survived the meteor, it's natural for him to refer to it as he did during the glimpse of the future if they failed. The lack of context for the characters shouldn't be replaced with our knowledge as players. Well, yes, right? Like literally in that chapter 18 interview on the Square Enix site, it says that the characters don't really understand what they're seeing, right? And it's not my belief that it's even necessarily a quote unquote bad ending, right? Like, I don't think I've ever necessarily said that. You know, like Advent Children does have beautiful parts to it. The ending of it is a happy ending. It is a good ending. Cloud finds peace, you know, says goodbye to Aerie and Zach. They're together out in the live stream. Like, there's a lot of like positive things that happen. My primary contention is that there's still a whole lot of bad shit that happens to the world at large, right? Like geostigma still ravages the land for like a couple of goddamn years, kills who knows how many people. Like, just because Cloud smiles at the end of Advent Children doesn't mean it's the best possible outcome for the characters and the world, more importantly. I also don't think that FF7's original ending was ever meant to be humanity dies. I know Katase sort of said that. He kind of even said it a bit jokingly in that quote, if you ever like read that quote in full. Like, he's like, you know, it was a pretty happy ending, you know, aside from everyone dying. Like he's a jokester. Like Katase is a jokester of him, like in general. Like if you track and read enough of his interviews over time, he's kind of sarcastic, he's kind of jokey. And then we know literally from Nojima that the intention of it was to be humanity lives on. You see smoke rising from Midgar. And that's supposed to be a reference to like humanity is living on. They didn't animate the smoke though. So there's been a lot of different interpretations. I mean, it's what they've said. It's what, you know, they said literally after Revelation was announced. What Nomura said is like, there's been so many years of this story. There's been so many spin-offs, so many different interpretations of it. This is meant to give it the one final boom. You know, here's everything. So yeah. Continuing. The team never wanted to change the core fundamentals of the characters nor the emotional crux. New follower Journey, thank you so much. So the team never wanted to change the core fundamentals of the characters nor the emotional crux of their individual journeys, only to expand upon the themes and have them arrive at bolder and more unexpected places. Hamaguchi notes that he wanted Rebirth to end and have players saying, I want to see what happens next, even if it frightens them. Now, there are people who also point to this quote and they say, like, look, this is an example of like, they're not changing things, right? But every single time they have ever talked about the things they aren't changing, they always qualify it in some way, right? The fundamentals of the character, the emotional crux of their individual journeys. Like, they have never outright just said, yeah, the plot will stay the same, you know? But they have said the themes will stay the same, the fundamentals of the characters will stay the same, the crux of their individual journeys will stay the same. You could take the Evangelion rebuilds and you say the same exact shit. You take the Evangelion rebuilds and what happens? Shinji is still dealing with his like feelings of self-worth, his lacking feelings of self-worth. He's still dealing with all the shit involving like his father. He's still dealing with like, you know, the weight of being put in charge of like manning these, you know, machines, and going into fights, you know, manning the Evas. Like, all of those core things are still there and still explored, even in the Evangelion rebuild movies. But you're not going to find anybody who says those things are an exact lift of the same exact story of the original Evangelion anime, you know? And I know you need to have that as a reference point, so not everyone even here in this chat may have that. But I just remember so many people, even 2020, making those comparisons to Evangelion, and I went back and I watched it all because I never watched it before. So I watched the original anime, I watched the end of Evangelion movie after that, and then I watched the rebuilds. And I remember coming to that feeling of like, oh, I see what people are saying. You know, like the events play out very differently in the rebuilds, way more than the remake trilogy. Like they have way bigger deviations, crazier deviations. But the core like character dynamics and character shit that gets explored in those rebuilds are relatively the same. And the ending is different. But it still is Evangelion, you know? And I think the creators would defend it as still being Evangelion and still wrestling with all those same things, even if it reaches a different endpoint, but still exploring the same themes and the same character journeys, right? So it's defensible to change where all this goes and still say, but we did this. We still kept the fundamentals of the characters the same. We still kept the same emotional crux of their journeys the same. We still explored the same themes, you know? Like all of that is very possible if they were to take it in a slightly new direction. So I don't think this contradicts any of those theories. Fear and the forbidden is the ultimate staple of fantasy and horror. To be a writer and show the audience something no one else can show them, Stephen King, or I want to walk the audience over the line they didn't want to cross to make them glad they did after, George Carlin. Actually, that George Carlin line is actually a really good quote because it's how I felt with Remake. Like I remember when Remake, the first trailer, I've said this before, but in case some of you weren't here, like I remember when I first saw the whispers in the fucking trailers, I was like, what is this bullshit? What is this weird shit that they're throwing into my Final Fantasy 7? And even when they first showed up and they first started fucking with shit, and like, I was like, oh, I don't know about these changes. I don't know about this stuff. By the end of it all, I was into it. You know what I mean? I was super engaged with FF with the story and like these. Not everyone was, for sure. People can not be engaged with it. People can think it fucking sucks. People can create entire channels telling people how much it sucks. That's all cool. That's all good. But that thing of like, I suddenly walked past the line that I didn't realize I would be cool with and that I wanted. That's what the remakes have done for me. I don't really know Harry Potter that well. I've seen all the movies once and that's it. I never read the books. I was never a Harry Potter kid. For one of my final questions, I decided to stop beating around the bush and straight up ask if the Final Fantasy 7 Revelation will have a different ending to the original game. Hamaguchi is expectedly tight-lipped, but his response also allowed me to read between the lines in ways that are equal parts unexpected and profound. So he said, if you were to ask me whether I've been strongly driven to conclude such a beloved story in a different manner than fans would expect, I'd have to say, honestly, that's not necessarily the case. Ultimately, I believe how it's received is up to each individual player. We've also seen those who sort of don't believe in this sequel theory or requel theory or whatever the fuck theory, that this is a explicit pushback on the idea of change, right? That in order for him not to, you know, change the beloved story in a different manner than fans would expect, that there in and of itself gives you the belief that it's okay, so it won't be different, right? But I have a couple questions. So one is, if you were to ask me honestly, like if this is my intention, that's not necessarily the case, right? So it's like, is changing things his personal, you know, choice? And he might be saying, well, maybe not necessarily, right? But he's not the only creator. There's Nojima, who's the writer. There's Nomura, who's the creative director. So it's not only up to him. And he also says, like, in a different manner than fans would expect. What is the fan expectation now, right? Like, is the fan expectation that it'll just be the same as the OG? Or is the fan expectation at this point that there will be some deviation? I don't know the answer. It seems that there's both. It seems like there is expectation, like there are people who expect it to either be the same, people who expect it to stay the OG. So this is not a conclusive statement either way. And so it doesn't really hang together also with some of the stuff that he said earlier in terms of like how the canon might work out. So what does that mean? I feel like Hamaguchi's saying the ending will be weird and vague. Well, up to how it's received, I guess. This is just like what they do, like what they land, how they land it. I think this is accurate. I think this is very accurate. I think everyone is going to have a different response to the ending. I don't think it necessarily means it's going to be vague. I think it means that the revelation, the answer, is not going to, like, how satisfying that is going to differ by player to player. That's how I read that. I think fan expectations is relevant to an extent given the scenario, which decided before Remake even released, and they've indicated fan feedback wasn't factored in. Yeah, it's a good point, Ratio. If they're committed to the creative vision for better or worse, yeah, I mean, that's their whole thing with like resolve, right? There's like, we have to have the resolve, see this through, and to provide the ending that we want to provide, all that. And he's right, since every single player is going to come from a different place. You might have played Final Fantasy VII as a kid countless times over, and hold its ending close to your heart. Or perhaps you stepped into this world for the first time with Remake and have simply been enjoying the ride. I don't envy the position that Hamaguchi finds himself in. Now that the end of the trilogy is clearly in sight, there's one thing I feel with absolute certainty. The realization that this project has allowed me to connect with so many fans and creators, having engaged with this world for nearly a decade, not only as a developer but also as a fan of Final Fantasy VII. What matters most to me in this final installment is no longer simply tying things up neatly or surprising people. Rather, I am focused on whether those who have experienced the series will feel truly deep in their hearts that it was worth seeing this journey through to the end. I want to send this story off in a way that leaves no regrets. I think this is a great commitment from him. And to also throw a bone at the people who, don't think it'll have like a crazy change to it. I think you could probably take this sentence and use that as like part of your support, right? Like, what matters to me most in this final installment is no longer simply tying things up neatly or surprising people. It's like, it is like his motivation isn't just like surprise, isn't just like, hey, look how different it is. Nor he also says neat though, right? Like, but what he is most focused on, right, is like making sure that people who went through this whole experience feel like, fuck, this was worth it. That's all we can ask. That's all I really want. All I really want is to like feel that this whole journey, this whole, wild reinterpretation, retelling, requalizing, remaking, resequeling, like FF7 experience is worth it in the end. That's all I really want. However they decided to do that, however the final conclusion is, like as long as it does that, then I'll be happy. As long as he accomplishes this, I'll be satisfied. I mean, I've been very happy with everything they've done so far, so I'm sure it'll be okay. Really, really hope we get some behind the scenes of the Moore's original plan for continuing FF7 after Advent Children back in the early 2000s. I've been very curious about the, when I was at SGF, I ran into someone who, weirdly enough, they're like friends of a friend of mine, but they do like video work for Square. And I was like, dude, you know what I really want more than anything from you guys? I was like, I just want like a documentary. I just want like a documentary about the making of this trilogy, like if that's possible, if you could talk to whoever you talk to, like that's all I really want personally. I just want to like, and they've had like the little behind the scenes, things with each game. Like with Remake, they had like the behind the scenes stuff. With like Rebirth, they had the behind the scenes stuff. So it feels like all that stuff usually has to be planned for a while, right? Like in order for them to have done that, they need to have been filming for all these 7 years. And so I don't know what they have, what they don't have, but I was glad I was able to like chat with that dude and tell him that's hey, if it's not something you guys are thinking about, that'd be cool. I think there's enough room for there to be a retelling with sequel content towards the end. AC is 2 years after, on the way to a smile. Wait. I think there's enough room for there to be a retelling with sequel content towards the end. AC is 2 years after, on the way to a smile, and the kids are alright, are within the 2-year gap, and Dirge a further year later. After we flash forward 500 years, those specific points for context with the expansions to the live stream mechanics gives them almost endless ways to feature new content that allows them to satisfy both crowds. Do you mean like literally creating follow-up games to dive into that stuff? Is that what you mean? Or like DLC even? Evan Children broke my trust. There's no averting it. I mean, I don't feel that way about it. Yeah, Evan Children. I want to see Hamaguchi react to theories. That'd be hilarious. He watches mine. It's like, I don't know what this fucking guy's talking about. He's got screenwriters on here. I make video games, dude. What is he talking about? Oh yeah, I mean, I haven't talked to Max about this article, but I assume it's come across as like its eyes, because it popped like it was kind of everywhere yesterday, so I assume he's seen it. Max is like a, you know, there's sometimes I am able to get in touch with him, sometimes I'm not. Like he's very he's not a very online person, which is good. It's refreshing. But I'm sure this is probably, I mean, you know, people have sent this to him for sure. So we'll see. I mean, yesterday he had Yo Video Games, so it wasn't like FF7 yap time. He's been yapping FF7 like crazy though, and then he was playing it the other night. He was going back through. He was finishing his normal playthrough so that he can unlock hard mode, because he didn't cheat and get a hard mode save file like I did. Where was I? So yeah, chat. Yeah. I think that's pretty much it. There was also that quote about the live stream sequence. I talked about that last week. I talked about it before everyone else talked about it. But yeah, we've been going for how long? It's 4 o'clock. So we've been going like 4 hours. So I think it might be good to get some NieR time in. But also it'd be good to sort of like, you guys can keep throwing FF7 stuff out, by the way. But let me pull up like the NieR stuff that we've played through, just because I need to like refresh my memory. Child says, chat, by the way, many theories and disagreements. It's all been respectful. It's so refreshing. Yes, thank you so much to the community. I feel like I have a very, very good community when it comes to that. I feel like everyone respects each other and has like good conversations, and I never feel like it gets toxic, or definitely doesn't feel like Twitter. It's why I tweeted what I did yesterday in terms of like, as I built on my thing I sent, I was like, man, it's less fun to talk about this stuff on Twitter, because it just feels like it's, talk about it on stream, it's amazing. Only 4 hours, still not long enough. This might be a good way to catch up with it. Have you seen Prop Knox' Tifa and Aerie video? No, I haven't actually. I was like, brother, I respect your balls, but I personally wouldn't touch that topic with a 10-foot pole, just because people are crazy. You think you should be able to just like talk about stuff like that, but I'm sure his content's mature. I'm sure like his representation of it is very mature. I just fear for the reactions that he got. I'm sure he can handle it well. I just don't know if people can handle it well.
You're really gonna do it?
Is this the right? Maybe this is farther in. Oh no, this is like the end. Shit. So what we did last time, obviously there was like a lot of this. Just as a refresher for people. If you mean the profit, I wouldn't watch that now since we've been going for so long, and I do want to get some NieR in. But so we like in this second version, so in Path B, it starts out, just to recap, with like the with what happened with let me update my category, where you find out more you get more context for Kaine. Just update category. You don't remember much at all? I thought so. It's been like a month since we played it. So you actually end up doing what's basically kind of like the forest thing, where it's not like I did like a 40-minute spoken word sort of thing. Just like reading this like long backstory, but essentially you learn more about the entity that comes to live inside of Kaine, right? And I forgot its name exactly. If anybody in chat remembers. Why is it like not loading? We're gonna call it Chadley. Chadley possesses Kaine. And there's like, yeah, I said, there's a whole like conversation. I'm just looking to see if I see the name pop up. But we read through all this. I think people also enjoyed my reading of it. It's like a shade that comes to possess her, basically. Chadley. So you go through all this. You're a shade. Why would you help me kill another shade? What, you think I'm some kind of racist? Some killing snob? So funny. The fireplace stat? What's the fireplace saying? Tyrion. So listen, my name's Tyrion, and if you ever need me, I'll just be hanging out in this piece of meat you call a heart. Now get to it. The more you kill, the more your heart turns rotten and sour, and I like rotten and sour. So this dude is interesting. And then you get like mostly we just ran through and like replayed stuff, and we got like additional context. So there was a scene of Emil and Kaine like at the fireplace, or like sitting outside like camping, because obviously they never come into town. So it's the first time we ever like see them like having a conversation outside, like what happens with them outside. Might be good to listen to this conversation too.
Is that?
I'm so happy to get to talk to you again, Kaine.
Yeah, me too.
I tried everything I could
Reading with wine and a fireplace going on in the background with low lighting.
think
It's
of to
ASMR
save you,
shit.
you know. I polished you with a special cloth. I poured warm water over you.
Wait, you poured water on me?
Yeah, but it didn't really do much except make you all shiny.
Hey, Emil. Thanks for saving me.
I guess you noticed how I look different now.
I'm sorry, Emil. I'm sorry for all of it.
Well, I mean, this new form isn't all bad, you know? At least I can look at you when we talk, right? Hey, so why don't you tell me something about yourself?
I'm not very interesting. Sorry.
Come on, I just want to know you better. Please?
Fine.
Who's my favorite character so far? Actually, I would say probably Emil. I think I like Emil the most so far. But Kaine, I'm starting obviously getting more context for her. I think she's intriguing. I think like Kaine is probably the most intriguing character. And the one that I like so far the most is probably Emil. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna refill some ice in this. Coded sub moment. Emil is Chad.
This all happened when
Actually, also the the ferryman. I'll also include the ferryman. I really like the ferryman. Just a funny stories of like him and his wife's like arguments are really funny.
I was a kid, before the whole shade possession.
This is my favorite NPC.
My body is different. And when the villagers found out about it, they started treating me like a freak. But one person, my grandmother, accepted me just as I was, no matter how bad things got.
Do we know who her grandmother is yet? Have we like, is that information we've learned? Is that something we've like seen? I can't even remember. I don't think so.
She gave me the strength to keep
I've seen her talk about her grandmother.
going.
She's really
Yeah, it was also
special
really sad
to
when
you,
Red
huh?
Bag guy died. That was a ferryman. Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like every time I say ferryman, it sounds like I was saying furryman.
Oh, hey! That gives me an idea. Since we cured your petrification, we should start looking for a way to cure your possession in my body. I know we can do it if we all work together. Heck, it'll probably be super easy.
Let me guess. More warm water?
Okay, can we just forget I told you about that?
So yeah, so you get some context like what they talk about, what she's thinking about. A lot of this whole experience is recontextualizing stuff. So you learn obviously that we killed Hansel, or we killed one of them, and this is like his kids basically. Right? Am I right? Not like you, I'm different. But he's like protecting them. From what I remember, he's protecting them, and then we go in and we fucking slaughter them. So that was the context of that. Yeah, Hansel's dead. We killed Hansel.
I want it.
Yeah, we just slaughter him and the little kids that are running around with him. Because we're the worst. We get a little more context of like, we realize that like, oh, it's actually what's the guy's name? I just read it earlier. I want to say Tristan. It's not Tristan.
It's all over for you, sunshine.
Kaine! Kaine!
I'll just stick with Chadley. Chadley takes over. Which happened in the first playthrough. But at least we have context for like the shade and who it is and what it is.
It's Kaine's shade!
There's no other choice. We must
Be you back!
So yeah, we beat it.
I like sleeping outside!
So then you just also contextualize what happens here with, remember this shade that became friends with the bot? Like basically its mom, like the shade's parent, got fucking killed. Trying to protect him. his mom dead. And then there's only ever been, I think, like tension between the Shades and the robots, but he ends up befriending the robot.
P33, you are an intruder. You must be eliminated. Error. There is
So the robot
from your eyes.
basically takes over as like the parent for the thing. And then later, when in this scene where the brother died, he blamed the Shade, but in reality,
With defending others.
it was caused by something different.
P33 will defend Khalil.
Man, there's gotta be tons of machinery here.
Yeah, but I don't know how much we can actually use.
Oh, wow. Check this out. It looks brand new.
Hey, be
Dumbass
careful,
is the
all
one
right?
who
This
fucks
place
it
is
up and like
dangerous.
makes it unstable.
I'll be
Yeah.
fine.
The stupid little kid
Oh, no.
caused the event that killed his brother. And then when he looks back, all he sees is a machine, and so he blames the machine. Hopes this thing's playable. Yeah, I mean, they could do that. So they've talked about how Zack is going to have guest characters and stuff like that. And Sisney makes tons of sense for that. Blames the machine. So then he sends us on a hunt to fucking kill this thing. We do. But you get more of the context of like why the machine was the way it was. So that's pretty much where we left off. Was after this fight, where you understand that the machine was trying to like save the Shade and take it away.
It's just all he's capable of right now.
Revenge is a fool's errand.
Yeah, I
know.
know.
Behind Jill. Do we even see Angeal? You know, we still haven't seen Genesis or Angeal.
Maybe Popol has found some information.
Damn, his fucking outfit is sick as hell. Holy shit. I'm missing out. Look at
Sure
this.
about the Shadow Lord. Let's drop by the village.
Very well.
It's like a samurai situation. This is where we left off. So that's a quick catch up on where we were, where we left off. We can jump into the game. Club stream. Thanks so much for the follow, Zero Gaming. Where was I? NieR. Let's get set up. It feels right without how he's been forced into focus in Ever Crisis. I feel like what I really like about the remake trilogies is I feel like every time they've included stuff from the compilation, it's felt natural. You know, like it's never felt forced in, just to sort of like have a moment, you know. They've done it very, for the most part, like subtly and like very, like I said, natural. Like Kunsel, hey, Cloud. It's like, wait, you're Cloud, right? Hold on, let me get Kunsel. Like they've done it so well that it's never felt like, well, we just have to get it in because it's the compilation and our goal is to recreate the compilation within the remake trilogy. They've never forced it. I really appreciate that. All right. What is the next objective? Oh, yeah, it's off the Popola again. Have any other side quests that I need to take care of too? Oh, just fishermen's right now. Mouse is in the way. Oh, that's for me, not for you guys. God, I hope they do more of Vincent's background. They've never really done Vincent well, in my opinion. Right? Like, they have Dirge of Cerberus, and that gets into obviously the backstory. But that's in a whole separate game. In the OG, there wasn't that much of him because he was an optional character. And then, like I said, what we get of him is like in Dirge, which just isn't well written. So it's like we've gotten some of it, like even his side quest in Rebirth. the Vincent side quest in Rebirth, where you go down into the facility, he starts to talk about Lucrezia and stuff. Like, it already starts to get into it a little bit, and then so I'm very excited to see how they actually do it in this next part. Yeah, Dirge wasn't even written by Nojima. They can improve the story a lot.
Learned anything new about
I think
the
they
Shadow
will.
Lord's key,
I think they
Popola?
definitely will.
You know, I was just going to talk to you about that.
I'll put it this way. Even though I've defended the depiction of Sid and how they've done it, because I do think people misremember stuff outside of like just him being a dick in Rocket Town. I think it's even more likely that they'll get Vincent right than, like, I have more confidence in the Vincent stuff and how they'll handle all the Sid stuff that they haven't touched yet. You know, I was just gonna talk to you about that.
Aerie, right?
That depressing shell of a village?
Not so much anymore, it sounds like. I just got this letter from the village chief. Have a look.
So here, my greetings to you and your people, to you and your village. I hope everything is going well. Our village is shut down, shut itself away from the world for far too many years. We have therefore, yeah, this is the bullshit letter, right? With regards, our village. Let me reread it though, just in case there's like something in it that's missable but might matter. Our village has shut itself away from the world for far too many years, and we have therefore decided it is time to change our ways. As part of this endeavor, we have resolved to establish a shop within the village. It is now open for business, and I look forward to seeing a great many customers visit from all over the world. With regards to the sacrifice keyword he wrote about, one of our villagers claimed to know the meaning behind the term. You are more than welcome to speak with him on the matter as part of your visit to the Aerie. I hope to hear from you again. Very curious, because now we're getting more information. Like, we can hear what the shades are thinking and saying. We hear more of Chadley within Kaine. And so I'm very curious what like, I remember this trip to the pretty sure this trip to the Aerie is where people get possessed and shit. So this could also have a lot of different stuff, because we might hear some of those bits of dialogue. So sad we never get Versus 13, because Nojima would have done justice to more as base story. Yeah. I feel that I think the foundation is so much firmer for Vincent. Most of his character was studied through flashbacks, so there's no reason they can't fit it in Revelation. Yeah. The Vincent chapter and Wutai were probably my most anticipated things. And yeah, they are completely new and fresh to 7.
I've been trading notes with leaders from every town in the land.
You're amazing, Popola.
NieR affects me as a bit too convenient.
Why did they cut out like that? It's also interesting because now we know. Technically, thank you so much, the Leo Cat, for the follow. Because now we also have a different perspective on Popola, right? Like, we run into her and Devila at the end of the first path, and she's kind of been presiding over, holding us back. Like, I wonder if this whole thing, actually shit. So this whole trip to the Aerie, remember, like, the letter sounded weird, right? The letter felt weird. So I wonder if this trip to the Aerie was actually set up by Devila and Popola to, like, stop us. You know what I mean? Like, they were hoping to sort of, like, stop us from, she was like, for another couple hundred years, we're hoping to hold you back. Is basically what she says at the end of the original ending when you run into her. So I wonder if this oh fuck, that makes sense to me. That this was a scheme to get us into a very dangerous situation, to stop us from our path. That makes sense.
I'm afraid Grimoire Weiss is correct.
What do you mean?
You're onto something, by the way. I have no idea myself, but it's a good theory. It makes sense. Thank you. Actually, yeah, I should turn on my spoiler notifications again. This is my first playthrough of NieR. Nightbot.
The Aerie has been shut off from the world for years. And now they've not only opened trade routes, but they freely exchange information about the Shadow Lord.
Yeah, it's very sus.
I agree. It seems rather unnatural and dangerous.
You're overthinking it. Besides, I don't care if it's dangerous. I won't get Yona back by just sitting around and waiting.
Near, far, wherever you are.
There are shades there. I'll just kill him and be done with it.
Oh dear.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I guess I won't stop you.
See if I can move chat over in front of me. Make it a little bit smaller so I can still see the thing. It's easier than having to like look over.
Try speaking with the chief when you get there. Try speaking with...
Currently playing Stellar Blade for the first time. Amazed at how much inspiration shifted to from NieR. It doesn't sound surprising. I did play the demo for Stellar Blade and I really liked it. How are you liking it so far? The trailer for the second one looks really good too. Like, I really heavily fuck with the vibes of the second one.
Alright, let's go see the
trailer.
What a soul
I'm
crushing.
meaning to play it. I know NSP, who was in chat earlier, really likes it a lot. And I played the whole demo. I played there's like 2 parts of that demo where it's like the main sort of story and then like a later boss encounter with like more mechanics. It's a bit harder. I thought it was really good. I'm gonna cancel Stellar Blade? Why? You know, like sexualization or some shit? Very curious about the new context of this whole
I cannot fathom
Aerie
that village
situation.
setting up a mercantile. They must have truly opened their minds.
Yeah, I have my doubts.
Kaine?
Aren't you glad to be going back home, Kaine?
Home? The place is a shithole.
Don't be so nervous, Kaine. We'll protect you.
I got me taken care of. Worry about protecting yourself.
Ooh, the village. It's
Hearing,
home to so
not
many
Chadley.
terrible widow memories, isn't it, guys?
Oh. This history?
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
Hold on, I gotta hear this dialogue. I can't just run past it. I think that's all the dialogue. So the Aerie has memories for her. It plays well, the story is interesting, but it lacks a bit of depth. That precisely would be the benefit of the game.
We do not
balancing
desire.
Out oh shit, new shit. So it says, how will Sid light his dynamite without SIGs? He'll use Red 13's tail. That actually, I just said straight off the dome, but that actually makes sense. Yeah, that's how he'll do it. It'll be his synergy attack with fucking Red 13. He'll use Red 13's tail to light the cigarette, and everyone will be pissed. But damn it, I wanted the cigarette. And I get it. I personally would like the cigarette thing. I heard someone also point out that like President Shinra smokes a cigar, you know, in the in part 1. So it's like, why not have the cigarette? I get it. I would like him to smoke too. It'd be cool. Maybe they bring it back as like an Easter egg, or like he has a relapse moment where he smokes one or something. I don't know. But anyway, this is new stuff.
We do not desire needless conflict.
If we can continue to live with humans,
Then we can continue to live peacefully.
So the villagers are obviously shades, and they're talking from that perspective. And they're looking to potentially live peacefully.
That young man will come.
Talking about us.
Yes, the young man will come.
Well, I've also heard that, I don't know, it's so tough because I feel like all I've ever heard of Japan is like they're heavy smokers still, and like it's still very normalized over there to smoke. Even one of the FF7 developers is like a notoriously heavy smoker. Or no, not FF7. FF14, Yoshi P. Yoshi P smokes like a chimney. Like, so I know it's kind of even more common and normalized over there versus over here. But I don't know what the social conversation about it is, whether it's still like, maybe a very common thing that people do, but it might still be technically frowned upon, like doctors and the government and all that. So I don't know all those dynamics, but
He will kill us all, women and children included.
Because they know us, so these villagers who are shades know us as like the shade killer.
What should we do? What can we do?
So when we show up, that sort of like definitely feels like a threat, I assume. Interesting. Celebrate's definitely a vibe and deserves the attention it's getting. Still like the culture war. Yeah, for sure. That's why it's just good to like consume games just offline so much. Like I know it's ironic as a content creator to say that. I have not played Automata, no. I decided to start with Replicant. Because I heard conflicting things, and I know a lot of people start with Automata, actually, but technically in the chronology, right? Like Replicant was the first game released at the very least. So I will play Automata after this though. I think I have to meet with the mayor first. Playing Rebirth from start to finish without Twitter was a magical experience. Definitely doing that for more games. Dude, 100%. Like, that was how I played. You know what was funny? It was I definitely avoided social media when I played Rebirth, regardless. And I had everything muted, so I was just like in my own little bubble. And I especially felt that when I played E33 because I got an early copy of that. Still haven't made a video about it, which is bad. I really should. I made like a post that I played it and like kind of like my impressions of it. But it's like that I played in a complete bubble. Like I just knew other creators who were playing it also. But you didn't have any conversation, like any social conversation about the game. You just have to go off of like your vibes, and like I remember playing it and being like, people are gonna eat this shit up. Like this is gonna be really good. Like, this has like hit potential. And it fucking hit. It fucking hit.
Hello? We're here from Popola's village.
It's all over.
We came to ask about the letter you sent.
Our days are numbered. Our village is doomed.
So he knows that's like shades have taken over.
Cheerful as ever, it seems.
You're the one who wrote the letter, right?
I don't know about any letter.
Sus.
What is going on here? It may be faster for us to take our inquiries elsewhere. Let us ask around. Someone must know something.
So I know I have to go to like where everyone is. I'm gonna talk to these like as many of the normal houses as I can. I'm very curious what they say now. Or what I hear.
This village is finished.
Yeah, because of shades.
I'm scared. Make it stop.
Well, I think playing without Twitter, just basically without checking Twitter, you know? So they're afraid of like the shade infestation that's happened, I assume. God, remember the first time we came to the Aerie chat?
The Shades attacked again last night. It's
us and for you. I don't believe in anything anymore.
Trying to see, I love like environmental storytelling and like when things are recontextualized. That's really what I'm like investigating all these houses for. But I don't think any of the dialogue will be significantly different from what it was before.
Everyone will perish. Everyone.
Well, it does make sense if they're scared of shades that have taken over.
To trust anyone.
I'm too scared to trust anyone. Yeah. The only thing I've heard regarding E33 is a criticism that it somehow glorifies French colonialism. I didn't think about that when I played it. I'm sure there's a reason why it's brought up.
I know you.
I know you. Oh, I don't know what to make of that exactly.
Make sure you stock up on the set.
Oh, trust me, I will. Health salve would be good. This will be good. Magic drop will be good. I'm just gonna buy everything, dude.
Come back anytime.
Welcome. We've got some new items in stock today.
Oh my god. Spend 47 grand on this. I don't think I need pumpkins, but might come in handy later, who knows? And I have money to spend, so.
Come back soon?
Definitely go to the weapon shop first.
My weapons may not be the latest.
Oh, no weapons here.
Thanks.
Why not fill your garden with flowers?
Yeah, I don't need that.
I hope you grow some real
Letter? Sorry, I can't help you.
Man, I was so tired of holding up indoors.
Huh? A letter? I don't know anything about a letter.
Huh? A sweater? Oh, a letter.
A letter.
No, sorry, don't know about that.
Alright, no new contacts with these characters. This guy, though, I'm sure is where it gets weird.
Yeah, I think I heard something about that.
So, you know about the letter?
Maybe I don't. I'm not sure.
Which is it, man?
And if I may ask, are you friends of Kaine?
You could say that.
I've heard the rumors. Here to hunt shades, are you?
So if we know them as like that they are shades, it's like here to hunt shades.
Our aim is to defeat every last
Oh my god, and then Grimoire Vice says this to a dude that is probably a walking, talking shade.
Every last one?
See, he takes that very negatively.
Everyone.
Vice!
Wow, so much work. Such new context to this shit now.
It's a trap. I figured as much.
You guys sure are taking your goddamn time.
1,000 apologies. We were distracted by the...
Oh, I have a new heavy weapon? Oh, that's why. I was like confused because that didn't feel like the right weapon.
A carnival of murder? I love it.
How do I dodge again? Oh, R2.
Kaine, the villagers are possessed!
But not all of them. Some are still human, so be careful.
Shit. This new weapon fucks. Damn, I fucked this
I blame you for all of this.
Damn, I missed what Chadley said there. What did Chadley say just now? I was trying to figure out my dodge ability and whatnot.
Put down that weapon, please. I beg of you.
It's a carnival of murder. Oh, here we go.
Get out of here! No way! I'm not gonna abandon my own sister!
Connie, what's going on?
Don't be fooled by this lady. She's a shade.
I was doubting Kanye a little bit here, but no, she's definitely right.
No! No! You people are the monsters here!
Stay back, kid. Your sister is one of them now.
I don't care what she is! She's my sister, and I love her.
There it is. Got the drop on her. Chad, we gonna say anything? Why have you done this? We just wanted to live our lives in peace.
Stop it! Don't hurt my sister!
You monster. You possessed monster. It is you who have lost your humanity. You are the true monsters.
What madness. These people are behaving as if we are the villains.
Yeah, well, yeah. You are the cursed ones. You are the ones who should die.
Interesting. Kill them! Kill... Villagers are under attack over there.
Why are you here? Everything was fine until you showed up.
Why did you even come here?
Emil, watch Kai.
All right.
Damn, I lost dialogue. God damn it. Alright, we might get. We'll probably get way more dialogue here. Way more context. Hold on.
It's all over. This village's history. I can't tell who's human anymore.
Can't tell it's human anymore. Village was right to never wants to talk to you. Yeah, really. Does this look different than last time? It looks like I'm seeing it looks different. Okay.
Is this beast a shade as well?
That thing sucked up the villagers.
No! If we keep this up, we're gonna kill them all! We can't let that happen!
Our village, our world, where am I? Who am I? Yeah, AJ, it's crazy that we're still playing NieR. 6 months ago, I thought we'd be on Automata by now. I did too.
Something from within the creature.
Shit. I need the eye to come back down.
All those shades? It will take more than a barrage of magic to stop us. The first to waver is the first to die.
Ah, I lost it. Oh no, there it is.
I sense magic coming from the center of that eye.
Ah, damn.
Wait!
I also thought we'd be an Automata.
Hold nothing back. Those are
But we did so much side content too. That was a big reason, I feel like. Like I did way more side content than needed to do.
The surrounding tentacles
yeah, their eternal
appear to
actions.
deflect magic. Such speed!
Salazar, MP recovery plus 25%. We have, I think, like 4 endings we can play before, because one of them I need to play Automata, apparently. I understand.
Now, focus your magic on the beast's center.
I did that already. There we go. I mean, we're already getting through content like pretty quickly. The guide that I was following said it's better to play Automata to understand ending E. Like it may have more context, you know. I plan to play Automata anyway, so.
Look out! Something's coming!
Its weak point is located around the back. Try attacking it from above.
Ow, fucker.
I'll try to pin it down!
Emil!
Emil!
I'll keep it busy! You should be able to attack! From behind! Go around and get it! Please, hurry!
Emil,
It's an adaptation of something.
We must circle behind the creature at once.
I gotta go above. Emil is a real one, for sure. I'm sure this is gonna recontextualize when he does the big sort of blast also. Anyways, I started blasting.
You must strike it in the eye.
Ah, shit! Whoops.
Are you there yet?
Yeah, I am. Just give me a second. Ah, shit.
Did we get it? It is escaping to the inner level.
I'm coming. Gotta catch my breath.
I'm sure there's such a much more, like, smooth way to do that and not get hit at all.
Anyone if we lose you here.
I need to watch, like, a no-hit run. I'm sure I could have just absorbed. I should have just did the absorb thing.
Damn it! You beat the hell out of that thing. How can it still move?
Its combined powers are beyond even my greatest suspicion.
Got it. Oh man! Fuck, Emil. I do feel like Emil is sort of probably the key to why we were able to upset the plan. Oh, case report. Mutations found in subcutaneous cell structure rise in mental disorders. Fuck. I'll have to read that again. I'll go back into the VOD literally after the cutscene plays, and I'll read it with you guys.
Emil, wait.
But in terms of like Davila and Popola's plans, I feel like Emil was probably like having him is probably what helped.
He's gone. His instincts have taken hold. The ultimate weapon is being deployed.
I assume they didn't factor in somebody like Emil, you know, being an ally of ours.
This ain't good, sunshine.
So the Shades are trying to live peacefully. We stopped that. We also killed the humans that are probably still hiding in those homes. It seemed like there were humans hiding in the homes away from the Shades who had sort of like taken over the village. He looks so dark there, but he almost like he's definitely just sad about what happened. Oh shit! Hold on, chat's covering uncontrollable magic. I have to protect the people I love. That was my only thought as I unleashed a magic powerful enough to destroy not only the Shade, but everyone else as well. Oh fuck! So we're getting Emil's internal thoughts in this moment. Oh, hell yeah. All of them. So many innocent lives. Destroy. Eviscerate. Crush. Kill. These are the dark impulses that override all other thoughts. The being that was created to be a magical weapon, these are my instincts. Or maybe it's better to call them our instincts. Emil's dream rampage. Oh shit, because we got this for Kaine. A klaxon sounds from deep within the bowels of the laboratory. Thick metal shutters drop down, sealing off the room with a series of dull metal thuds. Abort the experiment. Number 6 is out of control. Everyone, get out of here now! Get out of it! I really should stop watching. I haven't played this yet. Oh my god, Neva. Lock-in time. The researcher's words are abruptly cut off as a massive hand materializes out of the gloom and lifts him high into the air. The researcher begins to scream. He screams and screams, the sound echoing off the walls of the laboratory until the hand squeezes down, coating the room in a deep crimson hue. The rest of his colleagues stand in silence, mouths open, unable to process what they have just seen. Then a female scientist takes a step back and lets fly with a heartbreaking wail. But this is a terrible mistake, for the sound of her cries suddenly brings forth a monster in all its terrible glory. Its body is a bloated corpse, its head a grinning skull, and it is massive, many times the size of a human. So it sounds like the face of like Emil, maybe? The head lolls from side to side as it tromps around the room on all fours, bringing to mind the wild maneuverings of some wretched, starving beast. This creature, this thing, is experimental weapon number 6. Oh yeah, this is what we thought that they had like pinned up on the wall. Also known as Palua. No! Oh no! Please stop! Oh god, save me! Save me! I don't want to die! One by one, the maddening cries of the researchers are silenced. Number 6 understands their petitions, it pays them no heed, instead continuing its rampage of destruction and slaughter with a focus that borders on obsession. After an eternity, the screaming stops. The alarm falls silent, and only then does the creature make a sound, howling out with an unfathomable roar that echoes up and down the empty halls of the blood-soaked laboratory. Ah! Is a sound that curses those who dared bring such evil into the world, and yet one that also seems to be pleading for help. Two steps of footsteps echo in an otherwise silent corridor in the first level of the laboratory. One set belongs to a young boy, his eyes blindfolded and his hands restrained. That's Emil. The other belongs to a severe man in a long white coat. The man drags the boy along by means of a long chain attached to a set of shackles on his wrists. Rubble is scattered here and there across the floor of the corridor, making the journey an exceedingly difficult one for a boy who cannot see. Excuse me? Could you please walk a bit slower, sir? I'm not used to being blindfolded and... Rather than stopping, the man only increases his pace, causing the boy to stumble in an attempt to keep up. I'm blocking you guys from some of the dialogue. Hold on. Put myself up here. Maybe I should close the chat for now. I'll bring it back though. Rather than stopping, the man only... Oh, here it is. This last humiliation proves too much, and the boy finds himself unable to arrest his fall. Without the ability to brace himself, he topples to the floor, smashing his head on a pile of debris and causing a trickle of blood to worm its way down his pale, frightened face. Agonized by the pain, the boy inadvertently opens his eyes, causing the falling drops of blood to emit a strange, crackling sound before transforming into tiny white rocks. "Close your damn eyes!" roars the man. "Yes, sir," stammers the boy as he slams his lid shut. He hadn't realized the blindfold had slipped off during the fall. Now he keeps his eyes squeezed shut so tightly that sparkles appear against the black of his vision. The boy is Emil, also known as Number 7. He is a magical weapon whose eyes are capable of turning to stone anything that falls under their gaze. "Don't look at me," barks the man. "Never look at me." "Sorry, sir. I'm looking at the ground now, so if you could just hand me the blind..." Instead of waiting for him to finish, the man extends one foot and presses Emil's face to the floor with a heavy black boot. "Sir, stop! You're hurting me." "I told you to keep your eyes and your mouth shut, so do it!" The man knows this weapon could wipe him out with a single glance, and yet subduing him in this way gives him a sense of relief. After making certain the boy is sufficiently cowed, the man leans down, retrieves the blindfold, and knots it tightly around the boy's quivering head. "Right then, on your feet. Let's move." Emil staggers to his feet, trying to ignore the red liquid oozing down his face. The blood doesn't matter. The pain doesn't matter. All that matters is finishing the job they had set out for him to do. The second level of the laboratory is in even worse shape than the first. The environs are littered with rubble and rock, making the thought of a decent foothold laughable. When the man's eyes linger on a section of rubble stained a deep red, he has a sudden image of warm, gooey brownies slathered in strawberry sauce. What? When the man's eyes linger on a section of rubble stained a deep red, he has a sudden image of warm, gooey brownies slathered in strawberry sauce. Interesting. Yeah, 1995 Dragon, I mean, we talked for like 4 hours, and it looks like you're on YouTube. So you can actually just go back and just rewind on YouTube. But yeah. You should look at that man. Fuck that guy. His stomach lurches at the thought, but when he attempts to avert his eyes, they land on the remains of a human being, rendered into what can only be described as paste. Oh, so wait, this is something he did? Oh, sorry. Sorry, just let me get the stand. Man blinks. His mind goes strangely blank before attempting to determine exactly how many humans had to be sacrificed to create the scattered piles of flesh around him. After a moment, his thoughts simply cease altogether, as if his mind realizes that trying to put such a thing into form is folly. You can go the rest of the way on your own, says the man in a voice much weaker than he wishes it to be. I mean, what does it matter? You're not even human. You're a monster. With this, the man spins around and dashes back down the hall. Helpless Emil simply listens as the footsteps of his erstwhile captor fade into the distance. Emil finds himself alone in a room with the stench of death and blood. For a moment, he considers opening his eyes, but the thought of the horrors that await him quickly squashed his plan. Instead, he stands still and listens intently. Eventually, a far-off sound reaches his ears. That's the howl I heard before. Emil resumes walking, using the sound of the distant voice to guide him, almost as if it was calling him home. By the time Emil reaches the 3rd level, he is moving on memory as much as sound. His hands and face are covered in fresh wounds from numerous falls, but every time he thinks about giving up, his mind returns to his sister. We studied together. We ate cookies together. We cried together. We laughed together. And sometimes I was the only one who got yelled at. That's why I was never lonely. Our being together allowed me to stay strong. For Emil, his sister was all he had to live for. So holding that feeling close to his chest, he presses on, one slow step after the other. Finally, Emil finds himself drawing close to a certain experimental chamber in the deepest part of the laboratory. The howl is very close now, and as he touches the switch that controls the door, he thinks about his mission. Number 6 is the ultimate weapon. She is his sister, and he must turn her to stone. Oh, damn! He was being walked down to her chambers for the purpose of, like, turning her to stone. Damn. That's interesting. The door slowly opens, revealing the massive interior of the experimentation chamber. After a few steps, Emil removes his blindfold and slowly opens his eyes. His sister lurks before him, but she looks nothing like the girl he once knew. Instead, he sees a savage beast crawling on all fours through the shredded remains of researchers. Oh, so she's been, like, tearing them up. Which is also why the first dude ran away. As the thing that had been his sister stops and tilts its head in Emil's direction, he focuses his gaze on it. A series of soft crunching sounds emerge from the creature as his magic does its terrible work. First the fingers, then the hands. Arms, legs, head. What little color the beast once possessed fades to a lull, ashen gray. And yet, somehow, it summons what strength remains and pulls itself toward Emil, one slow, lumbering effort at a time. Wailing, the massive monstrosity closes in. Is she worried about me? Or is she coming to kill me? Emil feels prepared to accept either outcome. After all, this was his older sister, the person he loved more than anyone else in the world. Halua, hi. The moment Emil speaks, number 6 comes to a sudden halt. Silence descends on the chamber as the siblings stare at each other. Sorry, Halua, but everyone says you're too powerful. They say it's too dangerous unless I seal you away. I'm so sorry. As Emil watches her body begin to turn to stone once more, number 6 simply waits in utter, perfect silence. Damn, so she, like, accepts it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Damn. Crazy backstory for that. The moment number 6 petrification is complete, her memories flood into Emil's mind. The two of them huddling together in the cold. All alone in the world with no one to protect them. All she wanted was to save her little brother. And yet, it was that little brother who, in a sense, saved her. The moment the petrification is complete, Emil sinks to his knees. Frozen sister and a little brother racked with sin. Alone in this cold cage, the two of them weep in a single silent voice. Damn. It was our combined power that destroyed the Aerie. Whole existences, entire lives, even their memories. We took it all. We took everything. My sweet, gentle sister turned into a monster. Because he consumed her, right? Like, he is merged with her now. And the same thing will happen to me, now that I have her power. If my instincts as a weapon win out and destroy me in the process. If that power ends up hurting someone I love, Sweet baby boy Emil. That's all, so it's probably going through his head during this whole bit that he's crying.
What have I done? I killed innocent people. I killed them all.
But you saved us. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be dead. We owe you.
But
It's all right.
Sounds like something clicked for you, Sephiroth. I don't know if the same thing clicked for me, though.
Really? Don't look back.
Alright, got the sacrifice fragment. Some context hit. Interesting.
We had best be off.
Yeah.
Devil and Popola went back home and made me lonely, so I ran around singing songs as loud as I could.
Maybe Popola's found some information about the Shadow Lord. Let's drop by the village.
Very well.
Oh, actually, that's right. It makes me want to double check something. Hold on. I want to check something with you guys real quick. Go back into my stream. I want to see that note that flashed during the loading screen that I missed. Yeah, there it is. Oh my god, it's Inception. But I want to go back to that loading screen. Where was the loading screen again? It was after the attack, wasn't it? It was here. I think. No. Damn it. Where was it? I feel like it was like in the middle of the mix, you know, like in the middle of like a lot of shit happening. It wasn't here. Damn, that's why I thought it was after the attack. It's like pretty recent, wasn't it? I already checked this loading screen. Maybe it was Here it was. I was right. It was in the middle of the shit. Okay. Case report 5/18/2004. Mutations found in subcutaneous cell structure. Rise in mental disorders believed to be caused by external factors. Airborne transition most likely mechanism. Research into effective treatments is underway. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what to make of it exactly, but interesting. All right. Go back. There we go. Bring you guys back over. Where's my trusty steed? It's very confusing to do a deep dive into all the lore. Yeah, I look forward to doing that. And there's like a couple of theory videos that are like suggested actually. And they're like pre-Automata, so they're not like spoilers for Automata, which is good. And this sword actually looks badass as hell. Yeah, I'm using a new heavy sword that I just got toward the end of the last stream, I think. Oh, chat's still missing. Hold on. Thank you for the reminder. There we go. Thought I had missed something. So saves. I think it needs a. What's the Popola? Always talk to Popola. It's like returning to the sands of the rising, waking stones, or damn, I can't remember what the FF14 thing is. But you always go back to it. Pray return to the rising stones. It's got a wing on it. Oh yeah. It's a really cool looking sword. I like this one. It's also not too heavy. Like I feel like it moves pretty quickly. Because I had a big lumbering one that I needed to use just to deal with the armored shades. This one's way more fluid, while still doing the damage it needs to do.
Hey, Popola.
Ah, you're back.
Have you learned anything more about the Shadow Lord's key?
I'm sorry, but it's going to take me some time yet.
I see.
Hold on.
Well, can I take something off your plate in the meantime?
Oh, how about this? You know the ferryman with the red bag, right?
Oh, the ferryman with the red bag. Oh, so this is part of the main story. For whatever reason, I thought it was a side quest. I don't know why, but this leads to the ship storyline, right?
Well, he's been skipping out on work lately. Can I ask you to go to Seafront and check on him?
Sure thing.
Actually, anything else with you, Popola?
I'll do what I can to figure.
Yeah. You do save a specific spot in Stellar Blade because it has a few Souls-like elements that can sometimes be annoying. I'm not a big fan of Souls-likes. Do you mean like the enemies respawning and stuff, like that kind of thing? Because I noticed when I played Phantom Blade.
Familiar.
I'm sure that couple is merely having another one of their inane spats. Let us do our utmost not to get dragged into it this time,
Because when I played Phantom Blade Zero at Summer Games Fest, I noticed that it has like save points similar to it has save points similar to what's it called? It has save points similar to like a Souls game, like you know, it looks like that same sort of thing. But in Blade Zero, it doesn't respawn enemies. So you can go back and you can save and it'll restore your health and everything, but enemies don't respawn. Which is interesting. So like in a lot of ways it looks a bit like a Souls-like, but it doesn't actually have those Souls-like elements. Oh, I'm still in the wrong place. Let me bring myself back over. I look back at OBS, I was like, where am I? There we go. It definitely became like the predominant like game format. Like a lot of games really took the whole Souls-like structure. And still are, but I do think there is like a little bit of a tedium growing with them, unless you are like FromSoft, you know? They definitely got a lot of copycats. I mean, I do like what it did for Jedi Survivor, like Jedi Fallen Order. I haven't played Survivor yet. I played Jedi Fallen Order, and I like that having some Souls-like elements.
Yeesh. I don't think I've ever seen fog this thick before.
Oh, we're gonna get the scenes of the postman. Fuck yeah. Because we just find him in the ship.
Huh? What's that?
It's the first play that you just find him in the ship. Hell, let me just walk into this creepy ass ship. Good idea, guy. Good idea. Well, he is a seafarer, maybe. Before I talk to her, let's save. Save demon. Backrooms YouTube video. Yeah, I watched the movie too. I haven't seen the YouTube series, but I did watch the movie.
Oh God, it's over. My life is over.
What's wrong?
Oh, hey, I remember you. You're the ones who helped us out way back when.
Seeing as we've come all this way, I suppose we had best ask, what is the matter?
he's so reluctant to even ask. So, what is the
Fight
matter?
with my husband, and he ran away from home.
Yes, yes. You may color me utterly flabbergasted.
But it's all that idiot's fault. I was saving up a bunch of apples, and he went and ate 10 of them.
That's actually sort of impressive.
Well, sure, I may have lost my temper a little, but I can't believe he just up and left. He's been gone for a week now, and it's...
Did you see the movie AJ, and what'd you think about it? Question, if you were on some secluded beach and all of a sudden found a ship like that, would you go back and alert other people about it, or decide to explore like that postman? I'll definitely explore it. If there's anything I am, it is fearless when it comes to just going into things I should be going into.
You'll
you know?
help me find him.
Really? Oh, thank you so much.
And here we go again. Shall we begin by asking around at the tavern like before?
So I have to? Apparently I have to, as an X on it. This is just like them forcing me to go to like not go to Middeal in Revelation until I've done a few things, I'm sure. Hold on, I just need to use the bathroom. Give me 1 second, chat. Oh, I still have the halfway it's okay message. be right back. Boom, 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 boom.
Hey there. I'm looking for the guy with the red bag. You seen him around lately?
Really? Is that couple fighting again?
I saw the film at its preview screening last week, and it was released in Germany with a 3-week delay. It was really cool and adds a lot of lore, lots of lore of the YouTube series. I'm looking forward to. Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought it was quite good. Very unexpected moments. I don't want to say things. Let's just say eating. Eating was a very interesting line of dialogue. Also, Exit 8 was another game that was like, you know, turned into, or like kind of like indie, sort of like, I know Backrooms wasn't a game, but there are backroom like games, I think, ever since that YouTube series came out. But then there's also Exit 8 that also has like, that was pretty good too. I was really annoyed by the main character for like the first half hour of that. This is damn inhaler. Like, if you've seen the movie, she's like, bro, keep the inhaler out. Like, stop putting it back in the backpack. And you're just constantly having to take it out. What was I to say? And they had some like interesting inversions of some expectations that I had with that. Some people love it. I don't think I loved it, but I thought it was solid.
Yeah, the guy took off and hasn't been seen since. I take it this isn't a surprise?
Hardly. Their arguments are legendary. We're actually considering selling tickets as a tourist attraction.
But it's good to see like some gaming-ish like projects like turning out good as adaptations, you know?
Maybe he went back home. I think his brother is a guard there or something.
Thanks for the tip. I'll see what I can figure out.
Say, you're pretty handsome.
Oh yeah, this I forgot she like spits game at us.
Yeah, I'm good.
Is YouTube series that better horror? Interesting. I was only half paying attention to what was just said. Oh, he's back.
Hard to believe a ship of this size managed to run aground. What was that? Hey, is someone there? Okay, I definitely heard someone cough just now. Maybe it's one of those kids from town? But where are they?
Oh, it keeps going.
There you are. What are you doing here, kid? And who are you, anyway?
This is added to the remake. Oh, really? So even in Path B, in the OG release, this wasn't added? This wasn't part of it? Interesting.
Were you a passenger on this ship, maybe?
This is one of my favorite parts of the game, actually.
Hey, it's okay. You don't need to be scared.
Like, I'm very happy to be back in this quest. This quest is really fucking cool.
I think that couple's petty squabbles have become something of an attraction for the locals.
Doesn't surprise me in the least. Seeing people like that puts a little spring in your step, you know?
You humans truly are a maddening bunch. Such buffoonery does little more than wear this old tome out.
What did I have to do? Also, the brother of the man with the red bag. Is this guy?
How are things outside town?
Oh, he's the guard. He's the guard back at the village. I forgot. I have to go back to the goddamn village. This whole section of the pirate ship was supposed to be in the OG game. Didn't have time to do it yet. Wait, so do you mean like even the first encounter, like on the first playthrough, or just this part of it? Or was the ship just not part of the OG release at all?
Hey there. How you feeling?
Wow, so nothing about the ship was part of the original release? Fuck. It is one of my favorite bits of the whole thing. Damn.
Well, your cough seems better at least.
Well, good job on them on that remake. Like, yeah, this is a good
Check it
ad.
out. I brought you some bread today.
I assume this was a hit, right? Like, people like this stuff. I mean, they have to, right?
Whoa,
OG
easy
fans?
there. Jeez, you must have been starving. Well, look, no one's gonna take this from you, so just take it easy so you don't choke on it, okay? So, what were you doing on this boat, kid?
This music is so lovely.
Actually, scratch that. First things first. I can't just keep calling you kid. You got a name?
Chadley.
Well, this is going nowhere fast. Let's see. Louise. Yeah, what about Louise? I mean, it just sort of popped into my head, but what do you think?
I feel like Louise probably comes from somewhere too. She's the anti-Chadley. She does not speak. It's true.
Guess you're okay with it. Well, it's nice to meet you, Louise.
We searched the southern plains back when the wife ran off too, right?
I believe we did, yes.
Lots changed since then. So it's kind of nice when we find something that hasn't. The fact that couple is still arguing almost fills me with, I don't know, hope, I guess.
If you asked me, that particular couple could benefit from a little change.
If this of an RE hater, look, this is Creative Studio 1 that say do a remake. Hey, I enjoy the FF7 remakes, but it's all good if people don't. There are definitely things that I wouldn't prefer, but how is it?
Oh, hey, it's you. What's up?
You're related to the ferryman who carries a red bag around, right?
Yeah, he's my little brother. Haven't seen him in a while, though.
A shame. Have you any idea where he may have absconded to?
Not a clue. Like I said, I haven't seen him.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, but the last time I did see him, he said something about using his ferry to deliver letters. Maybe you should try talking to someone at the post office.
I guess we could ask the postman over in Seafront.
Just once, I would enjoy receiving a quest that can be solved in the general vicinity of the ask.
I forgot about that line. It's a very self-aware game when it comes to that. You know, what is the likelihood that I could actually get through ending B today? We'll definitely aim for at least like getting to maybe doing the wedding. I don't know if there's any like side things that I need to do that I haven't done yet. I'll have to double check that.
I cannot believe how many trips we have made simply to track down a single man.
It's all right to do this kind of thing every now and then.
I only pray this is not the calm before some manner of storm.
Man, I can't wait for the interview, the more interview where he finally explains the origins and the multiple meanings of Remake.
You mean a letter? No. I'm not big on writing. It always takes me forever to figure out what I want to say.
Because there's not much, right? There's this, there's the wedding.
Takes quill in hand and unleashes their soul upon the canvas of the page.
What else is there? I can just check how many fragments I have, too. I wonder how many fragments I have. I think I have 3 fragments, right?
Hey there, Louise. Say, where'd you get that red bag?
It's mine now, bitch.
Found it on the ship, did you?
I have 3. There's 5 total, right?
Curious about everything.
One of them comes from the wedding scenario. Where does the other one come from? Is it this?
Anywho, it's good to see you. Afraid I don't have any bread today, but I did bring you something. Here, it's a ribbon. Let me tie it in your hair for you.
I thought she said that, shouldn't me?
Well, what do you think? Pretty nice, huh?
So she hasn't been aggressive toward him at all, right? Like she's not communicating with him and whatnot, but she's been perfectly fine with him. I wonder if it's our presence that makes her crazy, or it makes her lash out. The thing is, I could have swore that in the ship, and obviously, no, don't tell me, but in the ship, I remember us like finding a lot of dead bodies, and like he hasn't really run into dead bodies. It seems like.
Huh?
He's trying to communicate.
What's that on the floor?
Oh, maybe he's gonna find something now, though. Blood?
Oh, it's a mirror.
Oh.
Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's go ahead and check out your new look. If you go over there where it's brighter, you'll be able to see yourself more clearly. What's wrong?
Yeah.
Don't you want to see? Oh, I see. You don't like sunlight. Guess your eyes are pretty sensitive after spending all this time in the dark, huh?
All right, to some extent. Look, I love the guy. He's a sweetheart, right? It's probably his big downfall. Is like he has this child that's alone in the ship, avoiding, you know, sunlight and all that stuff. Like, when does he leave the ship and be like, hey, there's a little girl in this abandoned ship? Like, if he treats her like a normal person, right? Like, if he sees her as a normal human being, that's the normal thing to do. It's like, so there's a little girl, kind of in need of I think, some help. Not the sharpest crane in the box.
Well, it's not like we can have you stay here forever. We should work on getting you out of here so you and me can go look at the sea together. How's that sound?
I think I need a professional to help me with this. All right, I passed it. I'm just gonna save one again, as I always do. Why is there an X over here? I guess that's the post office guy. We'll be the game in 3 hours.
Hey,
5 minutes ago.
Oh, sorry. You're not him.
I'm sure as hell not. I just swung by to pick up a letter and wound up running the damn place. Anyway, you here for a package or something?
No. There's this couple who's always fighting and the husband took off. So I'm trying to track him down.
Sorry, pal. You're asking the wrong guy. Still, that's pretty weird. My buddy's daughter took off too. Maybe running away is the cool thing to do now.
Buddy's daughter took off too. Maybe running away is the cool. My buddy's daughter ran away? Do I remember that plot thread being picked up?
I find it exceedingly unlikely this pair of runaways
Unless
is
it's a
mere
little kid?
coincidence.
Maybe the little kid got possessed by the shade.
Any idea
Yeah,
where
that
she
makes
might have
sense.
went?
That is the question, isn't it? Actually, you know what? I bet she went to check out the huge shipwreck that drifted into the inlet the other day.
Yeah,
Not
that's
often
probably what it
something
is.
like that comes around. It's all the kids have been talking about.
Checked out the shipwreck. There was a shade in it. The shade possessed her. Yeah. Makes sense. More lore.
Hey, Louise. I brought your food for today.
Is it
What's
human?
wrong? Aren't you hungry?
I need sustenance.
Huh. You haven't been eating much lately. Are you okay?
I need flesh.
Well then, let's try this.
Where did he get this instrument from? Is he holding an instrument? Like, what's happening here?
Yeah, sorry about that. It's called a song.
Sephiroth, I'm just stealing the Wazowski
Humming a jaunty
voice.
tune is the best thing for putting a spring in your step. Songs are like a little bit of wisdom that makes the tough times easier. I love them personally. I mean, not that I'm any good at singing.
Oh, shit. I replicated it.
Whoa, your voice is a bit rough there. But you're actually pretty good.
Stealing or enhancing.
You know, I knew someone who lived in the town lighthouse before she died. She
I
used
did
to
too.
hum this same song a lot. I heard it every time I stopped by to deliver something, and I guess it just kind of stuck. Of course, that was quite a while ago. Hey, are you trying to cheer me up? You are a kind soul, Louise.
Thank you. You're so kind. I try. People don't tend to like me, but
I'm
shit.
sensing some really weird magic going on here, Sunshine. You feeling it too?
Fucking Chadley. Really
Yeah.
weird magic going on here.
Is it a shade?
Are you actually trying to think something through rather than just jumping in and killing?
What's wrong, Kaine?
Nothing. It's just
I love
I'm
all this
sensing a
added
presence
context.
from seafront. Something like a shade.
A shade in the town? That's not good.
It's in the town, but it's hiding.
A shipwreck, is it? I suppose we might as well investigate, seeing as how we lack any other tenable leads.
Right. Let's head for the inlet.
I'll probably get to like to the point tonight where we will be ready to do ending B once we jump back in next week, and then start Route C even.
What's going on? I haven't seen you two come into Seafront in, well, ever, I guess.
Sorry for the surprise. Kaine said she sensed something strange in the area.
Strange how? Like a shade?
Maybe. There's some kind
Oh
of
shit, my bad.
sound or something coming from up ahead.
What an incredibly specific piece of information the hussy has graced us with.
What is it, Kaine?
Nothing. Let's get moving.
We can stop yawning, that is. Oh, are you playing at the same time, Noah?
We're gonna need to figure out some way to get inside.
Where are you at? Have you gotten
The
ending A
ship's
already?
in a state of want and decay. Surely we can find a hole or some such if we put our minds to it. These planks seem to be covering a rather large hole.
We can probably get in if we move them out of the way.
I'm worried about whatever it is Kaine is sensing. We should make sure we're really
Oh,
prepared
really,
before
Combi?
going inside.
Well, go inside.
So, were you able to write that letter? You know, now that I've taught you how.
I love people who like just confidently. Like I just got a retweet, I assume, of the quote that I posted yesterday. This person's like, the remake series is just a reboot of OG FF7 plus the compilation, dude. They took all the stuff they did and repackaged it to make it feel more modern and engaging. Like, I just love that people just like so confidently feel like they know exactly. Say, oh, it's just this, it's just that. Yeah, it's just, you know, just a quick little, easy, simple integration of all the things. Yeah. You know, now that I've taught you how. Is there just straight up blood underneath her, though?
Not yet, huh? Well, there's certainly no reason to rush. You know, it makes me happy that you've taken such a shine to me. First time we met, I didn't have the foggiest idea what was going on in that head of yours.
I know it's dark. I don't think he notices blood on the floor, though.
So, hey, I've been thinking. How about you come live with me? It might be kind of nice to have a daughter around.
She backs away from that.
Not into it, huh? Guess I should have figured. I'm sad to hear it, but it's your choice, of course. Huh? The floor's wet.
No, it's dripping in
Is
blood.
this blood?
Yes,
Oh,
brother.
Dear. Are you...
Sorry. Sorry. You know, it's just I get hungry. You bring me tuna fish. What am I gonna do with tuna fish?
Oh, baby, that is one hell of a smell. We got something real nasty nearby, eh, Sunshine? Come on, don't tell me you ain't picked up on it yet. You of all people gotta know what this smell means.
This ship is in poor condition indeed. Do try not to thrash about and bring its timbers down around us, hussy.
Yeah, because I think in her spoken word thing, there's like a lot of dead bodies, right? Like in her backstory thing.
Whatever.
You sure you're all right, Kaine?
You really shouldn't push yourself. Hey, I've got an idea. How about you and me search outside?
That's not what's causing her. That's not what's causing her. The
Sure.
challenge.
Let's do that.
Sounds good. Take care of Kaine for us, Emil.
Emil is on the case. Come on, Kaine. Let's get
Yeah,
the
playing it all in a week would probably do that to you, AJ. It's probably the benefit of like
This place
having.
is pretty gloomy. I'm having a hard time imagining any townsfolk hanging around here.
Well, as we've no other leads, let the search begin. Look there, on the floor.
And there's still some more?
That's probably the benefit of playing once a week, like I do. Even though it takes forever.
We require a key in order to proceed.
I gotta look at something actually. Real quick, I'm just very curious because I remember mapping out like the stream schedule like months ago, like what stream was gonna be like. And hold on. It was at the beginning of the year. Where was it? So I had like the whole game plan of like, oh, so we're gonna do this is what we're gonna do in 2026. Like after we beat Crisis Core, this is the game plan. Let me see if I can find it. It's probably one of the January slides. Oh yeah, here it is. Let's see when I thought we'd be done with NieR. Granted, I've had like weeks that have been off and stuff, so that's part of it, but this one, yeah. So it's like Crisis Core would cut through the rest of January. The NieR I was hoping to start like late January. And I thought NieR was going to run until about the end of February, and then it'd start Automata. Chat, I am how many months behind now? Like I said, I think it's because I did so much side content. That took up a lot of streams. We did a lot of side stuff. Route C and D are faster? Okay. That's good to know.
Did you see that girl just now?
I did indeed. How on earth did she manage to get behind us? Perhaps she is the runaway we heard tell of at the post office. Best track her down and take her back to town with us.
I gotta fix this. Just said we were really optimistic. Well, now we were getting weekly updates for FF7. It's been crazy. And now I have all the bets that I have to do with you guys.
There's no one here.
Weird. It's like we just saw a ghost.
Oh, what foolishness. I am certain this room
But
merely contains a...
But it makes sense with the way that I also consume games. Like, I really take my time, I talk it through.
What is with this ship anyway?
There may be clues somewhere that tell of how it ran aground.
It looks really dark up ahead.
Then perhaps we ought to make...
It's a lantern, brother. You just used it.
What's this? An apple. It's a bit bruised, but it's not super old or anything.
I wager it was dropped by that fruit-loving... Perhaps he absconded to this ship to wait out the storm after yet another...
Let's keep moving.
Troublesome couple. This, the particles in this... The particles right here are really nice, actually. It's like a heavily art-directed game, but... So it's not going for, like, crazy visuals, but it looks really good.
Oh, what was that sound just now?
Sounds like it came from the floor above us.
If Replicant's taking me this long, is Automata gonna take me, like, as long or twice as long, or...
This barrel's
Might have
been
to play
knocked
something
over.
small in
And
between.
There's flour everywhere.
Surely it was toppled by the girl we saw at the entrance? Wait. Cast your eyes to the floor, lad. The missing child left white tracks
on the
in her
news we get.
passing. Should we follow them, I expect we will find our way to her.
Man, this book's got some serious heft to it. Wonder what
It would seem to be this ship's logbook. Records of the routes it traveled, the weather it encountered, and the places it made port. All until the day the record...
What the hell happened on this ship?
I do wonder that too, like what caused the shipwreck itself,
With no
you know?
time to...
I wonder if that ever gets explored or not. Automata is, in my opinion, is faster.
There's a breeze coming through these shelves.
Oh, the Adventures of Elliot. I didn't know it was a demo. I should play that.
Conspicuous. Try giving it a nudge. A hidden room.
Hey, there's a notebook on this desk.
A record of the cargo they carried. By my pages, this ship was
Slavers, that's right. It was a slave ship. I forgot about that.
Telling me they sold people?
And made out quite handsome.
How could they do something like that?
I do not know, nor do I care to ponder it. Let it suffice to say there are monsters who trade coin for misery in all corners of this accursed world.
Yeah, we call them grifters. But no, yeah, it's terrible. I probably shouldn't joke about or compare them to that.
The exit looks walled off.
Can't help it.
And I
such
think
a
there's something
jokester
written on it?
And in blood, no less. The smudging makes it difficult to pass, but I believe it reads, "Let me out." No doubt they can find their human cargo in this room.
Ooh, I don't know if I don't remember that lore, actually.
We may be able to pass through here should we push the shelves in the outer
I must have.
passageway.
I must have. I did not remember that note though.
The white hand.
That's weird. How is it locked if the girl just used it? Unless she's actually...
I demand you cease your interminable...
I didn't even say it. In any case...
Well, I think it's this way.
Shelves are
bookshelf.
blocking the exit of that...
Only one way to find...
Did I run past it at all? No. Oh, that's right. Going here, going here. Here's key.
Don't seem to
Here.
be any shades around, at least.
Fortunate for us. Now let no more time be wasted in our search for the townsfolk. The white tracks end here.
Wait, I hear something.
Oh. So it gives me context for that.
Would it not be wise to explore the rooms on the floor above us?
No, I was just... Fine. That's exploring. Can a man explore? Oh, that's right. Oh. We didn't hear this dialogue last time, so I have to sing and cheer myself up. She doesn't even know what happened to the ferryman that she may have killed. Maybe because kind of like with Kaine, even, yeah, kind of with Kaine, when it takes over, when the shade takes over, maybe. Oh my God, so that's dark as fuck. Like if she's like fading in and out of like being herself and being a shade, and the shade is like doing these horrific acts, like killing the ferryman, she's not even conscious of like what is happening in those moments, maybe. Hope we get to know what she says at the end of fighting her, but yeah.
Do I feel this?
Damn.
Whatever that sound was, it stopped. I swear it sounded like a girl.
This is a voice pipe. A contraption by which one's voice can travel to a faraway location.
Which means the girl is in whatever room this pipe connects to.
Hold a moment. I spy a yes. This pipe connects to a cabin.
Onward and,
Fuck. That's a dark realization. Shit.
This little lantern has brought us quite far, hasn't it?
Yeah. And the light it gives off makes me feel, I don't know, safe somehow.
Well, aren't we the romantic?
Looks like somebody's journal. Here, let me see. It says the ship was attacked by some kind of monster.
Oh, so the shade actually caused
the... Hold up in here, while the monster roamed around the ship, killing everyone. Do you think that actually happened?
I cannot say. Though the term monster might well...
Yeah. So I guess I did get backstory, just forgot.
A kitchen? Heavens, look at the size of this saucepan.
There's a note. Extra rice, hold the pepper.
To be picky about one's thinking back on it, the cuisine we were served during our visit to the bickering couple's home was quite particular in its choice of ingredients.
Oh, so the actual, like, That
Tell me
was
about it. I feel like I've sampled
him
every single recipe in the Apple Fanatics cookbook. Once we track down the
making his
ferryman, we should
food,
invite
maybe.
them to a meal at our place.
A fine idea.
While he was here taking care of her. He was probably cooking for her, right? 'Cause he was feeding her.
Oh, damn. The hell is this smell?
Perhaps it is wafting from further inside?
Another apple.
Just how many apples does that quibbling husband keep on his person while he's out and about?
Let's keep searching.
He runs a girl here, right?
Vice?
Yeah.
I think the floor is...
Oh!
Speak to me, lad. Are you hurt?
Been better, but I'll live. I can't see a thing down here.
I suspect we may have fallen...
The lantern got away from me during the...
Forgot about this.
Is that...
Vice, that's it! We found the lantern.
I think this is a game where NieR would
time.
seriously
Might I
hurt.
suggest you cease the celebratory
Fall damage in
fanfare
Square
and
Enix
light
games?
the blasted
No.
thing already?
Not a thing. Oh, yeah,
dear.
there it is.
Look at the bodies. They are all people from town. And I fear the missing ferryman.
Oh no. This can't be real. Why? Why did everyone have to... God damn it.
Pull yourself together, lad. Remember the presence Kaine sensed. The culprit who murdered these poor folk likely awaits us further within.
I won't let them get away with this.
That's enough, lad. Avert your eyes.
Yeah, I remember seeing this for the first time. It was so damn cool. Just like, holy shit, this is spicy. Oh, more context, more context, more context. Why did things turn out like this? Did he leave because of this body? I just want to be able to talk with him. I want him to be afraid of me. I don't want him to hate me. I want to maintain a human form. Even like her arm is like half turned into a shade. Yeah. I want to look at the sun with my own eyes. I want to sing beautiful songs. So if I could just eat more people, oh my god. Maybe then I could become a human. Ah.
Hey there, you two.
Hey, I didn't know you guys came back inside.
Did we ever? Found a nice hole in the wall to slide through. But then we heard a bunch of noise coming from that super dark floor downstairs. You sure had us
That was
worried.
me, dude.
Yeah, sorry about that. You feeling better, Kaine?
A little, yeah. Sorry for the trouble.
Good.
Jeez, you seem really down in the dumps. Did something
Eat
happen?
human, become human.
Tell me, Kaine, that presence you sensed.
It's on the floor above us.
I feared as much.
Alright. Really takes an enemy you are or you eat.
There's a bunch of crumpled up paper here. Letters, maybe?
They all seem to have the same words written upon them, but the penman...
Wish I could look
they
at it.
seem to...
Did you guys
I
find
thought so.
anything on the ship?
Some townspeople, actually. But they're all...
Well, shit.
You're really not looking so hot. Is everything okay? You shouldn't have to bear all this on your own.
You saying I'm
Once
not
things
hot?
calm down a bit. Come talk to me about it, okay?
I think Kaine would disagree with you.
Oh man, that smell is getting ripe. How you feeling there, sunshine?
Not great. Can't you tell?
Oh, Chadley. Handy save point before running in. Speaking of which, I need to run to the bathroom again. Give me 1 second, chat. So what happens when I drink so much shit?
This would be the final room, yes?
Final room.
The culprit who murdered the townspeople may be behind this very door.
Yep. Standard game warning. If the save point wasn't enough of a clue, we were going to tell you. Sure, you want to go forward.
It's that girl we saw when we first entered the ship.
Old lad, this is a lone child sitting inside a hulking ship littered with corpses. Something is clearly amiss.
There.
All right, we're gonna get more.
Oh man, this shade is nuts.
Nuts.
I think I'm in love. You can feel her power hanging in the air, and she ain't even trying yet.
Chadley is a freaking freak. The new games always let you know when you're running to a boss by having a save point. Yeah.
Things are finally heating up. Huh?
Could this girl be the presence you sensed, Kaine?
Oh, hey, it's you. Been a
Oh.
while.
Postman.
Wait, you're
Ferryman?
the postman. What are you doing here?
Oh, I've been coming here a lot lately. I think this girl was on the ship when it drifted in. I've been keeping an eye on her until she's well enough to leave.
Oh, okay. It's been the postman that we've seen.
Hey,
Yeah, that's
so
who's been talking to
this
her.
is kind of
Some of
awkward,
these scenes.
but the girl is, you know, bleeding. I brought a bunch of bandages with me, but well,
You
how
fool.
exactly does one deal with a woman's time of the month?
I forgot he said this shit.
Sorry. Clearly crossed a line there. Forget I said anything.
Stay the hell away from her. She isn't.
Here we go. No, wait. Yeah, she didn't even mean to do that.
Kind, Emil, we'll figure something out. You just find a way to get the hell out of here.
The two of them will be fine, but you and I must withdraw.
I just called him Chadley because I forgot his actual name multiple times. But now I do remember it, but it's just kind of funny.
The ship is collapsing. We must leave at once. Very much aware of that, thanks. But...
James! They're in the way!
looks like we can get out through that hole up there.
Yeah. Chadley will become the ultimate weapon. He really will. He's been collecting battle information for 2 games.
Glad you two made it out in one piece.
Yeah, we're good. But that poor postman is still trapped inside.
We'd better go help him out.
No shade would dare pursue us into sunlight such as this. We should use the opportunity to ready ourselves.
Oh shit.
What on earth?
Fully consumed. So slimy sounding. Yeah.
Why isn't this shade being hurt by the sun?
That is not precisely the case. It most certainly is being burned by the sunlight. However, its regenerative abilities far outpace whatever damage the light is able to inflict.
Ah.
This light, something is coming. Get out of the way at once.
Oh, listen, it's singing. This thing actually thinks it's a person.
Oh, it's singing. In those moments where it's blowing shit, it's singing. It didn't matter how many people I ate. Seems like they do physical damage. Was never satisfied.
I don't know where the singing lessons came from, but I do know
Ouch.
it. They're as hell trying to eat us.
Oh. Ah, so singing in these moments. Interesting.
Aim for the tentacles with faces on them.
Yeah, you got that first
Stop
one.
now. Focus on the next one.
He was the only one that was ever kind to me. He taught me what kindness is. Damn. I will become human. We'll speak the same language. Damn, she still has like hope to connect. We will stay together. You can kind of hear the English.
How precious.
Fucking Chadley. Ooh. Did not expect that second hit. Oh. Chadley's having the time of his life. Oh! Second time found a double hit and I missed it.
Now is our chance. Attack with all that you have.
Damn. I mean, I do feel bad for it, obviously. The Shades want to become human, which is even part of the replicant process, right? Like, they're hoping to use our bodies to basically have vessels again, because they've become these things. They are human, but they just aren't in human form anymore.
You get it?
If I remember correctly. Yeah, she is human, but not really.
Oh, hell. That thing's huge.
All of this is for him. She does sound like the voice I was doing earlier. It's like, Wazowski. All of this is for him. Little known fact, that is the postman's name, is Wazowski. Should probably heal myself.
To think it could recover from such a grievous wound.
Ordinary attacks aren't gonna do shit against this thing.
Hey, the guy from before's collapsed on the beach. That shade's got some kind of hard-on for him. We should take him hostage.
Shut your yap. I'm not in the business of using my blades on people.
Is this thing turning its body into spears and shooting them at us?
Yes, it is. Eternal. It'd be Evangelion, that with the souls.
I guess we'll all just sit around a campfire and sing songs until we get murdered.
God damn it!
Oh damn, that healed it. Oh shit. Magic. I need more magic.
The number of spears flying our way is increasing.
Yeah, I can see that. Damn it.
Oh. Like an explosion afterward, I guess.
If this continues.
Hey, over here!
Oh, that's why
That's
why she uses him too. You can kind of figure that, but
This is here and now.
oh, he has a different sword. Predetermined sword. Instrumentality project, yeah. Oh, that didn't stick.
Son of a... Is this thing immortal?
How can it withstand such an onslaught?
I'm really scared, guys.
We will be in grave danger if it unleashes that attack. We must stop it.
I think I did the same thing last time, where I used a lot of magic for this actual moment. Oh, damn. Shit. I will become human. Did I fuck up? I can't remember if this is the same force failure that it happened last time. Yeah, it
What the
is.
hell are you doing? Stop him already!
My body won't... Damn it! Fuck!
Oh, no!
Yeah, because it's him that stops her. He used to play Detroit Become Human. Don't be scared. Soon I'll become human, and then we'll be able to... We finally know what's being said here.
What are you doing? You're gonna get yourself killed.
It's the first time it's been aggressive toward her. It was kind to her. Until this moment.
Don't hurt these people!
Don't you want to look at the sea together? Ah.
So you've been lying to me this whole time?
You told me to sing.
You're a monster!
Damn, it's gotta be hurt for her to hear too, you know? Yeah, it's a good iteration.
It stopped. Focus on the source of its magic. Aim for the head.
I think I had the same feeling last time, and I feel it even more now, which is like, I don't want to though. I don't want to hurt her. I want to be human. I want us to be together. I'm pressing L1, but nothing's happening. Is it stuck? Did it glitch on me? It may have glitched on me. I think it's glitched. I mean, I'm holding it. I mean, I'm holding it for a while now. And also my lock-on is not, like my aim isn't working at all. Like, I can move side to side, but I can't point it up. God damn it.
We can never be together. You disgust me.
That's weird. Because the game tells you to press LB and do it. So you're doing it. And then you're like, nothing's happening. So it feels like I was so close to stopping. It's like restarting. How can I end up with such a hideous body? Because he didn't get one of the replicant forms. And yet, this world. This world is so full of beauty. So how did she just like... Oh, we killed her. I was about to say, how did she just like... exit, I guess. Almost forgot that we shot her. Damn. Oh, it's essential because the killing blow isn't from the attack, but from the postman. Interesting. Death confirmation, 2030, body 99.9% likely of a red eyes. Oh my god, I gotta go back and read that too. She let us kill us and she did not want to live anymore. If she wanted to, she could have won. Yeah, it felt like, that's the thing, is like she was effectively like seemed almost invincible, right? Like she kept healing herself. We even said that at once during the fight. Like, is she truly immortal?
You've all done so much for me. Offering a little refuge is the least I can do. I don't have the words to express how sorry I am. We all knew townspeople were out there being eaten by a shade. But I never imagined I was taking care of it this entire time.
The fault lies with that foul creature alone, Postman. Not yourself.
I hope I can believe that someday.
All right, well, we'd better get going. There's someone else we need to break this news to.
Fair enough. I hope to see you out.
Alright. Real quick, let me read that loading screen. Here's a loading screen. Let me show it for you guys too. Body 99.9% likely that of a red eye. Death of a red eye confirmed. 13th Expeditionary Force ordered home. Legion movements untraceable. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard the red eye lore yet. Oh, interesting. Yeah, red eye and legions. What the fuck is that?
Really, I can't thank you enough.
Hey, did you find my husband?
Yeah, I don't think you get the red eye lore in this game. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
One of the lore videos. Huh.
The thing is...
Wait, why are you hesitating? Is he alright? Please tell me he's alright. Come on.
I'm sorry.
Say something already.
Your husband was killed by a shade. I'm sorry. We tracked him down, but it was already too late.
No, it can't be true. That big idiot, always carrying his bag around, thinking about me all the time. Oh God, this can't be happening.
I mean, it really sucks to lose him.
It's
Big fan of him.
This old tone to think we'll never hear those two at each other's throats again.
Big same, Vice.
If only I'd gotten to him sooner. Damn it.
Do not let it burden you so, lad. You did the best you were able.
I'm gonna do a different save slot this time. We've done 40 hours in this game, actually. Alright. Turn to Popola. Is there a new ferryman? No. Oh, it's after I talk to Popola, I think you get the new ferryman. Because I remember that first playthrough being so depressed. I'm like, wait, I need a ferryman, though. Just got the fast travel. You can't take fast travel from me. I barely had it. Yeah, Popolo. I haven't talked to you in a hot minute. Oh. RIP fast travel guy again. Letter.
The hell's this, Sunshine?
A letter. That thing wrote it for the postman.
Oh.
Man, that is some grade A chicken scratch.
She probably copied the letters as best she could.
So, what's it say?
Oh, damn it. Heine, I wanted to
think
know.
our friend's gonna wake up soon. Let's go.
Friend's gonna wake up soon. What does that mean? Friend's gonna wake up soon.
Hey, Kane.
Play around, see to find out.
When you were threatening that shade on the beach the other day, how did you know it was trying to protect the postman?
Just a feeling, I guess.
I want to hear this.
All right.
Shades are Gen AI. Fuck it, I'm gonna replay NieR for the 4th time. You can do all the side quests too? Alright, fucking Popola. You have to answer for this bullshit you pulled at the Aerie trying to set me up.
How about buying something,
Hold on. Fucking setting me up, setting my ass up. Wait, Backrooms had some Gen AI? Is that what you're saying? You got the plot already. Yeah, I mean, I would hope so. You do know this game like in and out. Oh, like social commentary. Oh, gotcha. Like commentary about Johnny. Did it? I don't remember. All right, Popola. Answer for you. Answer for setting me up.
Shades on the coast, the ferryman dead. You've had quite the rough trip. That poor ferryman used to tell me stories of the epic quarrels he had with his wife. He found the whole thing quite amusing. He loved her, though. He loved her with all that he was. I'm very sad to hear that he's gone. Still, you made it back safe, and I'm glad for that.
Have you any new information about the key to the Shadow Lord's castle?
Popola's just doing her job.
I'm still working on the decryption.
Listen,
but
I don't give a shit.
Progress has stalled. Loyal Cerberus might refer to a dog.
It's my story,
but
not
I've
her
never
story.
Seen anything that would fit the bill.
It must be pretty complicated if you
very likely.
decode it.
Very likely that you can't decode it.
You're our last hope, so please keep trying, okay?
I will. By the way, I was walking by your house earlier and I noticed you had some mail. You might want to check it out.
Thanks.
You probably put the mail in there. I don't remember what the
one
mail
last
was, but assume that was you.
Since the ferryman was missing work,
With your fake letters
I
and
arranged
shit.
for someone else to handle.
Gotcha.
Alright, cool.
I'll do what I can to.
Yeah, you better.
Even without those we have lost, the world relentlessly continues to turn.
Oh, just your interpretation. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I forget what happens then. Oh, the letter is the... Oh, no, it's definitely not her. It's the, invitation to the wedding. Yeah.
The king is getting married. Does this old book good to see a boy become a man?
Probably not a good idea to turn down a wedding invitation from a king.
The
Let's go to
wedding!
Facade.
Wedding time, nothing bad happens. Nothing would ever happen bad. Nothing bad would ever happen in NieR. Not that kind of game. I don't really need to. Obviously, right now I could do it after Facade, but I just want to double check something. Completed quests. I just want to check if I did everything that was like suggested on that guide. It was a Reddit post, actually. Reddit. Saved. I just can't remember if I saved anything or not. Or like later, here it is. NieR Replicant. I know I definitely did all the optional content in part 1. That was worth doing, I feel like. Don't miss Postman's requests. I remember doing that and the Ladies Lighthouse. Did I do Closure? Closure, I did. Okay. These other ones were worth doing. I think I probably did them. Part 2, A Bridge in Peril. We definitely did that. A Shade and Tomb, Disturbing the Sleep of Kings. We did that. We definitely did that. I don't know why I'm double checking. I remember doing it. Disturbing the Sleep of Kings. And then the damaged map. Did I do the damaged map? I think I did. Yeah, right there. Alright. Yeah, I did the ones I have to do. And then I technically don't need all of the weapons right now, is that right? like before ending B? Do I need to get all the weapons before ending B? Or can I get it starting ending, like the C path? Actually, I should just check the weapon shop here. Because I think they sell some of them, right? Shops. After B? Convi, you should definitely know too, if you're
Welcome.
here.
We've got some new weapons and
Nothing to buy.
blacksmiths always do well.
Oh, I was asking, do I need to collect all the weapons before I reach the end of ending B? Or is it just like in the C path I can go collect all the weapons? I can't remember what people said.
Oh there. Hopefully told
You
me.
can do the C path. Okay. Up to you.
Just
Okay.
tell me where you're going, and I'll take you there. No charge.
I can't even see. Oh, here, desert. More context. Oh, we're gonna get the wolves context, obviously. Hey, why the fuck did they attack? They turned our beautiful forest into this. God damn it. Well, I get it then. No, my brother, we cannot defeat these humans in direct combat. Have faith in me. I know they can learn to live alongside others. Oh. I know it well. But how, why was attacking the game plan then? Wolf against climate change. That's the kind of wolf among us that we need. Swear to God, if one of these goddamn scorpions hits me.
Does it not strike you as curious to find wolves in the desert?
Should it?
They normally live in forests, yes. Deserts would seem to hold little sustenance for them.
Well, we can certainly guess what they've been eating.
I'm sure I'll be fighting them soon enough. It's my fault. I should have killed them. They wouldn't have attacked. Alright. Where do I want to go? I'll go to the weapon shop too, just in case. Is it like right here? It is right here. I like the small details. I like the small details, like how the first Shade children you meet in the game won't attack you before you start killing them. And same with the wolves, they don't actually attack you before you start killing them. Oh, I never really noticed that. Well, might as well get these two. That's two of the weapons I need. Alright, take me to the mansion. Yeah, you buy them all? Okay. Yeah, I just been... that's why I stopped at the weapon shop in the village. Did I stop at the weapon shop at, the seafront? I don't think I did. I know I checked 2 weapon shops, though. Even in this stream. Oh, the other one I checked was, the weapon shop in the Aerie. Was the one I checked. Yeah, I don't know if I checked the weapon shop in Seafront yet. Let's watch another traumatic event unfold. Here we go. We're probably going to get the in-between, by the way. We're probably going to get the moment where, because we get, Kaine, like Kaine gets invited and then suddenly Kaine is there, but there's no like in between. I thought there'd be like a scene of us talking to Kaine. So we might get that context also in a thing right here. I just need to use the bathroom one more time. One more second. I need a little snack, just a little snack. I'm gonna eat an actual proper meal right after we do the budding stuff, but I'm gonna have a yogurt real quick. This mixed berry yogurt, the Lycos Pro like protein, pretty good, pretty fucking good. Yogurt for the wedding. The ultimate wedding party food. Ah. Yeah, it's a good. We made good progress today, though. Streaming to read into. Billy again. Just huffing this yogurt down. Okay. It doesn't feel like we made progress. We have. We got like 2 fragments.
We hear your days
Maybe just
of
one.
bachelorhood are coming to a close, King.
Congrats.
Forgive my prying, but we are all eager to know the identity of your lucky bride.
Hold on.
Nice to see you again, Fira.
You have grown into a fine example of womanhood.
Kaine's gonna want to see this.
Splendid queen. Indeed. Good to see you all. Oh, I forgot about that.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Your Royalness. Congratulations on your... I'm sorry Kaine's not here, but...
She's outside? What nonsense? She has to come in.
Of course.
Alright, give us, I want to see that Kaine scene. I hope this is a Kaine scene. It makes sense. It would make sense if there's a Kaine scene. Oh, not a Kaine scene, maybe, but a wolf scene. Hurry, one of our brothers is caught in a human trap. Oh. Why did they hunt us? Oh yeah, true. The ship may have just like felt like a big stall because the ship you moved through it so slowly too. Bunch of flea-ridden curs. Can't be letting them spoil the king's wedding, eh? Oh, so they were doing that during all this. Oh fuck. So that was the trigger. The night before the wedding.
To think they even have rules governing the timing and water temperature of a bath.
What's it to you? You don't even take baths. Kane?
What is the matter?
I don't like this. Weddings are festive occasions, you know? Should I even be here?
We were invited here by the king, remember?
Sure, but what about everybody else?
This city isn't like our villages. It's all about the rules here. And since there isn't a specific rule about you, I honestly think they won't give a crap.
Yeah, maybe.
Will you at least procure a new set of lingerie for the festivities? Some spring colors, perhaps?
Keep talking, book. Let's see how smug you are when I toss you on a campfire. Let's see how smug you are.
How's music, man? The wolves of the avalanche of this world. It's actually true.
Oh.
What's up?
Just having trouble getting to sleep.
Something bothering you?
No, the opposite, in fact. I'm just so excited about the wedding that I can't settle down. I bet it's gonna have streamers and dancing and bears on unicycles
Streamer here.
and everything. I'm sorta jealous. I wish I was Fira.
You'll find a nice bride someday, Emil.
Huh? Oh, right. Bride.
Emil's like, no, you idiot.
You must be tired indeed if you misunderstood that simple social nicety.
Oh, we get more Emil
Yeah,
here.
that's not exactly it.
I don't even know. You get the, pardon the pun, subtext here? I do. I'm pretty sure he's gay, right? I would assume, unless there's something else that was implied. The harvest is weak again this year, and my people are beginning to go hungry. Also, our quarrel with the wolves is taking a turn for the worst. It's usually the king overwhelming. So this actually, so he's been dealing with the wolves. Like, he's aware that they've been sort of like attacking the wolves. I didn't even pick up on that context. You just sort of like assume that there's a constant. This is like, yeah, so even here he's sort of like saying this is a poorly timed moment for a wedding. Because in the background, all this conflict with the wolves is happening, which I just assume it's just been constantly going on. So I didn't feel like it was a new thing that could impact the wedding, obviously. But now, after experiencing
Everyone
it,
needs
I
to
know
blow off steam and
otherwise.
celebrate once in a while.
Indeed, your people have earned a moment of rest and respite.
Plus, you want to make Fira happy, right? Anyway, life is better when you have someone to fight for.
It's not written in the rules, but perhaps it should be. Yeah, I do like Facade a lot. It's so funny because, like, well, not funny, but you mourn the death of Fira for good reason, but you don't consider the same thing happening to the wolves here. Be strong, young one. Fight! Like, you don't take into account the pain that the wolves have been experiencing, the losses that they've been enduring in the time leading up to this. This is also a shade wolf. Barrett is really good. Yeah, it's like we go for vengeance, but they went for vengeance first. What have we done to earn such wrath? You're right, my brothers. We move tonight. The humans will pay for what they have done. Day of the wedding.
Aw, weddings are the best. There's flowers everywhere. Everyone's happy. It's just great. I'm kind of jealous. Aren't you jealous, kind of?
Nah.
Oh, come on.
I hope nothing bad happens. With that luck with them. This sort of thing's always hard for me. Here we go. The one most innocent, pure person, yeah. Damn.
Vera!
Attack!
That wolf is a shade.
You raised our force and poisoned our streams, and now you slaughter our young. Oh, shit. Really hard to, like, read the... We will abide your existence no longer, mankind. You will atone for your sins of blood. Like, trying to read the subtitles at the top of the screen while fighting. It's
The
tough.
leader seems to have the power to reflect magic.
No pineapple pizza. I have taco meat that I made. I'm just gonna make tacos for dinner. That'll be after stream. It's not even a stereotype. I'm not Mexican, but they're good.
あっちあれ
Pineapple tacos? I don't have avocado though, which would be nice to have on them.
およりかちすれて
That does sound good, Convi. Yeah, now I'm wondering because I was reading chat. Like, I wonder if what she says would feel any different at all. Yeah, that's right, her backstory. Chadley better not say anything right now. AKA Tyrion Lannister. Actually, Tyrion I like.
I would rethink this course of action, King. Ahead lies a battle you cannot win.
His voice actor crushed it. Chadley would say something, but Tyrion has some decorum. First solidify Facade's defenses. I beg of you, do not bring shame to the Queen's memory as a ruler or a husband. The version of Rufus, it's different.
The King's grief is strong. I doubt he will stand down at this point.
You know, that blood, that pool of blood. Fira's blood.
I'm guessing he'll run off to take on the wolves any time now.
Will we let him go by himself?
Of course not. Hell, I hate the wolves too.
Then we must prepare.
Oh, have I upgraded my weapons? I don't think I have. How do you upgrade your weapons?
Easy one.
I know.
I don't even check that. I definitely don't think I have. Yeah, level 2, level 1. It's like all level 1. Probably upgrade some. I could probably do it after, right? It hasn't been tremendously difficult. It's really most difficult in hard mode, right? Like, that's where I learned. Remember when I played hard mode and I was like, oh my god, my attacks are doing nothing.
Are you ready for battle?
Yeah. Time to avenge Fira.
Do I need to save? That'll be fine. Fira's not really the victim here. Even the wolves continue to claim the lives of many people. I will not allow them to suffer anymore. Sir King, I must take a stand. If the rules say I can't, then damn the rules.
Madness. The wolves who attacked were only a fraction of the pack. How will you fight them all?
I will not be defeated.
We're not doing it for you, dumbass. It's for Fira.
Kaine, you can't speak to a king like that.
If this is indeed the plan, then let us make haste.
Where are you going, my liege? The violation of multiple rules. What did Fira ever do? I remember his speech being really good, like the leader. Oh my lord. You are behaving like a fool. Clearly you were still young. How hard has it been going back to normal routine life after everything that happened around that shift? It's been like, first week was weird and a little bit difficult, especially because I just had so much actual work at the same time. So I was a mess, chat. Like I was barely sleeping. I was doing a lot of trying to catch up with getting my job done. But now that that's passed, it's actually been quite easy. Or at least it's felt a lot easier because I was managing multiple things. I was practically managing like 2 jobs at once, like 2 all-consuming, all time-sucking things at once. But now I'm okay. Catching up with all the Revelation news. They're trying to do like last week's stream was really. You're not supposed to skip any cutscenes in this, so I'm just gonna let this rock out, you know? Or these successes to your father. Foolish king, foolish people. You were foolish indeed to sacrifice so much for an idiot like myself. This is all that remained. The humans will be upon us shortly. Will you ever explore the Silent Hill series? I want to, for sure. I have Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill F. Open the window and fucking bugs. It's killed one. Yeah, I do want to. I think it would be the type. I think I would love Silent Hill stories because I've heard a lot about them and you really unpack them and you dig into them. We make our escape if we move now. I hear you, my brothers. And I share your desire to die with honor. Resolve is strong and your pact thanks you. For the lives of our comrades. I'm saying comrades like it's 14. Everywhere else says comrade, like comrades, but 14 says comrades. For the pride of our pack. Death to the invaders. I think it's like a British thing, technically.
Forget it. It's for Fira.
Let's move.
The wolves appear to be
do anything to it?
King.
So.
He seeks the King of Facade.
Should I only be focusing on the leader? I feel like maybe. I have a vague memory of that. I don't think it does any damage to him, though. You can never forgive you humans. There shall never be peace between us. I think I need to get him to come down. I think I need to kill these Never.
Such dogged, unwavering defiance. Why do these beasts hold so much rage? The smaller wolves are not infected with shades. But as for the leader, even one show's here, then I have to kill all of them. Above you, stay on your guard. The king is in danger.
I'll guard the king. That's what Firo would want.
Indeed. You must worry about
Yeah, I don't really need to. Definitely don't need to really upgrade my weapon if I'm doing this kind of damage. Ow. This is actually the spear that I'm using for this. This is faster. Yeah, a couple of the expansions, Convy, like Shadowbringers and Endwalker is legitimately amazing. Oh, great, now I feel bad about killing this guy again. It's a common theme of this Path B playthrough. Just feel terrible. Don't do it, King! These are my very words, human. Path B regret. What have we done to deserve such a fate? I'm curious about the backstory of the shade. Oh. Wait. Wolf Heaven? Or is that the shade? I've already lived for too long. Oh, I think this is the shade that was possessing him, maybe.
But you must endure.
Maybe?
Go, live, and think of me again. Thank you for being my friend.
Loyal Cerberus key fragment. Grandfather. What's his grandfather? She was placed into indentured servitude at a young age and forbidden to speak. In that harsh environment with no family, she toiled day after day. And just as her future was looking bright.
I believe that young Fira was perfectly content with the life she had. Of course. Does this not sound like what she would say to you?
God, I had the worst thought just now. The thought being that, like, in some ways, the king is kind of like Rufus Shinra. I was just thinking about this because of the joke that somebody made. That the wolf leader was like Barrett, and how the wolves are like Avalanche. And then I'm thinking about literally what the wolves said at the beginning, where it was like that the humans have like made this forest into a desert, right? Like they've ruined the environment. So thinking of the king as this descendant, obviously, of the next leader of it. It's like it's kind of like this group living in facade, or almost like a Shinra. And then it made me think of, like, is he like a Rufus type, like a Rufus Shinra? And that really fucked the vibes of it in a way.
She was terribly proud of her king, and now you must do all you can to honor her memory.
Look, the wolf leader could have escaped if he wanted to, but lost his will to live. Well, he also had a responsibility to all the other wolves who were like, dude, we gotta do something. What the fuck? You know?
立ってるんだ。
Is that another infernal rule?
ラーのペルはトンリー、あんた年々ロフィア。
God, this voice actor is so good.
This isn't the Shade's fault.
Come, we'd best to leave
The
him
FF7 mind never stops working. Well, I was inspired by you guys, technically. So he's got to go back to the village.
This is the last of them.
Now we can find the shadow.
Oh, wow.
And Yona.
It tempts me to keep going, but I'm not going to. I'll stop
Can.
when we get back.
Hold on, Yona. I'm almost there.
It's already 7 o'clock also. Have dinner, watch a little TV.
Can't take the boat out right now because the canal's apparently crawl. Hate to say it.
We should
Well,
return
what
to
good are you
her
then?
and see if she has any final words for us.
How do I... Can't take the boat out. Is there shades in the water? I could have swore I took the boat last time. I don't remember running back afterward. Maybe a cutscene's gonna trigger the trip back. Like to force us to run back. Or maybe it did, I just don't remember. New scene.
What is it?
Thanks.
So, we can finally save Yona.
Oh no.
Huh?
This is that.
It would appear that way. What is it, lad? You've quite the pensive look on your face.
Listen, I need your advice. It's about Kaine and Emil. This upcoming fight with the Shadow Lord is gonna be rough. And while I'd do anything for Yona, I'm not sure it's fair to drag the two of them into this.
Are you truly worried about such a thing now?
I don't really remember this
After all
dialogue.
our merry little band has been through.
Hey, the fuck's this hot garbage you've been spewing?
Someone's been
This might be new.
eavesdropping, eh?
Kaine, Emil, look, I
It is
just...
new, okay.
Wanted to leave us behind? Why, so we'd be safe? Fuck that.
Kaine's right. You accepted me. You told me we'd be together no matter what happens. Now it's time for us to return the favor.
Don't make me start talking about loyalty and debts and all that. You know I hate mushy shit.
But...
If it makes you feel better, we're not doing it for free. After we rescue Yona, we're totally gonna call in a favor of our own. We're going on a journey to cure Kaine's possession and restore my body. It's gonna be tons of fun. Just think of all the delicious local foods we can try along the way.
I'm gonna eat way more than my fair share.
Let's talk about the
So you better
epilogue.
get ready to pony up.
Thanks, you two. We're gonna rescue Yona. I swear it.
Surely nothing bad will happen to Emil. Alright,
I
save.
marvel at how relatively simple a task this retrieval process proved to be. It is almost as if someone deliberately set us on this path.
You're overthinking again, Vice.
But...
No, he's right.
I don't care if it's a trap. Yona's waiting for me and I'm going.
I see.
Alright. So that means we are, I would feel like on the cusp of the ending, right? We'll do it next stream. So for those of you who know, you could probably confirm like it's very likely we'll reach ending C or ending B next week, right? Like, you know, at some point someone had said like you might need 2 streams, but I'm pretty sure next stream we should be able to cover it. It's like 40 minutes. Oh wow. Yeah, so we'll be definitely able to cover it next week. It's cool to stop now because then I can like say, oh, we're gonna start ending B. You know, we're gonna sit through ending B next week. And a lot more people, like usually when I start with NieR, the viewership drops a little bit, but stays pretty consistent, like pretty decent amount. But even now I know it's like quite a few have dropped off, and it makes sense. It's been like 7 hours of streaming. So it'll be good to start NieR. I did get all the fragments. I just got all the fragments. So hold on, let me just go to the big chatting screen real quick. So I just got them all. And yeah. So next stream for sure. Hell yeah. I cannot wait. Okay, what should we do? What should we do? I could maybe I'll just go. I'll probably like raid into Lee, I guess. She's playing FF7 Rebirth. We raided into, I think, either last week or Thursday. But that'll be on the Twitch side. Next stream will be Thursday, June 25th. We are going to check out it's going to be we're going to space, chat. We are going to space. Happy Father's Day again to everybody. Yeah, the big like space scene, which I think comes with like a big Renoa thing, happens in the next bit of FF8, if I remember correctly. So we have that. But thank you so much for hanging out, Convi, AJ, Neva, Sephiroth, Pod, Amano, and anyone else who might still be here, Oz, as I was just scrolling up chat. So that'll be this is a good stream. I think we made good progress on finally getting to ending B. We might finish Replicant by the end of 2026. So hopefully we'll be in a good place. It took 2 streams basically to do ending. It'll be like 3 streams and 2.5 streams to get through ending B, which is pretty decent. So hopefully C and D come a little bit quicker. Thank you so much. I'm going to raid over on Twitch.
After elementary school, so I would have to stay in the